Now, why would you actually build a project with Django and Next.js? It makes no sense. Well, actually, it makes a lot of sense, and let me tell you why. Now, the thing is, Django does backend really well, and you can build a REST API really quickly with Django, and the tool we'll be using called Django Ninja that is much faster to build out APIs than something like the Django REST framework, and much easier to do. So in a short amount of time, we can build out a full-on REST API that allows for user authentication, user login, user registration, and you get all of the benefits of the Django admin. You get benefits of the Django ORM, so get object or 404. All of that stuff works right in line with Django Ninja and this new REST API. What we don't need to do with Django in this case is not use the Django front end at all. We won't use views, we won't use templates. So that removes a big chunk of what you normally might do with Django. So what do you do instead? Well, we use Next.js. What it does really well is the front end, but it also has an API server in the back end. Now, the cool thing about this, and the reason we use Next.js over something like just React, Next.js, of course, is a React framework, but the fact that it has a backend, a server side, allows us to actually set our API tokens for our users on the API server as an HTTP-only cookie. So that means that the server itself has access to the tokens, but not the front end, not the client side, not the standard React front end that you might put your tokens in. This adds a whole new layer of security that just isn't possible with just purely React. Now, I get it. You could totally have React run in a Django project, but what we're doing here will actually set that foundation if you want to do that, if you actually want to change it. But I actually really like this because it allows me to build an API, focus on building that out, get it completely done, feature ready, and then I can have 10 versions of Next.js running through that same API with different variations, so I can do all sorts of tests on there, or just have different brands doing basically the same thing, but it all actually gets driven through the exact same Django project, which I think is really compelling and super interesting. So really the reason we're doing this is to do the best that Django has with some of the new features that are out there, like Django Ninja, and then also doing the best that Next.js does, which is that user interface and then a small backend that's in there. Now, Next.js doesn't have an opinion about how to do users or sessions or anything like that because it leaves it up to you, just like FastAPI or Flask might, or even something like our Reflex. I really like Reflex. I think there's a lot of things that we can do in this same ecosystem with a tool like Reflex. So the idea here is having a really powerful Django API backend that can then use any front end. And the front end we're going to start with is Next.js because it's a powerful front end. And heck, I happen to be using this entire system, this entire platform for a new project myself, which I'll tell you about some other time. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at the demo of this course and talk about the various requirements you'll need to do well in this one. Thanks to Neon for helping bring this course to life. Now, Neon, of course, is a serverless Postgres database service. That means that we can actually use their Postgres in our Django project. This gives us a lot of flexibility to deploy our Django app in basically anywhere. And if you're not familiar with Neon, the idea behind it is it's serverless. So that means that you only pay for things when you use them. You only pay for runtime when you're using it. You only pay for database data when you're using it. It's actually really effective and ends up saving a lot in terms of running your various databases throughout your project. Now, the other part about it is the fact that it can do serverless allows us to do something called branching. Now, I'm going to talk a lot more about this later and we will implement it, but the idea behind branching is taking your current state of your database and making a copy of it that you can use in another environment. This means you can do analysis on it. This means your dev environment can actually match your production environment. There's a lot of really cool things about it. So thanks again to Neon. Be sure to sign up at it at neon.tech/CFE just to give them props for helping bring this thing to life. And also we will be using it in this course. So a few other things that we want to talk about are the actual technical requirements to do well in this course. First and foremost, you have Python installed on your local machine. This is an absolute must. You will also need to have Node.js installed on your machine because that's how we will run our Next.js project. Now, if you've never done Next.js before, check out my tiny URL with Next.js course. I will also have a link in the description for this one. this will show you how to do a lot of fundamental things with just purely Next.js. And what do you know, we'll be using Neon in there as well. But the idea being having some fundamental understanding of Next.js will be super helpful with this, as well as some things related to React. Now, in my opinion, modern JavaScript and modern Python are very, very similar. They have some minor nuances that make them a little bit different, but overall, I think they're very similar. So what that also means is you want to have some understanding of Django itself. So using, like my course, Your First Django Project, or you could also check out any of my Try Django courses, you can actually build out a lot of stuff with just purely Django as well. So we're going to be combining these two, which means that you should probably have some fundamental understanding of both of them so that it makes it, well, hopefully a little bit easier to digest and make all of this work. Now, of course, all of the code is going to be available on my GitHub as well, which you can find at cfe.sh/github, and you'll go into the repositories and you'll be able to go into the Django Next.js project here. And of course, that will reference the different sections of this course itself and the final code that you would end up using in there. So, of course, be sure to subscribe on cfe.sh/YouTube because I keep adding new stuff on there for all sorts of development that will help you build modern applications. So thanks so much for watching, and thanks again to Neon for helping bring this thing to life. Let's take a look at the walkthrough of what it is that we will be building right now. I just wanted to give you a little demo as to what it is that we're going to be building for this project. Now, first and foremost, it's fully deployed. So that's a big part of what we wanted to do, is to make sure that it is deployed in a production environment, both for our production database, but also so you can see that this can work really well in production, not just on your local environment. So what we want to do is we want to take a look at our Next.js front end. I'm going to open it up, and this is it. Now, this probably doesn't feel like a whole lot, but the important part is that we can actually implement things like a form. We can actually ingest data, and this data will go directly into our Django project, which then gets stored into our Neon database. This also means that I can log in here with a secure password and a user. I log in, and I can see all of the instances of things that I've actually made into this particular project. Now, the idea here is CRUD. We just saw create, now we're seeing retrieve, so we can actually see all of the items that are stored in the database to this particular user. And then I can actually go into any individual item, which is another version of retrieve, and then I can actually update it with some new data and save that update, and then go back into my list, and I can see all of these things come out. And that is a big part of what CRUD is all about. Now, understanding how to do these things means you can build pretty much any kind of data you want to map here, and that's the key part of it. So, of course, what's happening here under the hood is the Next.js application is running, then it is sending API calls when it needs to the Django project, and it's doing so in a way that requires login. As we can see by if I log out here and I try to navigate over into the waitlist itself by going into waitlists like this, it automatically tries to force me to log in, and you can see that there's a next URL in here. I can go ahead and log in, and what you would end up seeing after I log in is it would actually take me to that waitlist right there, and then I'd be able to update data again for this particular user, and we'd be able to do all of that. Now, the other part about this, of course, is the fact that the Django project is also in here. Now, in this case, our Django project is in production with debug mode. You know, don't at me. But the idea here is you can actually log into the admin here. Now, I don't have any of the styles. I don't have any of the things that you could do within Django. There's a whole other project that shows you how to use, that shows you how to use white noise. The project is called SAS Foundations, which you could always check out. But the idea is here, we can actually see all of these entry objects. Some of them are going to have a user associated to it. Some of them are not. So let's go ahead and try and find one that does have a user in here. And of course, we could probably make that a little better, but there is that user object, the one that I just showed you that I logged into. So of course, the code is also on GitHub under my Django Next.js. This is going to be just the general code. Of course, the actual backend code and the front end code are in here as well, and all of the things you'll need to deploy this project itself. Now, what I want to show you also is the Django Ninja code and how simple it is and how excited, hopefully, many of you will be. So what you do with Django Ninja to build out your API is just this. you define some schemas, you define the actual Ninja itself, and JWT, which is how we do our tokens. We'll talk about that too. But the idea is this is very basic Django Ninja right here. We return the actual user object that gets serialized into this user schema with nothing else. So if we look at our waitlist one, this one's a little bit more full featured. We have more schemas in here, but we can see, hey, what do you know? I can do just a standard Django query set and return that. That will then be turned into JSON data, into a list of JSON data in this case. All of that data is responsible for what we saw in the front end, right? So in that front end application, when we want to see all of that waitlist data here, this is coming through because of how easy it is to do it with Django Ninja. Now, you might look at this and think it's a little complicated, but it's so much easier than the Django REST framework just to get all of this up. We can require user login or make it anonymous. We can allow different kinds of status codes for different type of data. So like if it's valid data, we can return back 201. If it's invalid data, we can return back the status of 400 along with the errors we want to give it, which, what do you know? This is actually a DjangoForm that's doing additional validation that's beyond just the schema itself or just the data types itself. So we literally use DjangoForms as a part of this. And we can use Django model forms at that. So this right here is a Django model form. If you're familiar with that process, you'll be like, oh, this is amazing. But we could also use something that's not a Django model form. We can just get the object or 404. What do you know? Another convenient feature that Django has that Django Ninja just handles. It's so cool. Then we go through and actually run through the iteration, save the updated data and do all that. And then of course there's a delete method as well that we talk about towards the very end of this one. So that's the Django code. If we were to look at the Next.js code and how simple this is as well, that's going to come down to going into the front end. We look at the SRC. What I want to highlight here is really the API portion of it. Now, if we look in here, we got a login page with a login route. This is, of course, the backend of the Next.js application. We go into the Django itself, we log in, and then we set our tokens, our access tokens in here. Those are those JWT tokens. All of this is happening on the backend itself, which is super nice. And so we can also see what we actually do here inside of our lib. So lib auth, we can see that we set the token in our cookies, so we get it, and then we also set it as HTTP only. This is huge. This means that JavaScript can't just read this. In other words, if you have some sort of third-party JavaScript application installed in your Next.js application, it will not be able to just read your authentication tokens and do stuff with it. Super cool that that exists, and it's something that you can just do very simply. This right here to me is why we end up using Next.js in general, and it would be something I would want to do for any sort of front end, including if I was using something like Reflex or any other sort of front end, I could do the exact same thing. And then from there, of course, we build out all of the different things related to routing, getting our data, building out the table itself, and using a tool, a UI component called shadcn, and also CSS called Tailwind CSS that helps us with the styling itself. But overall, it's actually fairly straightforward on how we implement this and then how we deploy it, which we deploy it, of course, with Neon. Neon is the database that we'll end up using both in production and we can use it in development as well. And then we'll use all of that to deploy to Railway itself. Now, the actual in deployment is very easy to do with Railway, thanks to Neon as well, because we don't have to worry about our database at all. But the idea here is mostly to build a tool that we can deploy anywhere we want to. Just keep in mind that we're actually deploying two applications, right? So we'd be deploying the back end and also the front end as separate environments altogether. So if you've actually never deployed Django or Next.js to production at all or to Railway, this will also be a really interesting process with all of that. So yeah, I think we've got a lot here. If you have questions on it, please let me know. Granted, all of the code is in the GitHub, so definitely go check it out at cfe.sh/GitHub. So if this feels very overwhelming to you, then maybe it's probably outside the scope of something you should undertake at this time. If it doesn't and it excites you like it does me, let's go ahead and jump into it right now. Now we're going to do our project setup. What this means is we're going to set up our Django project, at least the baseline portion of it, as well as our Next.js project. Now, the first thing that we need to consider is where do we store these projects? sometimes you might be tempted to put them all in one folder so all of the code just lives next to each other. But the problem with that, of course, is maintainability. In the long run, this is going to be a nightmare to maintain. So what we want to do is actually separate them out. We want them both to have their own repo and thus their own folder on our actual system, our local system itself. So we'll start out with the Django project, and then we'll move over to the Next.js one. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put it into a dev folder here, and I'm going to go ahead and name this folder Django Next.js, and I'll just call it -backend API. I'll go ahead and create that. This is where my Django project's going to live, and this is where we will go ahead and do all of the installations. The first thing that I want to do is I'm going to save the workspace in here, and then I'm going to go ahead and create my virtual environment. So inside of the local project here, we're going to go ahead and do Python 3-m venv venv. Now, of course, this is for those of you who are using Mac, Linux, or the WSL or Windows subsystem for Linux, which is recommended. Once you actually have the virtual environment in here, you'll be able to activate it. Now, if you're not ready to use WSL, if you're on Windows, then you're going to want to use probably the absolute path to your Python installation. So something like Python 3.12/ve, or rather python.exe-m venv and then venv. It's going to be something similar to that, and then you'll go ahead and activate it whatever system you're on. So in my case, I'll do venv bin/activate, and then if you're on Windows, it's going to be something more like venv scripts activate with a / at the beginning. So if you don't already know this and you haven't gone through this process, check out some of my Try Django series. That will probably be very helpful with that setup process itself, or some of my Python installation on Windows series as well. So the idea here is now that we've got this virtual environment, I just want to do pip install Django, and I'll also go ahead and install Django Ninja. And of course, whenever I'm doing an installation like this, I also want to bring in requirements.txt for that. So we'll put in Django and then Django Ninja, just like that. Okay, so I'm not going to really worry about the Django versions themselves. The only version of code that I want to worry about is really the Python version that I'm using in my virtual environment. This should be 3.10 and above. In this case, of course, I'm using 3.12. So the next thing is going to be our source, our actual code for this. So we'll create an SRC folder just like that. We'll jump into the terminal. We'll navigate into that SRC folder, and we'll just do Django admin and start project. I'm going to name my project CFE home, and I'm just going to put it within this folder, this SRC folder, just like that. And so there we go. So now I'll be able to run this throughout. Now, one tool I made just to make it a little bit easier to remember how to run this Django project is called Rav. This is completely optional, but I just use it all the time so that I remember my different commands in here. And so what we do is once you install Rav, you can put in something in the root here as rav.yaml, and you would do something like scripts, and then you could say something like server, and then that would be, cd src and python manage.py run server. And then if you were to want to change the port or something like that, you could do that right there. And so then when you're in the root of your project, all you have to do is do rav run server, and then that will actually run the server for you going forward. And so I'm not going to really talk about this a whole lot, but the idea being that if you want to do other kinds of Django projects, you would do, make migrations or migrate and all that, right? So all of those different commands that you might want to run inside of Django, I just put them in this Rav folder to help me reference these various commands, because now we're going to go ahead and set up our Next.js project. So let's go ahead and open up a new window inside of VS Code here. What I want to do is before I actually create the actual project in VS Code, I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to navigate into dev here, and we're going to go ahead and create our Next.js application right here. So the command is related to Node.js, so we need to make sure that that's installed, of course. I'm using version 20, which is an LTS. The smaller version numbers here should be higher if you installed it recently. The idea here is inside of Node.js, we also have npx and npm. npx allows us to run a command inside of Node.js. So the command I want to run is create next app at latest. So this is the latest version of the Create Next.js application itself. We want to name our project something. In this case, I'm going to name it the Django Ninja Frontend. I'm not going to use TypeScript. You can if you want to, but if you're not that familiar with Next.js, I do not recommend using TypeScript yet. It's a little bit more advanced than what we're going to be doing. I'm going to use ESLint, Tailwind, I'm going to use the src directory, and I'm going to go ahead and use app router. I'm not going to customize the alias, but this is going to go ahead and create everything for me inside of that folder. The reason I named it Nextjs Frontend is because, well, that's going to be the same name of the repo itself when it's all said and done. So as soon as we actually have this project here, I can now open this in VS Code. So back into the Explorer, notice that I still have my Django project open as well. That's going to be true throughout this entire series. I'm going to go ahead and open up the folder. We're going to navigate into where that folder was. Here's that front end. I'm going to go ahead and open this up. And here we go. So now we've got a very similar layout in terms of a Node.js application in the sense that there's package.json in there, and then ours has src and rav. Now, the reason I have rav is because it's very similar to package.json, where there's scripts in here that you can just run. So where we do rav run server, on the Django side, what we're going to do in here is simply npm run dev. And that's going to go ahead and build out the development environment for Next.js itself. And so, of course, if you were to open that up in a web browser, you would see something like this. Congratulations if you've never done that before. If you do the same thing in the Django one, you'll see something like this. So at this point, we want to actually see the quickest way to build a REST API in Django using Django Ninja. Into our Django project's code, we're going to go ahead and do a hello world with Django Ninja. Now, of course, your requirements should already be installed, assuming you set up the project as I did. We're going to go ahead and just do the hello world because it is very, very straightforward. And if you've done something like the Django REST framework before, you will, I think, really like Ninja because of how easy this is. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. First things first, inside of our main Django configuration module, which we called CFE home. The reason I call it that is because I call all of my projects that. It's just a lot easier to manage them, and it's easier to remember where settings.py is, where urls.py is, and all that. Inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create api.py. This is coming directly from the Django Ninja docs. Those are great, so feel free to go through that and really learn what's going on with that. I want to just show you this hello world now. So from Ninja, we're going to go ahead and import our Ninja API class. We're going to declare it as API equaling to Ninja API. And then I'll do we're going to do the API decorator for a get method to just simply hello. And then we're going to define hello. It takes in a request. We'll go ahead and print out that request, what it might look like. And then we're just going to return a string of hello world. Now, so those of you who have used FastAPI before, this will look very, very familiar. So the Ninja API, the Django Ninja package, I believe got a lot of inspiration from FastAPI, but it gives us all of the Django-ness of it all, which we'll see in just a moment. But the idea here is we now have this hello world. Inside of my URLs, I can go ahead and use that API. So I'm going to go ahead and do from.api import the API variable. So from the API module, we're going to import the API variable. Then we're going to go ahead and set a path of API, and this is going to be api.urls. So this actual variable itself right in here already has something for URLs, and it's going to map to all of the different URLs you might put in here. Great. Now that we've got that, we're going to go ahead and run the server with rav run server. And of course, if that's not working for you, feel free to go into the src folder here and then just run python manage.py, run server like that. And then you can go ahead and just use that going forward. And it looks like I already have it running, but the idea being that you want to run the server. With it running, I'm going to go ahead and open it up. Now my Hello World Django page is gone. I'm going to go ahead and open this up inside of my Arc browser here. And notice that I have two paths that are showing up. The very first one is just simply API. Once again, we get a page not found here, but we can see all of the built-in API paths that come in with Django Ninja. And of course, the one that we have, which was simply hello, right? So API and hello, let's get rid of that trailing slash there. What do you know? Hello world. Simple enough. Now, if we go back into our API here, this is where I think Django Ninja really shines, and that's related to the request. So if we look at the request, we see that it actually gives us that same Django request that you might be used to on any given Django view. And now, of course, if you're not used to those things, no big deal. The idea being is inside of this request, we can have access to the request user. So I can also import something called Schema, and I can define how I want to turn my user object into JSON data. And so that's what this schema is going to do. I'm going to call this user schema, and this is going to take in the schema as argument. We can put a username as str. We can say is authenticated being equal to a Boolean. We'll just start with those to get this thing going. And so now I'll go ahead and copy this get here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get me. Again, this is from the docs, so feel free to look at the docs itself. We can pass in a response that's related to this schema. Now what we want to do is pass in a return of the object that will be turned into the schema. So in our case, it's going to be request.user. And I'm going to rename this function itself to me. We save that. Everything should refresh on the Django side. And then we go into /me. And what we get is session store. I actually have a problem because I have no such table of Django session. So let's go ahead and create that into the root of our project here. I'm going to just run the Python arav run migrate, which of course runs cd src and then python manage.py migrate. As soon as I do that, I should have that Django session table as well as many other things. I'll go ahead and refresh in here, and there we go. We've got an empty string for the username. We have is authenticated being false. So if we change this, let's actually just give it a shot on changing this by creating, we'll go ahead and navigate into the src. We'll do python manage.py, create super user, and I'll just use it as a whatever user here. I'm going to go ahead and do that. With that in mind, and my server's still running, I'll go ahead and jump into the admin so I can authenticate. Just to log into the admin really quickly, we'll save that user's password. Now I'll go ahead and do API me. What do you know? There's my username. There is authenticated. This is so cool to me because it's so easy to do. Now, what if we wanted other fields from a user model or any model for that matter? Well, what we can do is we can bring in that model itself or whatever it might be. We declare the data type. That's what's happening here if you're not familiar with that. Then we want to set a default value. So in the case of an email, like if they're not authenticated, so if not user is authenticated or if not request user is authenticated, then we put this value here. We make sure that that's in there as well. So we can do all sorts of things here. So I'll leave it as none for now. I'll refresh on this user. Notice it says none. This user is still authenticated. So let's go ahead and jump into the admin here. And we'll go into users. And I'll just go ahead and put in a email that actually exists. We'll go ahead and save that email. Then we'll go back into our API me. And what do you know? There is that email. Now, it's hard to state how amazing this is. Just this part right here of getting real quick schemas, or basically turning our database data into a JSON dictionary, which is what's happening here. So if you look at the raw data, you might have this. I just have a plugin for parsing this data, but we've got the actual JSON data in here, and there's so much we can do with this. This is a big part of the reason why you would want to use Django as your backend, is because of the ORM and because of all of the REST API stuff that's out there. Django Ninja is what makes me excited about bringing it in within our Nextjs application. Now we need to implement user authentication. This, of course, means that we can log in our user and they can have access to their user stuff. Now, this is a big part of the reason you use Django. One is for how it manages users. The other one is how you can associate data to those same users. Both things are actually fairly straightforward in Django. With other tools, it's not necessarily as straightforward, but the process is still very similar. The idea here is we create a user model in the database. That user model then gets associated to other data models in the database as well. And so we want a simple and easy way to be able to access that user. The way we're going to do that is, of course, through Django Ninja. Now, if you look through their authentication docs, there's a lot of different options as to what you can implement here. What I want to do is use a JSON Web Token, also known as JWT, JWT. I want to actually implement JWT because, well, Next.js will actually use that JWT token and has a lot of different packages for JWT as well, so you can actually do that back and forth passing of everything. So the idea is this, of course. If we actually look at the API endpoint and I look at it after I logged into the admin, I'll see that I am authenticated in here. And of course, if I were to navigate to the admin, I'd be able to see the admin as well. The idea being, whatever's coming back on this API, we also want to have the ability to run a curl command of that same data, but get the actual data back for that actual user. That's what we're going to do with the Django Ninja JWT. So do a quick search for this package. I have to imagine that more packages will continue to come out for all kinds of authentication for Django Ninja, since it's a little bit of a newer package itself. But the other idea being that there's going to be other JWT packages as well. So just keep that in mind when you go through it. Usually implementing JWT isn't that complicated, and they all pretty much follow a very similar pattern on how things end up happening. I'm just happening to use this one because it is forked from one that I've used before in terms of the Django REST framework. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and get started. Going into this documentation, this will be linked in the description, but the idea being I'm going to go ahead and jump into getting started here. We almost want to install the standard Django Ninja JWT, but I actually want to install the crypto one. So this one right here. So it has cryptography, so you can do something like RSA. I'll talk about RSA. I'm not actually going to implement it, but I will talk about it in a little bit. But at this point, I'll go ahead and add this in as my package. Whenever you can add in cryptography, just do it. You might not need it right away, but at some point you might. So just go ahead and add in that package. And now we just need to install it. So let's go ahead and do that installation process with our pip install-r requirements.txt. That, of course, will install that package. Now that we've got that, we're going to update our API a little bit based off of the documentation. So the API itself is going to take a few things. We're going to go ahead and do from Ninja JWT.controller. We're going to import the Ninja JWT default controller. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, but from authentication. And so from .authentication, we're going to import JWT auth. And then we'll do the final thing, which is from Ninja Extra. We're going to import the Ninja Extra API. Okay. So with this Ninja Extra, we want to make sure that this is actually installed. Let's go ahead and do a quick pip freeze in here. And what we see is Ninja Extra is installed in here. It's probably a dependency for Ninja JWT. Okay. So this is now going to be our API. It works very similarly. If you need to add additional things to it, like a router and stuff like that, we'll look at that later, but for now we can just leave it as is. Then we just do api.add or register controllers, and we're going to register the Ninja JWT default controller. And then as far as the JWT auth, we're going to go ahead and add this in as the auth requirement for this endpoint for the request user. So this is going to then give us the correct data, or at least it should once we actually authenticate with our user, which we'll take a look at in just a moment. Now, before I go any further, I need to update my settings. I need to go into my installed apps here, and we want to add in Ninja Extra, and then also Ninja JWT. Great. So with this in mind now, I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py migrate. Actually, I might have to do rav run migrate, because I'm in the root of my project. No migrations were needed. Whenever I do an installed app, that's exactly what I want to do. And then I want to make sure that my endpoint is now working. So the first thing that I need to check now is the API meme in terms of what I had before. If I refresh in here now, it says unauthorized. This, of course, means that I actually have to use JWT or JSON Web Token to even get to this page. So that's actually kind of cool. It actually already shows us that is being locked down a little bit more to very specific login versions. Now, there is ways to do other kinds of packages or additional packages than just JWT, but we want to just stick with one to make it simple and also a lot easier to implement later. Great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump back into the root of my API. and we see that we get a few different API endpoints in here that we can now use. So what I want to do to log in is use this URL of token obtain pair. This comes in by default. So the way we're going to do this then is I'm going to jump into Rav actually, and we're going to call this curl auth, and I'll do a pipe here so I can have a kind of a long curl command, which is going to be curl and then $X post, and then the header being content type, and it's going to be application JSON, okay? And then the data itself, we will go ahead and do -d. This has to be a JSON string, so we use a single quote on the outside, curly brackets, double quotes on the inside, so username, and then my username that I have, which is CFE, and then I'm going to go ahead and pass in the actual password here, which in this case I just did a whatever password, which is learn code. We're just developing things here now. And so the endpoint that I need is going to be the token pair. So basically it's the localhost API token pair, just like that. So this is one of the other reasons I have Rav here, is so that we can reference the commands that we need to call. So let's go ahead and make sure that I do the correct password. And I'll go ahead and run this curl command with the server running, of course. We run that curl command. What we should get back is these tokens. If I were to change the password itself and copy and paste that curl command again, I get no active account with that. So it doesn't say incorrect password, it doesn't say incorrect user, it just gives us a better secure message saying, it's incorrect. You got to change something. Cool. So now that we've got this, what I can do is use this same idea. This time it's going to be we'll call it like curl protected or curl protect. And then I'll go ahead and use a lot of that same stuff, but now I'm going to change the endpoint to being me. This should be to get that me information. This time I don't need to pass in this data here. I probably don't really even need the content type application JSON at all. All I really need is a authorization header. And this is going to be by default bearer, because that's the default token header name for the actual JSON token. And so I need to pass in an actual token here. So using Rav, I will actually show you the curl auth. So if we do Rav run curl auth, we'll be able to get new tokens. And I can just keep doing that to get new tokens, which is why I have it on here. So the token we need is the access token. There's two of them in there. There's refresh and access. Right now, all we need is this access token. This is the one we bring into the bearer token itself. We can save that in here. Then I'm going to go ahead and do Rav run curl protect. Hit enter, and it looks like I have a little bit of an issue. I put a -d here. I need to get rid of that. That should not be in there. And so when we go ahead and do that now, we did a post request, which is the incorrect request for that endpoint. So we can change that to a get request, and then we run this again. Now I actually get my individual user's data, right? And so this process does not have to be with curl. I'll go ahead and replace my actual token in here for your own reference for later, but you'd say your access token, or rather your curl auth access token or something along those lines. But the idea being we now have a way to have protected data. So when we need to add in a URL to be protected, we just add this argument in here. This is very similar in the Django context as something like login required. That's essentially what's happening right here. It's just we don't have to call login required. We call all of the arguments into the decorated endpoint itself based on all of the things that we might want. And so doing that curl command itself is really straightforward. Now keep in mind, the JSON Web Tokens expire. They will expire over time, and we will need to change exactly some settings on how that might end up working. So if we look inside of the Django Ninja JWT stuff, we've got all sorts of settings in here that we can change. The access token lifetime, 5 minutes. So I talked for more than 5 minutes, and guess what? The token actually went away. So these are all of the defaults that are in there. Now, I mentioned that we would talk about RSA. RSA is a type of algorithm that would allow us to have a signing key and a verifying key. So 2 keys so that when those tokens come in, it's going to validate them and make it more secure. That's just pretty much the general idea there. That's outside the context of this one. One of the things that is recommended is to change the signing key to something other than your standard Django secret key, which is going to be up to you on how you end up doing that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the lifetime tokens. So I'm going to go ahead and basically keep everything else the same at this point and just change the lifetime token value so it's a little bit longer than 5 minutes so that we don't have to constantly be refreshing things. And so to do this, I want to import the datetime package. And then I'll go ahead and come in here and we'll do that datetime package.time delta. And I want to just change this to being, let's do 60 minutes, an hour. And then the refresh token being something like 7 days, something along those lines. Now, we don't want these to be too long because if anyone gets access to a user's JWT token, they would have access to access their account, which of course is not something we would necessarily want. So there's a lot of other things that we could consider with this in terms of how the token works. But for now, we're just going to leave it like that. And then we'll actually be able to start building out more resources that our Next.js application will be able to use from the get-go. So we want to start that process right now. Now we're going to create our first Django model and Ninja schema to match it. So the idea here is we're going to jump into our project and I'm going to go ahead and create a new application here. So Python manage.py, start app, and we'll just call this Waitlists. So the idea being, like on the main homepage in our Next.js application, we'll have a form so they can join the waitlist. That's kind of the idea here. So inside of this app, I'm going to go ahead and create a new model here, which will just be simply waitlist entry. And there's going to be models.model. And what are the things that we actually need from this? Well, at some point, we might want to associate a user with this waitlist entry. For now, though, we're just going to go ahead and say email equals to models.email field. And we want that to be, well, required. Next, we're going to go ahead and do timestamp equals to models.date time field. And we'll do auto now add being true. Okay. This is a very simple Django model, but we want to have a schema that's going to match to this. So still inside a waitlist here, I'll go ahead and do schemas.py. This is where I'm going to define my schemas. Now, a lot of times in the documentation, you'll see it also in API. You'll have your schema and the routes inside of API module. I like keeping things separate and dedicated to what they need to do. In this case, we'll just go ahead and do schemas here. So we'll do from Ninja. We're going to go ahead and import schema. And what I want to do is start off with just pure Ninja schemas for our model that we just created. So the first one is going to be our waitlist create schema, as in the data we want to send in. And what that data is going to be is just, we'll take that in just a second. But the idea being, this is our create in data. Inside of the actual Ninja items, you'll see something like waitlist in. Right? That's kind of the idea here. Actually, let's call this entry. So it'd be something like waitlist entry in. That's what you see inside of the docs where it's in. I like using create, so it goes a little bit closer to some sort of database operation for the schema itself. You can use either one. Just make sure that you're following logic that makes sense as to what this is for. Now, what it is for is so that we can accept an email itself. So the first part of this is we're going to have email being string. If I don't set an equals to none here, that means it's required. Now, how you can learn more about this is by learning Pydantic. So these schemas are built off of Pydantic, but they're more specific to Django, which is why we end up not using Pydantic directly, but rather use the Ninja schema as our base class. So you can always unpack all of that, and you can do all sorts of validation in here. We can leave that for another time, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this to being my detail schema. So the detail and then the create one. The detail one will have our timestamp in here as well, which will have a specific date and time object. So we'll do from date time, import date time. And we want to make sure that we declare it as that stamp. So basically, this is going to be now our waitlist entry out. And this is going to be our get, our data, something like a get method for that data. Okay. So that's the general idea for this schema. So how do we actually take a look at how this works? Well, first off, what I want to do is I want to bring in this model into my settings. So let's go ahead and do installed apps here. I'm going to change this to being third party. And then my internal apps. And that's going to be waitlists. Okay. So we'll go ahead and go back into our root here. Rev run make migrations, and rav run migrate. Okay, so now we've got these waitlists here. Let's go ahead and do one more rav command here. I'm going to go ahead and grab this and just bring it into the Python manage.py shell. So I'll go ahead and just do shell, rav, run shell, and this will give me access to that Django model. So what I want to do here is from waitlists.models, we're going to go ahead and import all, and then from waitlists.schemas, we'll import all as well. So the idea with the schema here is you can actually use something like email equaling to ABC. And if I hit enter, I get this response back. If I do .json, I should see a JSON string. If I do .dict, I see a dictionary. If I just do the field name itself, I get that field value. Great, so that's actually why we use this validator. Because the other thing is, if I were to change this to something different, like email to, I get a validation error. And of course, Django Ninja on the views handles this error better than what we've got right here. But that's just the general idea. Now, if I were to want to create some data in the Django model itself, we grab that model and we can do basically the same arguments in here. So you could say something like, well, it's not exactly the same because we do objects.create and then we pass in those arguments. So email being ABC. If I hit enter here, it does actually save this as an email. This is not a valid email at all. So what we want is we want to make sure our schemas are not using string values here, but something different. So to make that happen, we go ahead and bring in Pydantic and we import the email str class. And so we basically set these emails to that email str class. If we are going to do that, then we need to update our Pydantic installation on requirements.txt to include the email package, in which case we'll go ahead and exit out of our shell here, and then I'll do a pip install-r requirements.txt. We'll save that, we'll go back into the shell, I'll do a few of those same imports, mostly for the schema. We really just want to see the schema itself. And now if I were to pass in email here, and then not a valid email and hit enter, I get a validation error. If I do make a valid email here, I no longer get that validation error. So what the schema is going to do is ensure that this happens. Very similar to like if you were to build out Django forms, or if you were using the Django REST framework, the serializers, that's what's happening here. It's going to validate incoming data, and then it will also allow us to get other data that would be coming out. So we can actually pass in all sorts of things within one of these schema items. So let me just go ahead and import the model real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the object that I have. So this is going to be, let's just go ahead and create a new one with a valid email address. So I'll go ahead and do objects.create and abc@abc.com. And we should have put email in there, but we did not. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so now I've got my object here. And so let's go ahead and grab that object, which is, of course, grabbing it, and I'll just do last, which should give me that same one and a valid email in here. That's the main key part of this. And so what we can do with our schemas as well is we can grab this schema and we can do from ORM and we can pass in that object and hit enter. There is that schema. That's the data that would come back. And of course, if I do JSON here, that would actually give me that data back in terms of an API view of some kind. So this is what we'll do. We'll continue to build on top of this with models and all that. But before we actually do that process and really expand the Django side of things, I want to actually just finish the API routing and then actually start working inside of Next.js just to make sure that we actually have these things sort of working in tandem and we're not building too many features in the back end before we actually flush it out in the front end. Now we're going to do some retrieving of our data through our API with our different schemas. So what I want to do is actually add one more in here, and I'm going to call it my list schema. And the idea being that we pass in the ID here and get rid of some extra fields that we might not want to have. And that's kind of the idea. That's it. So we've got one for a detail view and one for a list view, just so we can see the difference between the two. So back inside of my app here, I'm going to go ahead and create an API.py module, and we'll go ahead and do from Ninja. We're going to import the router and then we're going to declare router being router. Now, this is going to take place of the API portion that we'll just go ahead and use throughout like we've already seen. We can still use that same auth stuff. We're not going to do that just yet. We will implement it later, but that's what's going to happen here. With this router, we will eventually add it into the URLs for the API itself. So the API, we will then add in additional router stuff for it. So the idea here is we're going to start off with @router.get, and this is going to be simply /waitlist. And we can have a trailing slash if we want, and then we're going to define list waitlist entries, and this is going to take out request, and it's going to return back, well, what should it return back? Well, this is all going to come down to what the response type is. So what we do here is we do from typing, we're going to import list. So we're going to give a data type here for the response, which is going to be equal to the list of our schemas. So now I'll do from.schemas. We're going to import our, let's see, where is it? Our entry list schema here. And we're going to pass that in as our response. So since we're telling the response needs to be a list, and each item in that list needs to go to this waitlist schema, I'm going to go ahead and now do from.models. We're going to import our waitlist entry, and then I'll just return waitlist entry.objects.all. Just a query set. We can do any sort of query set in here, but we want to make sure that we are returning a query set. That is pretty nice. But before I even implement this, I also want to go into the admin and do from.models, import our waitlist entry, admin.site.register, our waitlist entry. And what I want to do is I want to get rid of one of the waitlist entries that we created in the shell earlier. So I'm going to just go into the admin here, go into here, and I think the first object has an invalid email, which we're going to go ahead and get rid of. Okay, so with this in mind now, I want to go ahead and bring this into my routers. Now, if you were to go into the actual Django Ninja documentation, you'll see splitting your API with routers. This is essentially what we're doing. I recommend doing this from the get-go, which is exactly why I ended up doing it. So the first one we did was listing out stuff, and then we actually declared the router. Then what we need to do is just bring it into our main API, and we have a couple different ways on how we can do it. We can import the entire module itself, or just use dot notation. This is very similar to like an include tag inside of the Django URLs. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change my router a little bit, the actual route itself. And I'm just going to put this in as simply an empty list. Let's see what that does, because the router itself in the API, I want to go ahead and do api.add router, right? So we've got that add router element in here. We can pass in a string here for the path itself. So this router is going to be our /waitlist/, and then again, it's going to be our waitlists.api.router. So waitlist is, of course, the name of this module. API is the name of the API module, and router is the name of the class that we created, or the actual variable for that class, the instance of that class that we now have for that waitlist. And so what we've got here is we've got an import error. We've got a little bit of an issue with the router itself for this get method, or at least it seemed like it. So I just restarted the server, and let's take a look at this. And we'll go into our API now, into waitlists, and go to the final slash here. And what we've got is, oh, I didn't put an S. I probably should have put an S here. Let's put that S there, and we'll go ahead and refresh, and there is our list value. So naturally, we can add more in here, and we want to do that with the API. But since I've got this ID here, I want to go ahead and use that ID and just put it at the trailing slash here at the very end. So it's important to note something about this router is it's going to be sub whatever the API URL ends up being. You can have a lot of different APIs in here. You would just need to change how you define the other ones. So you could do API v1 and come through and do API v1 all the way through. And then basically if you ended up doing that in your URLs, you would want to use API v1. That's kind of the idea here, and why these routers are really, really effective and powerful is because we can move them around to other APIs as well, or other versions of our API as well. And we can also iterate on these as well. So you can always improve your API routing and whatnot. Okay, but we want to actually see that detail view. So it's actually not a whole lot different than what we just saw. The only difference here is going to be how we actually handle this in terms of the URL and the request. So I'm going to come down here, paste this underneath. The response now is just going to be a single item. We will change the schema in just a moment. Next up, what we do is we use curly brackets. Think of it as like a string substitution here, and we just do something like entry ID. This is a variable. We can name this whatever we want. Whatever we put here, we need to put down here, and ideally the data type. This will be validated as well. So if you put in a string here, it's probably fine for the ID, but overall, you want to get the actual data type that it's going to be. In this case, it's an actual ID because that's the default for the Django model itself, as you may know, but is also validated by looking in the migrations itself. You can see that there's a field in here called ID. And obviously we just saw that with our schema also for our list view. But the idea is now we got this get and this response, entry. This is going to be the actual response itself. And then the actual data, we're going to change this to get waitlist entry. I want to change the schema itself. So back into schemas, I'll go ahead and grab the detail schema. Bring this down here. And now, most of the time when you actually get an ID and you're looking something up in Django, there's this really nice feature called from Django.shortcuts. And if you import get object or 404, this is super nice because what I can do then is say object equals to get object or 404 of the waitlist and then passing in any sort of arguments for that field. So you can add in a bunch of arguments in here if you needed to, but there we go. Now I can actually use this. Notice that the standard Django get object or 404, the standard request item, does work. So if I were to refresh in here, I've got my entries IDs. Let's get rid of that trailing slash. I don't actually have one. There we go. Let's go ahead and put a trailing slash back. And if we refresh in here, it works with both of them now, with or without the trailing slash. But what we've got is now a lot more information about that waitlist entry. And at any time, if I'm just like, oh, I wanted to have the ID in there, it's probably a good idea to have the ID in there, I can just go ahead and add that. And if I was like, oh, well, let me go ahead and see when this was last updated, then I would grab and make a new field here, and we'll go ahead and say updated. And now this is just simply auto now, not just add, but auto now. Whenever it's saved or changed, we can do that. Then we run our migrations. So rav run make migrations, and then rav run migrate. Cool. So we just made some changes, and our schema now needs to be updated as well. So go ahead and copy this, and then we've got updated, save it, and going back into the API, boom, everything changed. That's how quickly we can add new fields, change them, and do all that. So, of course, we still need to ingest data. But before I start ingesting data, what I want to actually have the Next.js side, the front end, actually interact with what we currently have, logging in and taking a look at some of these waitlist items. Now we're going to do your first API request using Next.js, and of course going into our Django backend. Now the idea here is to have Next.js call our Django backend when we need to get specific data. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to do this by using a button. I'm just going to go ahead and put a button inside of my home page here, and this is going to be lookup data. This button is very simple so far, so we'll go ahead and do npm run dev so we can see that button in our local host. If I open that up, I can see there's my button. There's no styles to it. I can click it. I can do all sorts of things. Now, the way I want to look up data, at least at first, is by using the fetch API. Now, the fetch API is built into JavaScript, so you can just do HTTP requests. Now, if you're familiar with Python and doing HTTP requests, you know that there is a built-in way to do it with Python, but then you might have to install additional tooling to then make it a little bit better. That's exactly what we're going to be doing with Next.js as well. We'll start out with the built-in version, which is just the fetch API. And hey, what do you know? Here is a function that actually allows for us to do this right in line. So inside of page.js, in this home, inside of the function itself, we're just going to go ahead and paste this in here. Now, even if you aren't on the Mozilla docs for the fetch API, I think the things about this are fairly straightforward. First off, we do a request. This is what's happening here. Then we await for the response to come through, and then we log that response. I'm going to change this from movies to being simply data and then console log data. And instead of log movies, we're going to go ahead and do get Django API data, something like that, right? And so I'll leave that in as the function itself. And of course, we have to change the API endpoint itself. So what I will do is I'll grab the Hello World API endpoint and just make a slight modification so that it is JSON data. We'll just change this to being message and then put the curly bracket around the string there. Now it's JSON data. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my server is still running on the Django side, and sure enough it is. And we can also validate this one as well by going into the web browser and just doing a quick refresh, and there's our JSON data. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this endpoint now. We now have an API endpoint that I can call inside of my JavaScript function or my React.js project. Now, those of you who don't know React at all are going to look at this and go, what do I do now? Well, the idea is when we click this button, we want this to be triggered. We want this to actually run. So what I can do is I can actually do another async function, an asynchronous function called handle click, just like that. And we can call this get API data, this async function itself, which means that we just do await calling that function. So yes, this is asynchronous. It's happening asynchronously. But the idea is if you want to call something asynchronously, you just call await, just like that. Really straightforward in terms of how this works, even if you don't fully get everything that's going on behind the scenes. Now, in order for us to be able to click here, this is one of the benefits of using React.js, is you can actually do just on click here. This is an event that happens on a button, on any element rather. We can actually just call that click. And so this is the click handler now. Inside of that click handler, we can call that API function. So we're going to go ahead and save that. And what we'll see inside of our local host here is we've got this function handle click. So what we've got here is it's saying convert this to a client component. This is a little peculiar. It's hard to understand what's going on, especially if you're only coming from React.js. Like you've never used Next.js, but you've used React. It's a really, really simple fix. Anytime you want to do sort of front-end things and you want to make sure that the component you're working on is front-end, you just put in use client here. This will ensure that everything that's happening on this page ends up meaning that all of this stuff is, well, a React component that's being rendered in the front end. We'll see backend stuff very soon in Next.js, but the idea is I'm going to look in the console here. I'm going to click lookup data. It did do a fetch. It actually did the request in here. As you can see, it said access to fetch at from origin is blocked. So in other words, from my local host, I can't actually do this request to my local host. The port is different. And actually, the domain is different as well. One's an IP address, one is simply localhost. So what if I actually changed it to being, 127.0.0.1 on my Nextjs application? If I do that now, hey, it still renders just fine. This is because I'm using my local development environment. If I hit lookup data again, it fails again. So the reason it's failing is because of Django. Django has security built in so that web browsers can't just request other thing from other websites. Like a website can't just randomly request another website's data. That's just not how it works. Now, of course, on our terminal, we can still do that request. So if I go into my terminal here and do that same request at that same API endpoint, it just works, right? So I don't have any authentication. This is not about authentication. This is about something called CORS. This is cross-site request forgery. This is preventing cross-contamination between websites, if you will. So we, of course, need to update this on the Django side, but this is a really important error to see early on because you will probably see it in the future, especially when you go into production. So if you were to deploy this Nextjs application right now and try to call any API, you might run into CORS errors. If you're trying to call your own API, even if it's on the same domain, you still might actually have errors with CORS. But of course you can't, it's going to be kind of hard to make sure that it works on the same domain. We might see the actual deployment later, but the idea here is we need to solve this CORS errors inside of Django now so that our Nextjs can actually finish this lookup. Let's take a look at how to do that right now. To solve the cross-origin resource sharing, or CORS, we're going to go ahead and implement Django CORS headers from Adam Johnson. This is a great package and makes it really, really easy to manage CORS, as we'll see in just a moment. The idea, of course, is we need to add in the Django course headers to our Django project. Let's go ahead and jump into our Django project, into our requirements here. I'm going to bring in my Django course headers here now, and we'll do our pip install. So pip install-r requirements.txt. Next up, what we need to do is we need to add it into installed apps. So let's go ahead and do that into source, into our settings module, into our installed apps here, bring in course headers. The next thing is into our middleware. We need to bring this above common middleware. Now, this security middleware is important so that when it goes through all of the other requests, or when it finishes the request, core's middleware will validate the request itself and let everything else go through if it's possible. So in other words, when you do a request into Django, the request happens, middleware sits right in the middle and checks stuff, and then it will actually send it back. So you can always look into middleware a lot more, but the idea is every time you do a request to a backend in Django, well, middleware in general works this way, but the idea is when you do a request, middleware comes after the request comes in, but before the response goes out. That's kind of the idea. So next up, what we want is we want to configure the cores allows origins. So this is going to go into the settings as well. I'm going to put it right underneath the root configuration here, and we can see all of these allowed origins. So as you go into production, you're going to want to have different production origins on here. Now there's ways to extend this quite a bit. The Django course headers package has a lot of capabilities, but the idea here for us is we want to get rid of the examples here. We want to have localhost, and we want to do 3000. This, of course, is the default Nextjs endpoint, but we also want to have the other default that you could use, which, of course, is pointing to the same project. But there we go. So we add this in right here. This will allow these things to make the request. So let's go ahead and just see if this ends up working. So far, I saved everything in settings. I didn't have to refresh or anything like that. Back into my Next.js project, I want to just make sure that this is still running. Looks like it is. Let's go ahead and take a look at it in the web browser. I'm going to go ahead and try to look up this data again. I'll refresh in here, go into the console, do this lookup, and there is that data right there. So we could also put it a little bit more specific as to where the URLs are by adding in the cores URLs regex, or the regular expression for the URL or the path or the pattern that you might want to allow for this. In this case, we're just doing the API. So the allowed origins just solves that problem. As we just noticed, our actual Next.js project ended up console logging out that data right there. Fantastic, super easy way to do it. But the point is we needed to see that error happen and how we can solve it right after. That's exactly how I develop things, and that's how I recommend you do as well. Now, the Fetch API is really great for event-based fetching, whether that's getting data or sending data. So in our case, the event is clicking a button that will get us some data. Another event could be submitting a form and then sending some data. So that's where we use the Fetch API. But we want to actually see the data that comes back. So let's take a look at how we would go about doing that. First off, what we do is we use a list or an array thing here. We're going to go ahead and import something called useState, and this is from React directly. useState allows us to set some value for our data. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and set it as null, or let's go ahead and just set it as an empty string just to make things a little bit simple for us. But the idea is the actual data, so we'll call this the data string, and then we'll do set data string in here as well. Okay, so the idea is to set the data string, we would come in here and we'd do something like JSON.stringify of that data, basically turning it into a string. And so I'm going to then go ahead and render out that data string, like maybe right below the load data element here with a div, and I'll just go ahead and put that data string in there. So what it looks like right now is nothing, but as soon as I click on that button, it then renders that stuff out. But what if I wanted this to come immediately, not based off an event? That means that we're going to need to change how we do our fetching and how we render out that data string. So what it's going to look like then is just slightly different. I'm not going to do stringify in here. Instead, what I'll do is put the raw data, and then I'll put a object here, an empty object, an empty dictionary. It's called an object inside of JavaScript. But the idea then is down here, we would then do JSON stringify right in line for that specific data itself. Right? And so this is now our response data. and that's going to set this, and then we would do something more like data, and then set data. This is probably a little bit more what I would end up doing in terms of that event handler. And so now when we actually do it, we refresh the page, we click that button, it comes in. Great. So I want to take a lot of these same sort of concepts, but change it a little bit, especially for getting data. The way I change it is by using a package called SWR. This is going to allow you to automatically fetch data really effectively, really efficiently. And then if you need to refresh data, it also does that really effectively and efficiently as well. And what we see here is we have to define some sort of fetch function or callback handler. Then we also go ahead and call use SWR to get the data. Hey, to get if there's an error, actually doing error handling. That's not something we did in our fetch version. And then also whether or not it is loading. So the very first thing is I'm going to go ahead and grab this and put in the fetcher in there just like that. Note that it is fetch itself, but since it is not asynchronous, we did an asynchronous function here. This is how you handle it. It returns a promise, so it actually handles it this way, and it will also do error handling as well inside of our use SWR hook itself. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and install use SWR with npm I SWR, which of course maybe you already know, but it's npm install SWR using just I as just a shortcut to do that same thing. Great, so once you install it, then you're going to go ahead and import it. So go ahead and import the use SWR from SWR. Now, instead of having this whole thing in here, obviously you can still keep those things in here. We can now do const data and then use SWR. We're going to pass in the URL itself and then pass in the fetcher so we can actually do that lookup. It's very similar to what we did here, but of course it gives us other things like error and is loading, the Boolean value of is loading, or the data or the error itself on whether or not it does end up doing that. Now we don't need that button anymore because the data is just going to be looked up on its own. And I can also do other things in here, like maybe, for instance, we can say if is loading, then we can return something different for that. So if we look in here, we see that we've got a couple different options for actually is loading and error. So let's go ahead and save that. And now what we should see right away is the hello world. If I refresh in there, shortly it says loading. It actually does load this page, which is super cool. Now, when do we use SWR? This is for GET requests. That's pretty much it. That's when you're going to use SWR. Most of the time, you will not do a post request when it loads. You would do a GET request when it loads. A post request will most likely be related to some sort of event on the page. In other words, you don't want to automatically send post requests. You automatically want to send GET requests. And so that's going to load this page out. It's really, really nice that we can do this. But of course, now that we can see how to get data, let's actually see how we can post data, how we can actually send it. The way we're going to go ahead and submit data to our API is we're going to create a form, like an HTML form that users can fill out. Then we're going to get that form data when it is submitted, and then we're going to go ahead and take that form data and send it to our API directly. Now, the way we're going to do this is by jumping into the app itself. We're going to go ahead and create a new route called login and page.jsx. You can use JS or JSX in your Next.js application. JSX is really nice for completion and all sorts of code checking inside of VS Code. The idea here is this is going to be the page, the URL path of /login. That's what happens when you go to login and page. That's the naming convention inside of Next.js. So the way we're going to go ahead and then define the component in here is going to be export default, and then the function name itself, the actual name of the function we'll just call page, and then we're going to return something like, login here, right? And so that's it. That's all you need to create a brand new route and page. So it routes inside of here. Now, of course, the name of it is page, just like page.js. In the root route, the home page is just simply page.js. That's it. It is called home here, but you could call this page just as well, and nothing is going to be any different about your application other than the fact that you change the name of that function. In other words, we could call this login if we wanted to, but it's not necessary. You could just leave it in as page, because once you understand how this actually ends up working, it ends up being very straightforward. So the idea here is we've got this login here. So let's go ahead and take a look at that page now. So if we go into /login, there's our login page. Of course, we have some styling issues that are going on in here, which maybe is something that we want to address. But for now, I'll just go ahead and bring in a div class in here. And what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and we'll give it a height of the 100%, or let's do 95 VH. And this is a Tailwind class that allows me to have 95% of the page being full, as you see there. Then I can also go ahead and do something like div class name, and we'll do max width, doing something like MD, and then MX auto, and we'll do PY5. And this will just give us a little bit better of a look as far as what our page might end up looking like. And there we go. Okay, so naturally I can add in a bunch of Tailwind classes in here to make this even better, but I'm going to leave it as is for now and actually build out the form elements themselves. So when it comes to a form, what we do is we define the form, so form itself, and just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and define a few other aspects. The button itself, the way to actually submit the form, is going to be simply button, and then we'll do our type being submit. And then I'll go ahead and do send, or let's call it login for now. Next up, we need our inputs. So input type being text. We give it a name. You'll see where that name comes in just a moment. I'll go ahead and give the name of username, and then we'll go ahead and add in a placeholder, your username. And then we'll repeat this process once again. I'm just break down the Explorer here. Repeat this process once again with the type of being password. And instead of the name being username, we'll just do password. And then, of course, your password. So nothing really spectacular about this. This is just an HTML form. There are other ways to make this better inside of React and Next.js. We're going to leave it as is for a moment. So what we need to do is we need to add another event handler. So forms, well, they get submitted. That's how it works. So you could do something like onClick, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense in terms of a form itself, unless you want to see when somebody clicks on that form, which might be something interesting as well. In our case, we want to do something like on submit. We actually want to create a handler for this. So the question then is, how do we actually go about creating this handler? Well, the first thing is I want to make sure that my route here, this page, uses client. I want to make sure that this is treated in the front end because we're handling things in the front end right now. So what we do then is we're going to go ahead and define our function, and it's going to be handle submit. And it takes in a event as default, and then we actually bring this down and put it in just like that. So I'm going to go ahead and console log the event and event.target. So we can see what's happening when this is submitted. Now, another thing that you might want to do is you actually might want to put required on each one of these inputs because those should be required. So let's go ahead and refresh in here, type in some gibberish, and what you notice is it automatically brings the username and password to the URL. This is because our event itself isn't preventing the default values to happen on this form, not yet at least. But what we can see is if we inspect the element into the console, we should be able to see when we log in, it actually seems to change the page a little bit. So if I look at the different arguments in here, the actual settings for this, coming down and clicking on this settings, if I do preserve log here and type in some gibberish, I can see that it does redirect me to a new page, but I can also see the event and the form itself is coming through as the console log. So what I want to do is I want to prevent the default event from happening. The way we do that is just simply event.prevent and default. This means that it won't redirect my page. It won't do anything like that. I can now go ahead and get rid of all that and put in some gibberish in here. Hit login. Notice there's no navigated now. It just shows me the event itself. Great. So that's really nice. It actually allows me to grab that event data and do all sorts of stuff with it. And what we need to do is we need to turn it into JSON data. Now, the reason we want to turn it into JSON data is so we can actually post it. We can send it somewhere else. So we're going to go ahead and do our, options. We'll call these our request options. And those options in there are eventually going to be body, and it's going to take in this JSON data. We're also going to go ahead and have a method in here called simply post. And then we might also want to add in some headers to ensure that the backend, the API, where we're going to be sending this data, is going to understand that the content type itself is application JSON. So this is preparing the request. Shortly after this, we will use fetch to the URL with those request options. But of course, we need to make the JSON data first. The way this happens from raw form data is we need to go ahead and say const form data equals to new form data. This class right here is built into JavaScript, especially on the client side. We can then grab that event.target. That's going to grab all of the form data from the form itself. So all of the input data that's in here. You could handle each input individually if you wanted to. There is a way to do that. We don't need to do that. I'm just doing the entire form here. From that, in order to turn it into JSON, we can't just do JSON.stringify on that form data itself, unfortunately. What we do instead is we do const object data, or object, let's say, from form. This is equal to object, also built into JavaScript, and then from entries, we can actually grab that data like that, and there we go. So all three of these steps are required to take form data, raw form data, and turn it into JSON so that we can then do our fetch API call to wherever we end up wanting that to go. So naturally, the login URL, we can just put in here as a constant for the moment and do const, and we will call this our login URL. And this is going to be back to our Django project. Where is it? Where is it going to go for our login URL? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the API itself. Just as a refresher, we go to this page not found so we can see exactly all of the APIs that are available to us right now. We've got token pair, and notice there is no trailing slash, but that is going to be our API URL, at least for now. So we'll go ahead and bring that in as our login URL. So that's going to be our fetch call that we want to do. But I actually want this to be asynchronous, so I'll go ahead and change this to being asynchronous function. I don't need to change anything else. The event handler automatically works with this, which is super cool. So what we want to then is our response being await fetch, so getting that response back, whatever that might end up being. And then we'll just go ahead and say that if the response okay, if it is okay, if the response ends up working, then we can go ahead and say the R data equals to await, and this is going to be our response.json, the actual JSON response coming from the API itself. And then we'll go ahead and console log that one out as well. Okay, so with this in mind, I'll go back into my Next.js application. We will go ahead and do some gibberish first, hit login. What we will not see is a request coming through, or the actual console log won't work. So let's go back in to our web page here and actually look at this console, and we will not actually see that data at all. So let me refresh again, put in some gibberish here, and I get unauthorized. 401 is much better than pretty much anything else we've seen so far, other than that hello world request. But it is showing us that it's unauthorized. Now, there are errors to this. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and change this to just being simply data. We don't have data as a constant anywhere else. We have form data and stuff like that. But I'm going to leave it in as data. And now I'll just go ahead and just console log that data. Okay, so we'll save that. Refresh in here. Put in some more gibberish. Hit login. Now it actually gives me an error in here. So it actually does allow me to log out the JSON data even if it's an invalid response. So that's actually pretty nice. So once we do get an OK, I'll go ahead and say console log and logged in. Something like that. That's going to be a successful result there. So I actually want to log in with a user. So I'm going to just do my whatever user and my whatever password. Once I do that, what do you know? There are my API credentials. I have now logged into my system. Now that we have the ability to generate API tokens from our Django backend, we want to actually see how we can reuse them. Now the logic here to reuse them would be to store them somewhere on our application so that anytime I need to make a request to the Django backend, I can use that same token again within that process. So one of the things you might do is you might jump into your Next.js application and look in the functions called cookies and not read anything, but rather just copy and paste the cookies right inside of the page, save it, And what you'll get as soon as you do that, you'll see that it can't compile. It needs a server component. So you're like, okay, well, it's marked with use client. Let's just change it to use server. Now, as soon as you change it to use server, you should know that this is probably not the route that we want to go, at least on this page itself, because it's not going to compile again, and it's going to cause some havoc for us. So we'll go ahead and change it back to being use client and get rid of this cookies method itself. Now, another thing that you might do is you might actually use something called local storage, and using that's built into JavaScript itself. I can actually set items in here as well and say something like token and let's say ABC. And so let's go ahead and just put that in right at the very beginning. And so if I were to refresh in here, you can actually see inside of your local storage, your token is in there. And there it is. Now, if we can see it this easily, that means that other JavaScript can see it this easily as well, which is not what we want. So we don't want to use local storage either. So how do we actually go about doing this? Well, I sort of alluded to it when we actually did use server and the actual cookies. So we actually do want to use the server and we do want to use cookies. So how do we actually go about doing that? This actually brings us into another component that Next.js does. It has a server-side component that we can use, and the way we figure out how we define different aspects of Next.js and the routing is in this file conventions here. So far, all we've been doing is page.js, and we've been actually building out our page. And in some cases, you might have a server-side page. In some cases, you might have a client-side page. When we want to do client-side components, we do a client-side page. So in other words, when we want to have stuff like our handle submit method in here, or if you want to use state, or if you want to use SWR, all of those things need to be in use client. If we wanted this to be rendered on the back end, we could do that as well. So let's go ahead and do something like API/page.jsx and just paste in my page here. So as soon as you do this, we can actually put this into, let's say, use server. And if I do change it as use server, once again, I go into just /API, I can see that it says we need to make it a asynchronous function here. So async function. So let's go ahead and do default async function, save that. What do you know? There's my page. But this is actually being rendered on the server side. It's not being rendered in the client. So if I wanted to use something like, my data and set my data being use state, and we'll go ahead and do ABC, and then we put in my data here, it now gets failed to compile. So you can't do that on the server side. That's not how that ends up working. So that's kind of the key here, is we want to make sure that we're not doing the React client side things on the server at all. So what to do? How do I actually store cookies then? How do I run that process? Well, it's actually going into the API again. We're going to create another subroute in the API, which is going to be login. And instead of using page.jsx, we're going to go ahead and do route.jsx. And so you can actually see this inside of the file conventions. There's one called route.jsx. These routes allow us to actually handle different API methods in here. So the method that we want to handle is simply the post method. That's it. And once again, we can actually put in use server again here. And now I can actually bring in that cookie header. I can go ahead and do that with those cookies just like that. Now, when you do have a route like this, a post request, you need to return a response of some kind. So what we do is we import the next response, and then we can go ahead and do like something like .json. We'll just put in a empty dictionary here and just do status being 200 for the moment. So the idea, well, let's go ahead and do hello and world to this. So we now have two APIs. One is our Django API. That's the one we actually want to use. The other one is our Nextjs API, which we can still use, but it's more of like a middleware. It's like a middleman in between our front-end client request to our back-end, our Django API response, which also takes in a request as well. So in other words, we can start funneling things into this route. So the way we're going to do that is by looking back into login. This is not going to be the login URL I work with anymore on the front end. Instead, the login URL is going to be just slightly different, and we're going to change it. I'll go ahead and copy this for a moment, and we'll comment it out. I'm just going to change it to being that new route I just created, which is API login. This route right here. Now keep in mind, if I wanted to have another version, I could do API or abc/login, right? And then I could put in a route.jsx here as well. And the routing is based off of the folder names. So this would be ABC login then, if we went that direction. But we're not doing it that direction. We are going to keep it logical and keep it at API login and route. Great. So of course, now I can actually use this to submit all of that same data. So I didn't change anything about how I handle that data. But now what I see on the post data here, what I can do then is we can actually get our data being await JSON, request.json. The argument by default comes in as request, and I can console log what this data is. So we're going to go ahead and save that, go back into our Next.js application here, and I'll go into my login page again, and we'll go ahead and just do our login process. I hit login, I go into my inspect element here, I go into the console, I see that it says logged in. If I open up the object itself, all it returned back was hello world. In other words, all it returned back was echoing this response back to us. So how do we actually handle this? That's something we'll discuss very soon. But the idea being that we can now use cookies in here. So we can actually do cookies.set, and I can actually set out different cookies in here. So we can do something like name and auth token, and I can set the value as to what it would be. So let's just leave it in as ABC. And then we can do httpOnly being true so that JavaScript does not have access to it. So we'll go ahead and say limit client side JS. And then we can add in a few other things in here that just help with these cookies altogether. So something like same site being strict, the secure mode. In our case, we're in development mode, so we can put something like this. So it would be false would be the default. And then we can do stuff like max age in here as well. So that would allow us to set that cookie. Now, we can also grab the cookie as well. So let's go ahead and do const auth token. And we'll do cookies dot get. And now we're just going to go ahead and get that token itself. And then I'll go ahead and console log this one out. Or actually, let's go ahead and just echo it back to the response. So I'll go ahead and say my cookie. And there we go. So initially it's going to have nothing, right? So there should be none to start out. So let's go ahead and refresh on our client and then do our submit. So we've got hello world being the same as it was. Let's submit it again. And now we can see that there is a cookie coming in there with all of that stuff. Great. Just great. So this is showing us that we can now use cookies. But of course, we're not going to ever really want to respond with the actual cookie. We won't actually want to use that value anywhere. I just wanted to show you what we're working towards. We need to actually set this to being the API value, the real API value. Okay. So the important part to iterate here is now going forward, if we want to use the Django API, we won't call it directly in the client. Every once in a while, you probably could get away with calling it directly in the client, like we did with this use SWR, this actual GET request. It's probably fine, but the thing is, if I wanted to associate the API, if I wanted to have the user actually being a part of this, this fails. I then need to do something different for that as well. Okay, so basically what we're doing then with the Next.js is it's just sitting as a middleman that can then manage the auth token that then will then send it back to our actual API. And that's how we're going to be using this going forward. So it's nice and secure, and that API token doesn't get exposed unnecessarily. Now, of course, we need to complete the process on our Next.js route to actually submit this to our Django backend. This process is, well, just as easy as it's been. So if we go back into our login page here, I'm going to go ahead and grab all of the related fetch items in here and bring it into my route right after I get the data and paste this in. And there we go. So the data now, I'm going to call this our request data, and I'll get rid of this console log here. This request data, well, it's already an object or a dictionary, but being that it's already an object, I can just turn it back into a string by stringifying it and get rid of these other items. And then that's pretty much it. We now are going to be calling, well, the login URL. We should probably change that. Grab the original one that we were using for our Django one. This time, the login URL is going to be our Django API login URL or some other more robust name to explain what this actual login URL is, like our backend API URL or something like that. But of course, once we get that, we will finally get our response data, which I'll call this response data. And that's what we're going to use to grab and set our cookies. So the only one I'll set right now is going to be based off of the access token. So there's going to be our auth token, and there's going to be our response data, and it's going to be .access. And then I'll go ahead and set that right there. And the reason I'm going to go ahead and set that right there is because, once again, I'm going to go ahead and console log getting it. So I'll go ahead and say up here something like get the auth token itself. And what you can see is you just need to pass in the name of auth token and const my auth token. And then we will go ahead and console log out what that is. Go ahead and save it. Make sure that everything is still running. Let's go ahead and do our login again. I didn't even have to change anything about the front end, but there's our login. This is the auth token that attempts to do it. And we've got a value in here because I did some testing in here. But it actually allows us to have that auth token. If you were to run this command again, it will definitely show your auth token in here. And so you can get that value. So auth token.value. And now you should be able to see the actual token itself when you call this request. So we go ahead and run that. And let's go ahead and see what's going on with that. We got a little error here. Oh, it's my auth token. There, let's try that again. And log in. And going back into the backend, there's that auth token we can use inside of our requests going forward. And naturally, we can use this in other places as we see fit, just as long as it exists on the server and it's in the Nextjs server itself. That, of course, is going to become rather important going forward. And the other thing is, of course, if we do have a token, maybe we don't send back the ability to log in, but rather we prevent it from happening. Because in the login page, after it is successful, we probably don't need to have them log in anymore. So it would be some sort of redirect here that we want to do inside of Next.js, which is something we will do in just a little bit. Now we're going to create a couple convenience methods for our auth token here so that we don't have to do all of the configuration for the cookies each time, but rather just use these convenience methods. So anywhere we want to set the auth token or remove it or get it, we want to be able to reuse that. So inside of our app here, we'll go into lib and I'll just do auth.jsx. This is where we will do all of those. So the first one is going to be simply get token, and it's going to return back. Well, we already saw it. Inside of here, we've got our token just like this. So I'll go ahead and bring that in. This obviously means that we need to bring back basically if the token exists or not. So put a question mark there. That will give us that optional value. So that will return none or the actual value itself. And of course, we need to import cookies. The way I do it, especially in VS Code, is just start typing it out and then look for the completion in the dropdown that comes in. Okay, so now we've got our cookies in there. We've got our get token. Let's go ahead and export that. I'll go ahead and also do something for set token and then finally delete token. Great. So this is basically our logout. This is going to be our, login. And then this is for all of our API requests, essentially. Okay, so the set token, what do we need to do here? Well, let's go ahead and grab the original set token that we had. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we'll just go ahead and return back that value. So we're going to go ahead and set it and do all that. This obviously means that we need to bring in our auth token right here, which is going to then set it all for us. And then the age we should probably put as a constant of some kind. So we'll do constant and we'll say token age equaling to, for just simplicity purposes, we'll stick with their 3600, I think is an hour. But there we go. So now we've got these different methods in here, so it's time to actually use them. Back into our login route, instead of cookies here, I will now use that set token that I just created. Once again, with that convenience of VS Code, it will import it for us, and then we can just pass in that token. Now, another thing that we could do with the token itself is we could do access and refresh. So the refresh token might be something we want to have as well. So unpacking it this way, Then we'll go ahead and go back into auth, copy this, and this is going to be setting our refresh token. And this will just be simply refresh. Okay. And so in my delete token, I need to update this and just change it to simply delete. And we'll return that as our main value. In fact, I'll do delete tokens in here altogether. And this one will be our refresh one as well. So both things in terms of deleting our tokens. Okay. And then our next one would be, we've got setting our refresh token. We need to call it set refresh token. And this should not be log out, but rather log in. Not sure why I had it as log out again. But anyway, so we've got set token, set refresh token. So let's bring that one in. Set refresh token of our refresh token. Okay, simple enough. Next up, what we want to do is just get those two tokens. So we'll go ahead and do get token and get refresh token. And then, of course, our auth refresh in there. Great. So we can also give the token name. So we'll do const token name, and it's going to be just simply auth token, and then const token refresh name being the auth refresh token. This allows us to change it at any time if we wanted to, and it makes things a little bit easier when we make mistakes or we want to change names of things at any time, like I would do from time to time, especially if you're going through and wanting to build out different token names and all that. Okay, so here we go. So there's my tokens now. Back into my route, I set them. Let's go ahead and get one up here. And this is going to be our get token value. And I'll go ahead and get our refresh token as well. So my refresh token equals to get refresh token and console log both of those things out. Without that optional value on the token, without this question mark here, you could run into issues with getting that token itself. It could probably have some problems for you. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and jump back into our login page. We'll go ahead and log in, see if everything ends up working. Looks like it logged in just fine. And then over here, we see that there is our login token. And if I were to submit it again, I should see my two tokens coming through as well. It looks like they're in here with the console log. Yeah, there's one of them, and there's the other one. Great, so we now have the ability to more easily use these tokens. So before I actually start the process of doing anything related to the token, as in using the token itself to do requests, I actually want to implement a logout page because it's going to be fairly straightforward. Now that we have this delete tokens method, I'm going to go ahead and create a logout page. But before I even create the page, I want to make the API route inside of Next.js. So inside of this API here, we're going to go ahead and do logout, and then I'll go ahead and create the route.jsx, and we're going to go ahead and do export function, not the default function, rather export async function of post, and it has a request as an argument, and now we'll go ahead and build this out. So keep in mind that it is not the default function as you see with this one. That's because other methods can be in here as well, and it's just kind of how it's built out. Each method is just a single function that's exported. Okay, so what do we do here? How do we actually remove the token? So what we can do is we can use the delete tokens method. So just simply delete tokens. And then as far as the API is concerned, this is almost done. And we can return the next response. And basically a status code of like 200, like it was a successful response of deleting these tokens. So I'll also go ahead and do const my token response or something along those lines, and we'll console log this out. Okay, so this is how we're going to go ahead and log out. This really just removes those tokens from our current session if we have any. And so that's another thing that we'll have to check out. Now, before we go any further, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the login page, and we're going to go ahead and change this to being logout. So this is no longer the Nextjs application API, but rather now it's just a simple page that it's going to go ahead and render. And so I'm going to go ahead and change a few things about it. which are related to this, of course. So log out URL. We'll get rid of this right here. Logout URL is going to be what we post our data to. What is it that we need to post? This is not handle submit anymore. It's probably going to be more like handle click. So we'll leave it as that. I also don't need any of the JSON data, so I'll go ahead and get rid of all of that. And then the body will be just an empty string here. Then it will go ahead and run all of this same response data that we've seen before. I probably don't need to console log anything at this point either. Then I'll go ahead and say handle click is going to be for the button itself. So we'll just do an on click event here for that handle click. I'll get rid of the form altogether. And then we'll go ahead and say something like, are you sure you want to log out? Something like that. And then in the class name, I'll just go ahead and put a BG red 500 and PX3 PY2. And we'll go ahead and say yes, log out. And we'll also do text white and then hover BG red 300, something like that. Just to give it a little bit of styles here. So let's go ahead and do our log out. Let's go to that page and there we go. Okay, so now we've got this log out here. I can click on it. I get an error. So let's go ahead and see what that error is. If I go into node, I see that there's something related to the node itself. Right, so next response cannot be invoked without new. So let's go ahead and see why. We've got next response in here. This actually looks correct to me, but let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, there it is. It's .json. This does not have .json. Little typo. Sorry about that. Okay, next up, let's go back into our logout page. Logout. Looks like nothing failed, but we get undefined. So the actual response back is undefined, which is interesting. And then what I want to see is on the page itself, basically when this happens, I see that it says logged in. This should probably have said logged out. All right. But if we go back into the front end here, into inspect, I go to console. It says logged in. Let's go ahead and do that. Now it says logged out. All right, so there's no errors here as far as that's concerned. And so to further verify this, what we could do is we can use the router hook. So we can do const router equals to use router. And if I do the wrong version, as in next router, it causes an error. So it's actually now next and navigation. The reason this changed has to do with app router. That's pretty much it. So now that we've got router in here, I'm going to come in and do router.replace. And we're going to have it replace and go to the login page. Okay, so everything looking good. Let's go ahead and now log out. Takes me to the login page. This time I can go ahead and log in. This should actually take me somewhere else as well. Once the response is okay, I can get rid of all of the other things about this particular logout page. Back into the login page, I will bring in the use router here so that we have basically all of that. I'm going to get rid of some of these comments in here and then just go ahead and say const router equals to use router. And then in here, when it is okay, we'll go ahead and do router and once again do our replace method here and bring it into the home page. The reason for that replace method is mostly so that when you go backwards, it doesn't actually take you back to the login page necessarily. I mean, you might want it to, but let's go ahead and do this now. So on the home page here, let's go into our login. Let's go ahead and log in, and there it goes. It takes me back to the home page just like that. And so, of course, now I can log out and I can do all sorts of things. But the next part of this is we need some sort of way to track whether or not this user is logged in. That doesn't mean that they necessarily are logged in, right? But our front end needs to kind of think that they're logged in. In other words, after we run this login portion and we get a successful call, our login page here should now update the context for the client altogether. Whereas the actual token itself will still live in just the API, the actual Nextjs API, it will not actually live in the client whatsoever. In other words, when we log out, what we're doing is we're actually deleting that token. The front end needs to know about that without knowing about the token itself, which is why we can console log all sorts of things as well in here, or get rid of all the console logs. We don't need any of them any longer, and we probably don't need these tokens here any longer. So just kind of doing some cleanup all around with our various API calls that we are doing in here. Great. And so one other thing that I want to do for the login route is I want to return a successful call if it's actually successful. And this is where I'll do logged in being true, something along those lines, and then everything else being like a 400 call and doing login being false. And we might have some other error message in here that's related to the response data, which we could always unpack in that response as well. And so that's going to come from the server side, of course, as far as the data is concerned when we go to log in, which we would still need some handling for that. So if we go into the login route and do some gibberish here, I should still see that actual error come through. Right now, it's not really showing me anything, but it is allowing me to see that I did a bad request in here because I've now updated how my login page works. Logout would probably be very similar if the tokens failed for some reason, but I'm not going to go through that process at this point. Great, so now all we need to do is build out that front-end context to make sure that we can use the logged-in user going forward. But before I do that, I really want to just finish off the proof of concept with my auth tokens, and that, of course, means that we can then now use the regular token to then do a request for our backend for those waitlist items that require some authentication. Let's take a look. Now that we have a way to log in, get a token, and do all of that, we want to use that token to actually grab something in the Django backend. So that also means that we want to update the Django backend a little bit, or the API, to actually require that authentication. So inside of Waitlist API, we want to bring in the same JSON that we have for /me. So we're going to go ahead and grab that same exact thing into our waitlists here, and we'll just go ahead and bring it in next to the router itself. So that auth being whatever that JSON is on both places, and we'll go ahead and save that. So now that API should require the authentication itself. So let's go ahead and hop back into Next.js and start building this out. Now the first thing I'm going to build is the page itself. So I'll go ahead and we'll create waitlists as a just general page here. And I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the home page itself because we already have the use SWR in here because we will be implementing that. I'll get rid of some of these comments here as well as maybe some of the other data that we just don't need at all. Okay, so we'll go ahead and scroll down to the bottom and just leave that stuff just like that. Okay, so this one I'll just call it page, just bring it back to that naming convention, and I'll get rid of some of this other stuff. Key parts here, we're using the client, we're using SWR, we have our fetcher, and then we're going to go ahead and have to update our endpoint. What endpoint are we going to be using? Well, we are certainly not going to be using the Django endpoint. So we're going to go ahead and say something like const and the waitlist API URL or endpoint, and this is going to just be simply API/waitlist, something along those lines. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and go back into my app, and we're going to make a new page, API/waitlist/route.jsx. And here we need to declare a route. What kind of method do we want? Well, we'll go ahead and do our async, and we want a function. Since my page is going to be using SWR, our route should be a get route. And it takes in a request, and then we can return our next response, and it should be response like that, and then .json, and then we'll go ahead and put in our default status in here, and I'll go ahead and say it's 200. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do in my API request is to get the token. So we're going to go ahead and grab our auth token, and this, of course, is going to be get token, that method we just created. And basically, we'll say if it's not there, then we'll go ahead and return back a 401. So we'll go ahead and do 401. And so now we can treat this 401 status code as, hey, we need to log in. That's something we'll come back to for sure. I really just want to see how to implement this auth token. So this is where we're going to now go ahead and define our Django API endpoint or something along those lines. I do want to have it be consistent with my other one, so I did login URL. So Django waitlist or waitlists URL. something like that, and not while lists. There we go. And so what is it going to be? Well, it's just like our login route, but with just a different endpoint. And so I'll come in here, and we'll change this to just being simply wait lists. I think with a trailing slash, we could double check this. There's definitely a setting in Django to make sure that that does happen, but we'll go ahead and just add it for now. And so that's going to be our endpoint. So now we have part of the fetch call that we want to do, and there's going to be response equals to await fetch that URL. What we need to build up now are the options for this fetch call. These are actually fairly straightforward. The first one is going to be method, default to get, the same method that we're using. Now, the cool thing about this is we could be using a post method, and then on the back end, we could still use get. So those two don't have to correlate at all. But of course, if you're using post here, you should use post here. That's kind of the idea. Okay. Basically, if you're going to be updating the back end, use post whenever necessary. Okay, so method is in here. Then we are going to go ahead and bring in our headers. Now, we've already seen one of the headers, and that is content type. This is something we definitely want to have, and that's application and JSON. Another thing you might consider doing in here is duplicating this to being accept, being the exact same content type. Like it won't accept anything but that content type. That's something else that might be a good idea. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do our authorization. And this is going to be our token. So we'll use some string substitution along with bearer, which is the default name or token value that you would put in here. And then you put in the actual token itself. And so that is going to give us our response to that API endpoint, assuming that I bring in the options as well. Great. So right off the bat, hopefully you realize all of these things to a degree could be reused over and over and over again. So we definitely want to consider that in the future. But for now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and say result equals to await response.json. This, of course, is going to give us our data. So I can actually unpack that result inside of this JSON. Now, when I log in, I don't want to do this, right? But everywhere else, I might want to do this, just get the direct result itself, because I'm basically proxying this request itself. The other part of this is maybe if we said something like if not response.ok, then we'll go ahead and return back a different kind of response with the result itself, but just changing the status code itself to something like 401, which of course means that I can use let in here and do my status, being 200, and then do something like this where it's just grabbing that status and saying it's 401 as in login required. We can also get the same response code from the actual response itself from the back end. Kind of up to you on how we end up doing that, but I'm going to go ahead and bring it in just like this for now. Let's go ahead and actually console log that response in case we do want to change it a little bit more. So go ahead and do that. Okay, so now we've got our waitlist route. This should pick up that endpoint, that URL. Then we also have our page in here that now needs to just use that API, the Nextjs API URL, and there we go. So we now have our waitlist page. Let's go ahead and take a look here, and we'll do waitlists just like that. We've got loading, we've got failed to load, we've got a 500 error. Okay, so we've got some things going on that are not correct. Let's go ahead and make sure that everything is spelled correctly. We've got waitlists, routing, API, while list. There it is, waitlists. Okay, so maybe you caught it, maybe not. But now when I do that, here it is. We've got our results coming in here for our actual data for this API endpoint. So going back into Django and maybe jumping into the admin itself for these entries, let's go ahead and add in another one. And I'll just do abc at abc.com. Save that. Let's go ahead and add another one. abc123, whatever. Go back to our homepage, and there you go. We now have all of these items coming through with our response. Pretty fantastic in terms of how easy that is to do, in my opinion. Next up, what we see is inside of this response itself, what we should be able to see is the actual status code itself. So instead of having this response OK, I can probably just do response.status and go based off of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and use that status still in there. Let's go ahead and actually log out and see what happens. So we'll go ahead and log out. logout, and then jump into waitlists. And now we get an empty response here, and we get a 401 unauthorized, just like we originally hard-coded. And so now it even further makes this whole thing that much easier to proxy the request. All we're really doing is enriching it with this token. That's it. We can enrich it with more data, of course, if we wanted to, but it's just not necessary. It's a nice little proxy that moves things forward. And so we just need to continue to build this out more and more. Now, this also means that in our backend, we'll have to think through more of our API as to what we might want to do. One of those things would be like actually accepting waitlist data, which is, of course, something that we don't have here. So we'll have to end up doing that as well. But the nice thing is now our Django API and our Next.js application are a lot closer to being fully ready to get going. Obviously, we're going to build out some more things so we can see exactly how we want to do it. One of those things is being able to have the front end know that the user is logged in without having to call the API, the actual Nextjs API, every single time. Like basically know about this to a degree. We're now going to create our own context provider so our entire front-end Next.js application can have access to essentially the same data. Now, the way we're going to do this is actually we'll combine local storage a little bit as well so that we don't have to constantly be checking our API on whether or not the user is logged in, although we will have the ability to handle things if they are not logged in. So the first thing that I want to do is inside of SRC here, I'm actually going to move lib into SRC. That's where I should have had it in the first place. We'll go ahead and say move, and we'll update all of the imports in there as well. So now app and lib are next to each other because now I'm going to go ahead and create components in here. And then inside of these components, we'll go ahead and create our auth. I'll call it my auth provider.jsx. So the idea here is we want to create something called auth context, which is going to be create context from React itself. We start off with being null. Then we're going to go ahead and export the function called auth provider. This time I'll use capitalized instead of camel case here. Then we're going to go ahead and pass in the argument of simply children. This is going to be all of those subcomponents that would come in here. What this returns is the auth context, so auth context dot provider with some sort of values in here that we might want. So we'll go ahead and say is authenticated as one of them. And for now, I'll just go ahead and say that is true. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and close off that and pass in the child elements in here. So children, just like that. And then we'll also export a function called useAuth. And this is going to return back the use context argument of the auth context. So in other words, what's happening in the auth provider, as we'll see in just a moment. So to implement this, naturally, right now, it's not doing anything. It's just everything is authenticated as true. But if you can't get this part correct, the next part is going to be really tricky. But the idea here is we take this auth provider, we go back into our app, we go into layout.js, the root layout here. This is where we want to put in our provider. And we're going to put it right around this children element here. Now, the reason I want to put it here is because we want this auth provider to be available everywhere. So I'll go ahead and say auth provider everywhere on my front end application, just like that. Okay, so that brings in that import. And then the last thing in my auth provider that I want to make sure that I check is saying use client. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and go into our homepage here. And in the homepage, I'll get rid of some of these comments here. And right above here, I will go ahead and say const and auth equals to use auth. There we go. So inside of auth, we have a few arguments that we can use. So I'll go ahead and use those arguments in here. Inside of the actual return function, we'll go ahead and do some JSX with is authenticated. Then we'll go ahead and say hello user. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say hello guest. That simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure that it's running. npm run dev. Hopefully everything works out just fine there. We'll refresh on our homepage, and it should say hello user. If I go back into auth provider and change this to simply false, it should say hello guest. And so this is going to be true anywhere I need to use context. And so, of course, we want to make this a little bit better. Now, the way we make it better is by doing use state. Another reason to have use client on here. But now we can use these state variables and do set is authenticated to being use state, and the default maybe being false. Okay. And so now we'll go ahead and do something like login, and we're going to set this equal to, well, set is authenticated being true. Just like that. Simple enough. After we set is authenticated, we're then going to go ahead and bring this login portion here next to is authenticated. We'll copy that same thing and do something like logout. And bring that in here as well. Great. So now back into my login page, for example, we can bring in that auth again. So const auth equals to use auth. And then when we actually do log in, which is going to give us that responsive OK, I'm going to do auth.login. And then the same concept in logout. So const auth equals to use auth. And now auth.logout. Great. Simple methods. So let's go ahead and take a look. We go on our home page. It says hello guest. And we go to login. We log in. Now it says hello user. Now if I were to refresh in here, it says hello guest again. Of course it does. That's because the state itself isn't really persisting that well. Every time I refresh, it gets re-rendered out. So we can actually take this a little bit further and do something with local storage. So I'm going to go ahead and do const local storage key. And I'll go ahead and say auth, or rather, we'll go ahead and do is logged in or something like that. Feel free to change it as you see fit. But the idea being then inside a login, I'll go ahead and do local storage dot set item. What do you know? We're going to grab that key here. And then I'll just do the value of 1. Or let's go ahead and do the string of 1. And then we'll go ahead and do that same thing down here. And this string of 0. Cool. So now we're setting those items. How do we actually make sure that I can say whether or not they are authenticated or not? Next up, what we do is something called use effect. And this will allow me to check those values. So then inside of use effect, that's the definition of it. We then check const stored auth, let's say argument or status. And we'll go ahead and do local storage dot get item, the local storage key. Then I'm going to go ahead and do the int equals to parse int of that. And realistically, we'll say if that even exists in there, then we'll go ahead and parse out whatever that integer is. And all we're really looking for here is set is authenticated, and that's going to be based off of whether or not this is exactly 1. Great. So let's go ahead and save it now and do some stuff. Let's log in. Log in. Hello user. Refresh, 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 refresh. Great. That's looking good. Log out. Log out. Hello guest. Fantastic. Now, it's important to note this did not touch the token whatsoever. So if we actually came in here and we log in, inspect the element here, go into the console, or rather into the application, into local storage, we see that we've got is logged in. And if I were to change that to 0 and refresh it here, it still says 0. But if I go into the waitlist itself, the waitlists are still rendering. So it's not actually 0. It says 0, but it's not 0. And so that, of course, means that it's not actually checking the actual token itself. It's not doing anything related to that. But the reason we do this at bare minimum is so that the rest of our site knows that this user is authenticated. Now we're going to go ahead and handle authentication errors. Errors on the Django API with the token that's being passed to it. In other words, if we see a 401 error, or basically anything other than 200 or 201, we want to go ahead and redirect the user to log in. We'll start with just a simple status code. But the idea here is on the waitlist page itself, if we were to console log out the error and take a look at what it says, as soon as you do, you see that it's undefined. It's not actually giving me anything to this error. So if you look in the SWR documentation for error handling, you'll see there's a way to enrich the error with a new fetcher, which is exactly what we're going to do. So on that waitlist page, we'll update our fetcher here, and now we'll be able to see the status code itself. And so now if we look at the error, we can do a !status because it may or may not have an error still. We can now refresh on that page, and now we can see the actual status code itself. This, of course, means that I can do some stuff with this. Now, the idea for this status code, what I'm actually going to go ahead and do is I'm going to bring in a use effect here. And inside of this use effect, what I want to do is actually track the error itself. So inside of this use effect, we want to basically see if, we'll go ahead and say if the status is going to be 401, this is where we will do our redirect. Where are we going to redirect it and how we're going to redirect it is actually going to be based off of our auth provider. So going back into our auth provider, this is actually where we should handle a lot of different redirects. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say const, and we'll go ahead and say login redirect URL. And this is going to be where I'm going to go after I log in. And then const the logout redirect URL. And not surprising, these are actually the same configuration as what you would see in the Django settings. But the idea being that when we actually log out, these are the things that we want to go ahead and do. And then the final one is we'll go ahead and say login required URL. And this is going to be simply login. Okay, so how do we actually handle these methods? Well, we've already done a couple of them. In the login page, when we use it, we have the router come through. And then after we called .login, we actually did the replacement. We no longer want to do it here. We want it to be in one place. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it from this login page. And I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to do the same thing with the logout page. We're going to get rid of that. And we'll get rid of it down here as well. So my login and logout methods will actually perform the redirect for us. So let's go ahead and scroll down. This is where we're going to go ahead and do it. So we'll go ahead and do const router equals to use router. And of course, this takes in from the next navigation once again. Now I'm going to scroll down and I'll go ahead and do router.replace and, well, the login redirect URL. Simple enough. Logout, this is going to be our logout redirect URL. Also simple enough. And so obviously we could test those things out, but now what I want to do is just the login required redirect. So I'll go ahead and do login required redirect, something like that. This, of course, will mean that the user is not logged in via API. And so this is just a simple way to basically handle that problem. And so we want to update these things, of course. So this is going to be false. This is going to still be 0. Oh, I noticed that my logout should also say false. It didn't, but now it does. Okay, and so now we've got this logout portion. And so I'll go ahead and bring this in here as well. The next part of this is I'm going to go ahead and grab the login required URL and place this in here. But the thing is, a really good login required is going to include the current path as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say path name equals to use path name, once again from the navigation. So what that means is down here, I can actually say that my const new URL, or let's say, for instance, my login with next URL is equal to, well, the login required URL. And then we can do a question mark next equaling to the current path name, whatever that might be. Now, the only reason we would not want to have this is if the login URL, the actual redirect URL, is the same as the path name. So basically, we will go ahead and say if the login required URL equals to the path name, then we're going to go ahead and not do that. We will just give the login required as something like that. Now there's probably more conditions we could put in here to make sure that it's not going to be the login page, but the idea being we want to actually at least have that for when we fix our login URL at some point. But of course that would be done up here where we actually then redirect, which is not something I'm going to do just yet. Okay, so the idea being we now have this, so let's go ahead and save it, and I'll come back into my waitlist here. Let's go ahead and make sure that we are calling this login required redirect. Going back into our page here, we're going to do a const and auth equals to use auth. Very good. We pass this into our use effect here. And then we're going to go ahead and do our login required inside of this use effect. So auth and redirect. Let's go ahead and just grab the function name, the login required redirect. There we go. We save that, and right away it already redirects, and it puts in that next URL in here inside of the login method itself. And there we go. Of course, it didn't actually redirect me to the page I was just at, so of course I need to change that. But the idea here is we now are seeing that I can log in, and if there is an unauthorized event, it will force me to then log in to wherever it ends up going. And so naturally, this is another thing that we'll probably want to continue to have when we do fetches to our API, our backend API in Next.js, which then of course does the fetch to the Django API. But overall, having a login required redirect is actually really nice. Now back into the login itself, we also might want to get the query parameters to pass in here. So maybe we want in our params inside of this login. But keep in mind that when you have a provider, it can actually grab those parameters as well. So we can actually come in here and say search params equals to use and params. And so back in here, we now have that use params. I'm going to go ahead and just console log them for a moment. So console log the search params. Let's go ahead and log out. And we've got use router is not defined. Where is that coming in? Log out. Oh yes, we need to get rid of that. There we go. That's a good thing to find. And we're going to go ahead and log out now. And it is not redirecting us for some reason. Let's go and take a look into our auth provider. Replace log out, redirect URL. Oh, of course. It's redirecting to itself. This should go into login. Cool. There we go. And now let's go into that waitlist here. And it automatically is bringing me back into waitlists. And what we should see in the console logging of our search params, we should be able to see the API itself. And our auth provider is not calling that function yet. So let's go ahead and just console log them up here a little bit. And we'll refresh. And what we can see is there are no search params coming through. And that's because this should not be params, but rather use search params. I named the variable correct, but the wrong hook. So let's go ahead and get rid of params there. As soon as I do that, I can see that there is the next param in here. So all I'll do then is say next URL equals to search params.get next. And now I should be able to grab that next URL. And we can see in here the next URL itself is now waitlists. Now, before I go any further, I could probably will check whether or not this is a valid next URL. So we'll go ahead and say const next URL valid. And basically the idea here is we don't want it. We want to go ahead and say next URL and next URL starts with a slash, so it's local, and it is not in a certain list. So we'll go ahead and say const, and we'll do invalid next URL, and that's going to be something like /login and /logout, mostly so it's not redirecting that. And so that doesn't include the next URL. Okay, so let's go ahead and now console log that one. And what we got is true for waitlists. If we change it to login, we should see that it is false for login. Great. So it's showing us this. Now, all of these things don't necessarily need to be in the top of the auth provider. In fact, I'm not going to have them in there. I just wanted to put them in there so we can see exactly what's going on in terms of all of that. I'm going to put them back into the login where we would actually do our redirect. So come and bring it down here. Now we get that search params in here and we check whether or not it's valid. So we can then say if it is valid, then we will go ahead and do that redirect. Otherwise, we will stick with our default redirect to the login page itself. And there we go. Or the login redirect page itself, rather. And so that's just checking, making sure all of that is done correctly so that if I do go into login, it just doesn't take me right back to the login page, which of course is a bug. And if I go to log out and then I go to a page that I actually want to see next, I will be able to. It shows me to log in there. I hit log in, and let's go ahead and hit log in, and there we go. And it brings me actually to that page. Fantastic. So that is exactly what we want to do with this logic. This could probably be improved a little bit to make sure that it is working correctly. Perhaps we want to do some return functions here just to make sure that that isn't going any further. But the idea being that we want to be able to redirect to the actual login page when it makes sense. So adding this actually does make sense. I noticed that I actually probably don't need to check this path name anymore. I could probably just put in whatever parameter here, but it is nice to have it in both places so it doesn't accidentally happen. But there we go. So now we have a login redirect page when our token invalidates, which makes things a little bit easier on us. Now, granted, this isn't great in terms of if I was filling out a form and then it's telling me to log in again and then I lose all of that form data. So that, of course, is something that could be improved and could happen, and it could happen in the auth provider. It's not something we're going to cover in this one, but the idea being use effect and then do some timeout methods that would eventually do the same sort of checks or actually check in with the backend and then redirect the user if they need to log in if they have recently logged out. But this will cover the gamut for a long time. Granted, it is frustrating as a user that if you're filling out a form and then you got to re-log in, that's not fun. So there's probably a way that you can make all of that work. But in this case, I'm going to leave it as is. Now we're going to go ahead and implement shadcn for a bunch of different user interfaces. Shadcn uses Tailwind itself. By using it, just shortcuts actually implementing a bunch of different features and a bunch of different components that we can reuse. So if you look in the docs and you go to, let's say, for instance, calendar, here's a calendar component that you can just grab the code for and just use. It works really well for all kinds of things in terms of our Next.js application, of course, any React application for that. So we're going to go ahead and implement this. Now keep in mind, shadcn itself is still using Tailwind under the hood. It also uses stuff like Radix UI, and you can also even use Lucid for different icons as well. So there's a lot of things that Shad is built on top of, and it really just cuts the time into actually making all of these things work. And so if you look at a component like this, you're like, wow, that looks great. I want my app to look that way. Well, you can do that on their code itself, or you can also look at the different blocks that they have where you can just grab the code, copy and paste, and get that all implemented. But of course, in order for all of this to work, we need to actually set it up. So the way we're going to do this is by going into their docs, go into the installation process for Next.js. We already have a Next.js application, so we don't need to do that. But we will run the init method for Shad UI. I'm going to go ahead and run this. It might prompt you to install this, in which case you'll say yes. Then you're going to go ahead and pick which style you want to use. You can use either one, and you can always change this later if you need to. But the idea being, I'm going to go ahead and go with New York. And then I'm just going to go ahead and pick a base color. I'm going to go ahead and say stone. We want to use CSS variables for this. I'll show you this in just a moment. But this is for those of you who are very familiar with Tailwind. This is going to be a really cool thing to use for the theming in shadcn. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes. It's going to go ahead and implement a bunch of different things. Notice it created components.json. It also created utils in the lib. And then it also updated, modified things related to the Next.js project in package.json. This is probably not that surprising that it installed a few things here. And then it also updated Tailwind. So remember how I mentioned the CSS variables here? We've got a bunch of different colors in here now that are going to take place of those variables. So they are quite literally variables that we can change inside of the components library and in other places as well. So we've got this base color in here. That's the key part here. And so I'm going to leave that in as true. And we've got our style in here. So there's a lot of customization you can do right in components.json. And then always check the shadcn docs if you have questions there. But the next thing is actually just implementing their fonts. I just want to show you the different things that we need to do to make sure all of this is working. So we've got a bunch of imports here. I'm going to go ahead and copy these. And we're going to go into our app layout.js where we're going to put them. And I'm going to put it right underneath my auth provider. Okay, so these are the things I want to implement inside of the main body class right here, which means that I'm going to scroll down a little bit and change the main body class. And we'll do that. There's this other thing for suppress hydration warning. We're going to again put this in too. This has to do with the shadcn. That's probably going to go away at some point. But there we go. So we've got some things related to the root layout. Next, we want to bring in that font into the actual Tailwind configuration. So we'll go to the very top of this. I'll copy the parts that are relevant. So the font family import. And we'll go ahead and put that font family import into the extension of that theme and an extend just like that. Okay, great. So now we can do all sorts of stuff with this actual implementation, which is super nice. But what I want to do is I just want to show you dark mode. This is a very simple thing that we can use really quickly. So first off, we need to import or install the Next themes, package itself. So we'll go ahead and run that. And then we'll go ahead and actually use the theme provider itself. So we've got a bunch of things related to the theme provider. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And we're going to go into our components folder, which is this right here, of course, next to our auth provider. What do you know? We're going to call this our theme provider.jsx. And we'll paste this in here. Okay. And so I'm not using TypeScript. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the types in here. If you were using TypeScript, you would need that. Theme provider. That should look a little familiar, as in the provider part of that, as to what we did earlier. And so what we end up seeing here is the actual import for this theme provider on that main layout, that root layout. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and copy that import. What do you know? It's in the same location almost. I will go ahead and update that in a moment. But the idea is going back into here, right above our auth provider, we're going to go ahead and do our theme provider. And I'm going to wrap it around our auth provider. We could have our auth provider around it too. It doesn't actually matter in the case of what we're doing here. If we wanted our auth to be available in the theme provider, we'd want that on top. We don't need that though. And so there we go. We've got our theme provider now. Next up, we're going to go ahead and grab these attributes for that theme provider. And we'll go ahead and put this in here just like that. And we've got our default theme of system. And so now it's saying add a mode to toggle. So add a button mode in here to be able to toggle things. So if we look at the code here, we can actually see a bunch of things related to this toggle. I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole thing. And I'm going to go into my components here. And I'm going to go ahead and do theme toggle button.jsx. I'm going to paste this in here. And now we run into potentially an issue that's new to you, in the sense that I just copy and paste a bunch of code, and maybe all these things work, maybe not. The reason they probably don't work is because of these relative imports to our project. We see that I don't actually have these components installed. So this goes back to then looking at the components in shadcn, going for the ones that you might need, in this case the button here, right? So the reason I know it's button is because, hey, it's importing a button. That's it. Then I go ahead and take a look at, look at that installation. That's actually pretty easy. And so this actually does something really cool. It goes ahead and adds a UI element in here called button.jsx. Naturally, I could show you how to write all of these things and get them working, but all of the button component itself is right here. And of course, if you knew Tailwind really well, you'd be able to move through and change things related to Tailwind and all of these various things about the variants themselves. So it's not obstructed. It's really like reusable and also very, very editable. Okay, great. So that's the button. Next, of course, is going to be the drop-down menu. So I'll scroll down to that. And we see that we've got add drop-down menu. Hey, what do you know? Very straightforward as well. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in now. And now that I've got those two things, I'm going to go ahead and close this down a little bit. We want to use that theme toggle button. Okay, so this has to happen inside of the theme provider, as in the children somewhere. On our root page, our main home page, we can bring that button in now. and I'll go ahead and put a div here, and we'll just go ahead and do theme button. What did we call it? We called it theme toggle button. So let's change this to theme toggle button so the import actually works the way we want to. And let's get rid of that and do theme toggle button. Does the import for us. Okay, so we save that, and then I'm going to go ahead and refresh in here, and it says cannot resolve Lucid React. Okay, so this is another import that we just never installed. So in this case, I'll do npm install Lucid React, which is actually really easy to figure out by going into Lucid, going into their guide here, and going into Lucid React, and there's the installation process, right? So fairly straightforward in terms of that. But now that I've changed the New York style, notice that the actual text and all that has changed a lot. If I go to the home page, I now have this button, this drop-down button that can change all of my styling, or I can have it based off of the system. So it's really up to you if you want to have this toggle. But the idea being, if I wanted to just keep it dark mode throughout, I could go back into my main components for the theme itself in the layout. We've got our default theme here. If we change it to just simply dark and refresh in here, I have my dark mode, and that's going to be the default. Granted, we would need to, let's go into an incognito window for a moment. That way we can see the dark mode being changed there. Cool. So that is shadcn. This is the start of it. We still want to do more things like making a much better logout page so we can see what that looks like as well. All right, so back into shadcn, we're going to go into the blocks, and I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom and grab this login component here. I'm going to go into the code, and we'll just go ahead and copy all of that, and then we'll go ahead and bring it into login. So I'm going to call this just page new.jsx for a moment, paste this in here, and take the old one to being just simply page old JSX for that one, and then we'll change page new to just simply page JSX. Great. So now we've got a bunch of changes to our pages. So we did already add the buttons, but we haven't added input or label. So we want to make sure we do that. The function itself, I'm going to call it page, and then I also want it to be my default function as well. Okay, so now that we've got this, we've got all sorts of things related to this login component that we need to implement. So we need to add the input button. Going back into shadcn, into the docs, we look for the input button. Where is that? There it is. We've got code here, but we also have the preview, and we have the easy way to add that input button. Now, of course, the other thing that's really nice is we can see the different names in here. So we can come up and just do label, right? And if we were to run this again, what we could do is we would see, well, it's just not going to necessarily install it all over again. It's just basically the same exact thing. So we already have button, we have input, and label. So all of those things are available. All of the imports are ready for us. And then, of course, these are from Next.js, so we don't have to worry about those at all. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and take a look at our login page and just marvel in its glory. So if we actually look at login, that looks so much better already. This is a huge improvement to the one that I had, and it just happened that quickly. This is one of the things that React.js does really, really well, is the copying and pasting of different components, even if you don't know fully everything that's going on, especially in terms of Tailwind. Tailwind has a lot of stuff, and it does take some time to learn, but the nice thing is it's actually pretty verbose itself as well, right? So if you see something like text 3XL, what does that seem like that means? It probably means that it's a big text. If you change it to 2XL, what's that going to look like, and so on. So definitely experiment with the tailwind of it all. But the idea here, of course, is we need to update our inputs to actually match our old inputs. So really our form and all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab some things related to it into our new page here. And so naturally I've got useAuth in here. I want to go ahead and bring that in. And we'll go ahead and do useAuth. There we go. And so handle submit, what is that for? Of course, it's for our form. So let's go ahead and scroll down. I actually don't see a form element in here, even though I do see some input elements in here. So we'll go ahead and change the input elements to be wrapped into a form. And the way I'm going to do that is basically around the button area. So I'm going to go ahead and look for the div that actually has everything. There it is. So I'm going to go ahead and just put form around here. And on submit being equal to the handle submit. And then we'll go ahead and put that inside of that div, going all the way down and around there. I do not want this login with Google at this time. That would be something that'd be interesting for sure, but we're not going to do that yet. I actually don't have forgot password either. So I'll go ahead and leave that link out as well. So go ahead and just say, well, let's just put it in as hidden and get rid of any other styles that are in here for now. And then we've got our password label. That should be okay. The login portion itself is actually with username, right? So we want to just change everything from email to simply username. And then we'll go ahead and say your username and change that to username just like that. Okay, so I think that's everything. Let's go back into our page old. We've got handle, submit, and login. We've got our inputs. The old one now just looks not great at all. So let's go ahead and do our page again. Let's make sure that useAuth is in there. Looks like it is. Let me just restart this here and see what's going on with this. There's a good chance that we need to add one more thing into the page because we're using useAuth. Every time I see this unhandled runtime error, immediately I think, oh, is it using the client like it should? And if I look at the page, it is not. So in this case, I definitely need to use that client. Sometimes you might not need to, but we have the useAuth stuff, and we want to make sure that we use that one. Especially because when I copied and pasted, it was rendering just fine. But then when I added some of my own things, I realized, oh, well, maybe that's it. Okay, so here's the login. Let's go ahead and try that out. We inspect the element in here, and we see that it's not actually logging us in. So we've got login URL is not defined, so we're missing one more thing. There we go. Let's go ahead and bring that over, and let's jump back in. Let's test it out with our username and password. I think it's the ones that I created. I get a bad request here. So let's go into the API login route, and we get the 400 all across the board. So the response data is not giving me an OK. So naturally, we want to actually take a look at what that data might end up being. So back into the page JSON, we're getting response OK. I'll go ahead and do else, and we'll do our console log of await response.json. We probably need to actually render out those errors at some point, but we'll go ahead and log in here. We've got invalid endpoint, username is required, and password is required. Okay, so we're getting the incorrect data from the form itself. I see why. We only have a input type. We did not put an input name. Simple thing to miss. And the same thing is going to be true probably for the password. Sure enough, it is. Let's go ahead and add those in. And now we'll go ahead and log in. Looks like everything is now logged in. Hello, user. I do like this login page, but it's missing something that I think is fairly critical, and that is a nav bar. So on the very top here, I want to make sure that I have a nav bar, and that's going to be true on any of my pages, really. So that's what we want to implement now. The way we're going to do this is, of course, inside of Shad, we're going to go into the blocks here, and we can pick a block that makes sense for the kind of component we want to use all across the board. Now, in my case, whether they're logged in or not, I want to actually have the same nav bar going on. Whereas a lot of these examples seem to be a lot better suited for once you're logged in, right? So we want to have one that is for logged in or logged out. So we'll go ahead and scroll down quite a bit, and we'll find a nav bar that fits a little bit better with all of that. And so dashboard 1, this fits really well with that, and it gives us a dashboard example. I think even other dashboards. Dashboard 2 is close. Dashboard 3 looks pretty good. Dashboard 4 looks pretty good, right? So we've got a lot of different options here. I'm going to go with dashboard 4 at this point. I'll go ahead and go into the code, and we'll copy this out, and we're going to go ahead and jump into our components here. And I'm going to create a new component called layout. And in here, we're going to call this our base layout.jsx. We're going to paste in this layout here, and I want to change the name of it to base layout right there. And there's going to be the default, so export default function. So naturally, like we've seen before, we need to install everything that we need to use on this base layout. Before I do that, though, I want to actually break this down a little bit. So the first div is going to be everything, it looks like. The next one is our header. We can see that our header's in here. It's breaking down a bunch of stuff. I'll keep that broken down. Next is going to be main, and there we go. So we actually have only really 2 components in here. The header, which I think is going to be our nav bar. So we'll go ahead and just leave it in as, we'll call this our export function, and I'll call this my nav bar. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut and paste that header in there. So we'll go ahead and cut this out, and we'll go ahead and return back that nav bar in there. And I'll go ahead and break it down once again. We'll talk about that in just a second. But the idea being we'll use that nav bar in here just like that. Okay, great. So one of the things you might think about is maybe we put in the class name in here as well as an argument, or basically like our const final class equals to something like the class name itself or this default value. Yet another thing that I like doing in case I want to change any given class name. The navbar itself, I probably won't need to change the class name, so I'll just leave it as is, but I do like doing that from time to time. Okay, so next we've got this main block here. This, I think, is where all of the child elements can be. So I'm going to delete everything inside of this main block. Now, I already know this to be true, but this is the intuition I use. I go and test the different things out and see if that ends up being correct. So we've already seen something that looks like this base layout. In fact, inside of app in layout.js, we actually see exactly that. We see the root layout. And so we're doing something very similar to this, except we're not doing the theme provider and all that. Those things we already did. We don't need to re-implement that. But the important part of this layout here is the fact that it passes in children. So in this base layout, we want to do that same thing. Okay? And that's it. That's pretty much it. Back into layout.js now, around children, inside and below the auth providers, we're going to go ahead and add in our base layout. Just like that. And we'll go ahead and paste this in here. Okay? So there is our base layout now, and if I were to jump back into my project, I probably get failed to compile for a number of reasons. Module not found being the most obvious one. So let's go back into our base layout here, and let's go ahead and see all of the different modules we might need. These imports are grayed out, so it's likely that I'm not using them at this time, but a few others are not. Okay, so what is this sheet element first? Let's go back into the building block itself, go back into the preview, and take a look at the mobile size here, or even the tablet size. We see that I can actually see navigation with this little hamburger menu. That is the sheet, the thing that's popping out right there. It's pretty cool that that's already built in. So it's a nice little touch that's going to be added into our, our mobile version of our application. So that's one that I'll probably want to have. So let's go back into Shad, go into the docs, navigate down to sheet, and we'll go ahead and add in the sheet just like this. So let's go ahead and do that. Add in sheet, and sure enough, that's going to solve all of those problems. Next up, we already have the input. I don't know if we have the drop-down menu, so I'm just going to go ahead and add it. I definitely have the input because we did that with our login page. And there we go. Simple enough. So now I think it compiles. It looks like it does. Great. So what is the other reason that I'm doing this sort of base layout here? Well, it actually has to do with the navbar itself. So we're going to go ahead and do const auth equals to useAuth. And then in here, all I want to do is I want to find the dropdown for my user itself. So I'm going to scroll on down. I've got one for settings. That seems to be a user one on the sheet. So I'll go ahead and do auth.isAuthenticated and then I'll go ahead and put that around that settings here. And then I'll do that same idea with my other one for this drop-down menu, which says toggle user menu here. And I'll just go ahead and add that around that drop-down menu, just like that. Great. So now we've got two things that kind of make sense for our user itself. There's a bunch of other links in here that we may or may not want to use at some point. But now that we've got that, let's go ahead and take a look at our compiling. Looks like I've got a little bit of an issue for this useAuth. So perhaps I didn't actually import it. Let's go ahead and see if it's in there. I don't see it anywhere. Let's go ahead and do useAuth and make sure I grab that one. There we go. So we save that. And it should compile better now, but it doesn't. I added useAuth. Let's remember back to what happens with something like that. For that compile error, yeah, we need a use client for that base layout. Now I can see my actual item here. So if I were to log in, let's go back into our login portion and attempt to log in. It's not actually showing me anything. That's strange. Well, going back into base layout, what we saw is we actually did put in something for our base layout for children, but I didn't actually add in the children themselves. There we go. And so the main class name here, this is really the content class. So that's really the main class that I want to be able to change. So I'll also go ahead and put in class name as an argument, just like what we did with navbar. And so I'll call this my main class name. And this is going to be equal to if that class name exists. Otherwise, we'll use whatever the default was. And we'll go ahead and pass in this main class name in here now. save all that and refresh, and there we go. So now our login page is close to being correct, but not quite there. So what I would do then is inspect the element here and take a look. The first thing that I notice is the main class itself seems to be adding a padding all around that element. Now, on one hand, you might want to have that. On the other hand, you might not. In my case, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it altogether. But the way I'm going to do it is not in this component, but rather where I actually call the layout. So I will use this same class. I'll just copy that whole thing, go into layout.js. This is now where I'm going to go ahead and put my class name in here. And we're going to go ahead and add in that same class. We see that I got P4 here and then P10. I'll get rid of that. And I'll even get rid of the gap. I don't think I need that or that. And so this main class itself, we probably don't need to adjust a whole lot, unless, of course, later pages I want to do that in terms of how it's going to be rendered. And so on our actual login page itself, we've got this full, we've got minimum heights here. Now, these minimum heights is why it actually has this scroll in here now. So if we actually get rid of some of it, let's go ahead and do 200 off the top on both of them. The scroll kind of goes away. This isn't great. So minimum height here, I'm going to actually change it from pixels to being like 80 vertical height or the viewport height based off of what that is for any given size. So let's go ahead and change that to like maybe 90, and that will bring it down a little bit. There's still a little bit of a gap down there, but it's a lot closer to what it was before. And so this same concept with our large version, we can do that as well, and maybe we just bring this down to something more like, I don't know, 85, just slightly smaller. And now if I break down the grid, there it goes. So once it goes down to a certain level, it's no longer the two sides, right? And that's what LG Grid Columns 2 is doing. Of course, if I wanted that on medium, I could do that with just changing this to MD. And now if I refresh in here, if I scroll down a bit, it does actually keep it a little bit longer if you wanted to go that route. Okay, cool. But the point here is not to spend a bunch of time with, doing all the different Tailwind classes, but rather now we've got a login page. And of course, we still need to do some routing with the navbar. But overall, the site is starting to look a lot more like a real application. Now we're going to go ahead and move our navbar into its own component. So inside of our component's layout, we'll go ahead and do navbar.jsx. And I'll go ahead and copy all of the navbar related things. And this will include the sheet as well. So go ahead and cut and copy out all of that. And then we'll go ahead and remove it from the actual base layout itself. And instead, we'll go ahead and import navbar from .navbar like that. And we'll just change this to being our export default navbar. Okay. And so, of course, this now has pretty much everything in here in terms of what the actual base layout needs. So I can actually get rid of a lot of these imports in that base layout because it's mostly about the actual navbar itself. So one thing that we could then now consider is just moving the navbar itself inside a layout here. But the thing is, in addition to what we have here, we could also change this base layout whether or not the user's logged in. So that's why I actually like having this here, is because maybe I have a completely different layout altogether based off of that user. And so I'm going to leave it as is with that in mind. But at this point, I'm going to have my navbar really handling a lot of those things for me on the different links. So the very first one is going to be our brand link. I'm going to go ahead and change it to being something like a function and brand link. Okay, and we'll go ahead and bring this in here. And I'm going to go ahead and bring the first brand link, and I'll just go ahead and return this back as that right there. And then we'll go ahead and bring this in instead of what we had before. And so we got our brand link just like that. Save it, and then I'm going to go ahead and do my final class being equal to maybe this one or the class name that's coming in. So we'll go ahead and do class name. And there we go. So naturally, that's going to be the default. The next thing is whether or not we want to display the name. Right now, it's not being displayed. So what I'm going to do is let's say, for instance, display, we'll put class name and display name. We'll have that as an argument. And we'll go ahead and say, if display name, then we'll go ahead and show that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and do this one right here. And of course, this, I'll just call it like SAS or some other name. You can call it whatever you like. Either way, one's a span, one is not, in which case I'll get rid of this right here. We might need to adjust that based off of when it gets rendered. The next thing is the link itself. We want it to actually go to the home page. So there's my new brand link, and I'm going to go ahead and copy it. Notice that we can do display name and class name. So in the breakdown, maybe we want display name on, and we can say true if we like. There we go. So as soon as I do that, I should see the branch showing up, and that actually looks pretty good. Next up, I'm going to go ahead and do this on my breakdown as well, on the sheet itself. So inside of the sheet, we did have the display name here. And so now I'm going to go ahead and paste this in, and I'll just go ahead and pass in the class name itself, and then get rid of all of that other link stuff. We'll refresh in there, and we want to break this down to see what that sheet is. And of course, our home page looks funny, so let's go into our home page, and I'm going to get rid of a bunch of stuff in here related to the home page. I'll leave the toggle theme button on and hello user, but pretty much everything else we no longer need because it's all basic Next.js stuff that is just not relevant any longer. Okay, let's make sure that we've got the divs that we want, and there we go. And there's our updated home page, and now I can see there's my SaaS application. If I click on it, it should take me where I need to go. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and go to the next portion, which would be actually having those links work, right? And so what links do we want to actually have? So going back into our layout, now I'll go ahead and do links.jsx, and these are going to be our nav links. So I'm going to actually just change this to being called nav links, and we'll go ahead and do export default nav links. And realistically, this is not a function like every other component. So it's just going to be a constant that we will export, and then we're going to export what it is that we want for these various links. So I'll start out with just label, and we'll do dashboard, or rather, let's just call it dashboard. And then we'll go ahead and say like something like user, or like auth required. And it's going to be false. And then we'll go ahead and say the href is going to be the home page. Okay, so these nav links now will go into our navbar, and we're going to go ahead and import them. So import the nav links from, or .nav links. That should probably just be exporting the default. And we can just do it like this. Export default nav links. There we go. Back into our navbar, and nav links from nav links. Great. So that means then in my navbar here, I want to reiterate that with navlinks.map, and then the actual value or the link itself, and then the index number. And then we're going to map these things out with the fat arrow method here, or the callback to actually do that. And so we're going to return the link itself. So I'll go ahead and say, let's call this nav link item, just so it's not too confusing with the link itself. And so in here, the actual href, we can leave the class name, we can put in the label, and there we go. Okay, so that's not going to change anything just yet. But of course, if I were to get rid of all of these other links that have been in here, then it should change stuff for me. We save that. There's my dashboard now, and it's looking a little bit better. So at this point, I don't actually have any links that are user auth required, but we've got this user auth here, and we'll go ahead and say should display, and it's going to be user auth is authenticated is equal to navlink item dot, and we said auth required. So if they're authenticated, that's going to be true. If auth is required, that's going to be true. And then we'll go ahead and say should display. Basically, if not should display, then null. Otherwise, we will go ahead and just send back that link. So let's go ahead and take a look here. I'm going to go ahead and log out first, and then we'll go ahead and change the dashboard to being auth required being true. Save that, and it goes away. Auth required being false comes back. And of course, the ordering is going to be based off of this ordering here. And so like the waitlist, for example, we'll go ahead and say auth required being true, and that goes into waitlist. And there we go. So now I'm going to go ahead and log in. there's my waitlist, and the dashboard is not showing up. So this actually means something a little bit different. Should display should be if the authenticated is required and they're authenticated. So it's really kind of both of these things, not if they're equal. So it's kind of and should display or should hide probably. So this is probably not the right one. So should hide if it's authenticated, or rather if it's not authenticated and it is required. This is probably what we should do. So should hide, if should hide, then we'll go ahead and say null. Otherwise, we'll show that link because we definitely still want the dashboard showing up for users or for not users. So if I go ahead and log out, and we can do something a little bit, that's a little bit better. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead and go back into login, and there we go. And those are just those sidebar links, and they should work in both places. So in our base logout, or our base navbar here, going back into the sheet, this same sort of idea will have to come through down here as well. So let's go ahead and grab those nav links again, and we will wrap them inside of here. And we'll just change the default class name to match with what those are. There we go. And we'll get rid of all of the other links, with the exception of maybe our user stuff. So the user authenticated. This one I'll just go ahead and say log out, and that's going to be log out. So that actually is going to be probably something that we want on just the user related stuff. So on the sidebar, logout being there makes a lot of sense. Whereas on the, we're going to go ahead and use both of these items in here, the same classes. The sidebar, the actual sheet itself, should only show these. Whereas the other part, we've got our user also showing up all of the time. Right, so we want this button to be a little bit different. We will change that user drop down in a moment. But now we've got our dashboard links working correctly. And of course, if I break it down, it works correctly in both places. If I were to want to log out, I could go ahead and do that. And then if I break it down again, I shouldn't see that log out, just the dashboard itself. Great. Now let's take a look at how we can do user-related links. So it's going to be very similar to our nav links here. I'm going to go ahead and create another one, and we'll go ahead and say non-user links or something like that. This one is going to be sign up, right? So sign up, and this one is going to be log in, and then log in. And we'll go ahead and export that as well. And we'll now bring this into our navbar here. And so we'll go ahead and bring that in. Just like that. So we've got our non-user links. So the first one is going to be based off of, well, the second half of this. So we've got the navbar, which has all of those primary links. The other links that I want are on this side, where that search products form is right now. So I'm going to go ahead and break down the sheet first. We'll come back to that one. Then we'll go ahead and see that the form is on this side. I actually don't want the search bar itself. Maybe you want it in your login, and you could totally do that. But I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that altogether. But I do have this auth is authenticated now, and I can use the question mark here to actually render that out. And then I'll use a fragment to then map out my new ones based off of basically the same thing. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this here, and we'll go ahead and paste the non-user links stuff in place of the nav links. So non-user links here. There we go. We save that. And in this case, I actually will not hide any of these because they're based off of the user itself. The user is already authenticated. I probably don't want to hide any of them. But the thing is, the nav links themselves, we want to just make sure that they are basically being treated the same. So when we render this out, we now see sign up and login are over here, which of course is not what I wanted. So let's go ahead and go back into our navbar and take a look as to why that ended up happening, where we've got our flex item in here. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this for a moment and undo everything and just see what happened with our form that was in here. And there we go. We've got this ML auto in here, just like that. So let's go ahead and leave that in for a moment, and then we will go ahead and bring back in our fragment here, which I'll actually change into being its own div. We'll paste that in here, and now I'm going to go ahead and grab some of the classes from that form, because I think this is going to go ahead and solve that spacing issue for us for at least those links. So we'll go ahead and save that. And now, sure enough, they are over here. If I were to break it down, it is showing up a little bit more. And so on the drop down, unfortunately, what we don't see anymore is the SaaS brand itself when we break it down too much. And also, these buttons are way too close to each other. So let's go ahead and get rid of maybe the flex stuff. Let's get rid of that and see if that solves the buttons. It does not. Let's do the space X2, which gives us some spacing there. And if I were to break it down, sure enough, it looks like that's looking right. Great. Next up, what we want is to see why the actual item is missing from the brand link. So what we see here is it's hidden. When it gets small enough, it becomes hidden because of that sheet, which we'll look at in a moment. So what I want to do then is bring in another div here next to it, and we'll do div, and this is going to be class name, and this is just going to be MD hidden, and we'll go ahead and put in our brand link. Let's see if that ends up working for us. So let's go ahead and break it down again, and there we go. So there's our brand link showing up again, as well as the hamburger menu is still in there. I think it's totally okay to have that brand link showing up multiple times in terms of the actual look of the mobile application. Cool. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and we probably don't actually need to do much with the sheet other than the login and sign up. So those actual links are going to be just like what we saw before. So let's go ahead and take a look at that sheet. So at this point, I might consider moving the sheet into its own component, but I actually don't want to spend a whole lot of time with that. So the idea being it's the same as what we just saw. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these DOM links here, and I'll put them right next to this. So if they're authenticated, then we have the logout. Otherwise, I will go ahead and bring in this whole section here, and I'll use the fragment again, but this time we'll use the class name from all of the other ones for those links themselves. Save it, and there we go. If we test it, break it down, we now see those same links coming through. Great. So overall, I think it's looking pretty good. Now, one of the things to improve on this navbar, or a couple things, would be to remove the sheet from being inline here and just make it its own component. But then also all of the nav links here, we've got a lot of conditions that are happening here. It probably makes a lot of sense to turn this into its own sort of component as well, not too dissimilar from our brand link. I'll let you do that. It's actually going to be fairly straightforward because it's rendering out the same stuff over and over. That would just mean that we're not repeating ourselves multiple times, which is what we end up doing. Of course, we don't want to do that, but I'm going to leave it as is for this point. Now what I want to do is actually start the process of allowing non-users and users to submit something to the waitlist on the home page, which means we need to revisit a couple of concepts that we've already looked at, then also introduce some new ones on the Django side of the API. Let's take a look at how to do that right now. Two little housekeeping items we need to do on our navbar before we start the waitlist form. So inside of the navbar, when we actually iterate through each one of the links on the actual component itself, we need to add in a key. So this first key is going to be nav links, and then like a dash, and then the IDX in here. And so we're going to repeat this process wherever we actually map through everything. So I'll just do a quick search of .map, and here's another link. I'll just call this one B. You want these to be unique on the page. And then the final one, I think, is going to be this one. We'll call it C. And actually, this is the final one. All right. And then D. Great. Next up, this div class with the ML auto. We actually want this on our drop-down menu as well. So I'll go ahead and put this one in here just around that drop-down menu. So when you log in, your user stuff will be over there. And there we go. A little bit better than what it was. Great. Okay. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and start the process of building out our waitlists, our waitlist form. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create the form based off of, well, what we did with our login page. So in this login page, we'll go ahead and copy it. Inside a waitlist, we'll go ahead and do forms.jsx, paste that in there, and really just focus in on the form itself. So we'll go ahead and go from form to form, cut it out, and get rid of all of the other return statement and just have the form itself. And so that we can work based off of that. Simple enough. Next up, we'll go ahead and change this to being simply our waitlist form. The login URL, or the URL we're going to use, we've already seen. It's the Waitlist API URL. We're going to use that same one. So, of course, the form is going to send it back to the Nextjs API so that we have the ability to use the auth method altogether if we need it. So in our handle submit, we'll go ahead and bring this down here to our fetch. The method is still going to be post. We're still going to use the JSON data. But this time, we're not going to actually return back this response here. We'll change it just a little bit. So we'll go ahead and come in here, get rid of auth. We no longer need that. But I'll go ahead and do message and set message. And we'll go ahead and do use state, bring that in as an empty string. I'll also do error and set error, and then use state, and I'll go ahead and put this as null. Okay, so if it's successful, that's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and just set the message as thank you for joining, something like that. If it's not successful, we'll go ahead and say there was an error with your request. Please try again. And this should be not set message, but rather set error. Okay, simple enough. And so now I'll actually leave that as a string as well. And so we'll come down in here, and in our form itself, I'll go ahead and do div, and we'll go ahead and set that message if it's there. And we'll do the same thing with the error if it's there. Okay, the form itself, well, what do we need to put in here? Email all across the board. So email, and your email. That's it. We don't need the other input at all. We will want the submit, but I'll just go ahead and call this something like join waitlist. All right. So there's our form now. So we need to update our backend to be able to handle this. We can get rid of the auth provider in here. We can get rid of the link. So how do we do the backend? Well, the backend on Nextjs, in this case, will be the API into the route. And it's going to be basically just like this get route, but it will be a post route. Now, once again, we've already seen a post route, and that is in login. So I'm going to go ahead and use that one as our default. Going back into our waitlist here, I'll go right underneath this and hit enter. And so we've got our post here. The endpoint, once again, will be the same endpoint as our get. We'll see why when we get there. But the idea being we're going to post some data there. So the next part of this is actually the token. So the login doesn't actually have the token in here, which is why I actually wanted to have it show up now. And so the other thing is these headers, maybe we only want to accept application JSON again. So I'll go ahead and use the similar headers as we did with the other part of the waitlist. So I'll go ahead and do const, or actually we'll say let headers equal to this. And then now the auth token is going to be if the user is even there. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the get token method here. And now we'll go ahead and say if auth token, then we'll go ahead and set the authorization headers like this. Because, well, in the case of a waitlist, we don't need to even have an authenticated user most likely. But if we wanted to keep that, if we wanted to keep an authenticated user, we can. And that's how it's done. Next up, we actually don't need to do anything with our tokens here. Neither one of those things are necessary anymore. The data that comes back, we'll have to worry about that when that's there. But for now, I'll just leave it in as empty, and we'll give a status of 200. Otherwise, we'll give that status of 400. Now, what we might see is an error with the JSON data itself, because what we will end up looking up is a page that simply does not exist. So I'm going to go ahead and do something else in here as console log and response.status. We just want to see what that status might end up being from here and adjust it accordingly. Okay, so now that we've got that, I think everything with the post data is ready. Our form is ready. We're going to go ahead and give this a shot. We'll bring it into our main page here, our home page, and I'm going to go ahead and put it right above is authenticated, and we'll just go ahead and do our waitlist form here. There we go. And so going back into our home page here, we've got join waitlist. I'll go ahead and do that. And there was an error with your request. Okay. So if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we get a 500 here. And if I go up a little bit, what I get is a 405, and then this method not allowed. It's not valid JSON. So it does show me the status code. Part of the reason to actually console log the status code was to basically assume that everything above here is done correctly. If, of course, it wasn't, I would just console log each thing going up until I find where the error happens. And in this case, the error happened after. So basically, if it's not returning back JSON, I'm going to go ahead and say try catch here. If this is failing, then I'm going to go ahead and return back a 500 here. And so, or maybe like a 400, let's just say 500 for now. That's a server error. But I'm basically, if that's not there, if JSON's not working, then that's going to be the case. Okay. And so everywhere else, I probably don't actually need to return back the JSON at this point. We could do it, but the idea being we're going to go ahead and return back a 500 error that way. I'll do that again. Once again, the error with our request, but now our console is clear. It's actually showing us a little bit closer to what we would actually want in terms of our responses. So I'll go ahead and do 400, and I'll give a message saying something like, not found. Or actually, that should be 404, most likely, because that's what's going to happen. So if we do our request here, there we go. Okay, so we're getting a 405 here, but what we're getting here is actually a 405 as in method is not allowed. So the endpoint is found, but the method is not correct. Because in our API, where we are doing this call, all we have is the list entries here. We only have a get method. We do not have a post method on our backend, which is why the status code is actually 405. So this should probably be the same as the response status code and say something along the lines of error, or let's keep it as message and invalid request or something like that. And so now I can go ahead and do that, and there we go. Great. So it does show us that there's an error, which is really nice. So back in the front end, that part is working. So we've got response okay. Otherwise, it's going to go ahead and just say, hey, there's an error with your request. Please try again. We could probably unload that JSON data and put that in here as well, but that's just not something that's necessary at this time. So what we really need to do is now go back into Django and be able to handle post data on our own. Up until this point, we haven't been doing that. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to do that right now. Into our Django project, we're now going to use Django Ninja to create a post method or handle post data coming through. So it's not too dissimilar from what we've already seen, but the idea being we come in and do router.post, and I'm going to leave it as an empty string so that it's basically, API, the API slash waitlists, the exact same route as the get method. So we can handle different routes differently like we see here. Next, we're going to go ahead and do create waitlist entry, and it's going to take in request, and then we want to return something. Now, what is it that we want to return is going to be related to the data itself, but for now, I'll just go ahead and say 1. So the idea here with the post method, what we can do is we can declare something like data and then the schema we want to use or we want to validate against. So that schema, of course, in our case, is going to be just the create entry, that schema here with just the email itself. So we'll go ahead and import that one from the schemas, and then we'll go ahead and bring this in the data itself that's coming through. That's the data type that we'll see. We'll go ahead and print out that data itself, and then we'll even return back that data. We'll see what that ends up doing. And so now, assuming that that's still running, let's go ahead and make sure that it is with rev run server. And we'll go back into our Nextjs application, making sure the ports are aligned here. And so now let's go ahead and make sure the Nextjs application is also still running. And then we'll go ahead and take a look at our form value in the front end. Okay, so we'll go and put in a entry there. There we go. We got thank you for joining. And what we got that's coming back is just that data. And is this JSON data is really the question here. So the print statement comes back with that data, but is this JSON data? So let's actually take a look in Next.js inside of the route itself. Let's go ahead and console log the response that comes back. So we've got the response data in here. I want to go ahead and do console log that response data. So we're going to go ahead and see what that looks like. Let's go ahead and put it in here. We hit submit, and yeah, it actually came back as JSON data. Pretty cool. But the thing is, I want to actually store this in the database. I haven't done that yet. So what we could do then is we can take this same schema here and we can get the waitlist entry, and I can actually create a new object from that. So the data here, we grab the actual waitlist entry class, we do objects.create, and then we can do data, and we can call addict here, which means we can unpack it with the 2 stars that creates that data. And now we actually kind of want to return the object, the actual created instance. And so once again, we'll see a response as a potential object that we can bring in here, just like that. So we're going to go ahead and save that, and we'll go ahead and refresh in here now. So I'll go ahead and run this, join waitlist. I'll go ahead and take a look at the different waitlists that are in here. Looks like I have the URL incorrect, so we'll have to change that as well. But there's my waitlists here. So let's go ahead and jump into the front end and just change the links here on our navbar on the front end. So into our components, into that layout, into the navbar links, and waitlists. Hopefully you caught that. If you didn't, we did now. So in the waitlist page here, I'm going to go ahead and bring in that form again. So we'll go ahead and do our waitlist form. Okay. And so now in the waitlists themselves, we see the form way down here, or the data from the form. We hit join, and I just do a quick refresh in here. Sure enough, there it is. Okay, so granted, I probably won't be joining the waitlist in the same area as displaying the form data, but the point here is I wanted to make sure that that was still working. So obviously I can keep going and just keep adding more and more entries into that waitlist. Great. So the post method is definitely working, and it's returning back that same sort of response schema. So without this response, we'll probably get an error of some kind. But the next question, of course, is this the user? So if I print out the user themselves, and notice I am logged in and everything, I can go ahead and try to do this, and I get anonymous user. So now we are left with the conundrum of how to do the authentication. That's something we'll do in just a moment. But the idea is we don't actually have a user logged in yet with this create waitlist entry. Let's go ahead and see how we can do that, where we can have both a user logged in and not logged in. Now we want to allow a logged in user or a not logged in user to be able to submit a waitlist entry. The way we're going to do this is by using Django Ninja's custom functions here. And so we can also see right off the bat, we can IP whitelist. So this is actually really nice. So that means our Django project and our Next.js project can actually correlate based off of this IP whitelist as well. So it's just another layer of authentication you might want to also put in for more security. We're not going to do that at this point, but the way it's done is going to be explained right now. So before I jump into this, though, I want to actually take a look at the Next.js code. One of the things I did not actually do was replace the original headers for the whitelist post method. So we're going to go ahead and replace those headers, make sure that you have the correct ones that also include the token itself. Now, the reason for this is because on our create whitelist here, we want to see if the user comes through without putting any auth whatsoever. So I'm going to go ahead and see that print statement still coming through. Now, you might have seen this if you caught the error yourself, but I did not. So I'm going to go ahead and do this join here, and it still says anonymous user. So naturally, what we could do then is we could bring in the JWT in there. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in JWT as one of the location or items in here. And now we can go ahead and run it. We hit join waitlist. Now it shows me that user. So in here, what I can do then is I can go ahead and say object.user equals to request.user. I'm actually not sure if that's even a field yet, so we will probably have to update that as well. But for right now, I'll leave it in as this. We will update that field later. But the idea is we can now see that a user is coming through. But of course, I want to also allow for an unauthenticated user. The way we're going to do this is with that custom function. So I'm going to go ahead and say allow anon in here, and it takes in a request. And basically, we'll say if not request.user.is authenticated, then we'll go ahead and return back true. So how do we actually use both of these things? It's really simple. We put this into a list of all of the allowed authentication methods we want to have in here. this would also include the IP address as well. So realistically, what you would want in here is something more related to deny. So in the case of this method here, I would actually probably want to deny things if I wasn't allowing any particular thing in there. In other words, saying false. So let's go ahead and put false in here and just see what I mean by that. So I'm going to go ahead and come in and I'll log out now. And we'll go back into, oh, it looks like my logout link is not working there. So let's go ahead and click on logout. And let's go to the home page and we'll go ahead and do this with our email. And there's an error with your request. So it actually denies it right there because this is denying it and so is this. So if I actually change it to being true, then it will allow it. So let's go ahead and save that. And now I come in here, thanks for joining. And sure enough, it shows us the anonymous user. Now I'm still creating that data already, but since we actually want to move towards having a request user, there's actually a little bit better of a method that I'll use, and that is initializing the object, doing any sort of changes I might need, and then object.save afterwards. And then that way it will actually create that new object as well. And so once we actually do implement the user, it will go ahead and do all of the things we need to. Great. So that's how we can allow these, JWT tokens or anonymous. Now the thing is, right away, I'm like, okay, I'm using JWT in a lot of different places. I actually want to centralize this a little bit better. And so what I'm going to do is inside of my source file here, we're going to go ahead and do helpers and init, just creating a brand new module for this. And I'll call this my API Auth module. And I'll go ahead and grab basically the allow anon. I'm going to put that in here. I'm also going to go ahead and import the JWT itself. Okay, so we'll do that. And we'll go ahead and say, API auth. And that's going to just be our JWT auth. Or let's go ahead and say API auth user required is that. And then user or anon, like anonymous, and we'll go ahead and bring that one in. Or anonymous only, which would be just leaving it empty. So I really only need these two in here. And so that idea then I'll bring in with from .this. We'll import those two items, which of course was this and this. And then we will allow them to be imported with just the helpers themselves. There we go. Next up into the API, we'll just go ahead and import helpers here. And now I'll go ahead and do my different auth here. So helpers dot and the API auth user required. And then we do that wherever we need to for those various things. The nice thing about doing a helper like this is we can add additional kinds of authentication methods at any time. And then we can just change this to API user or anon. Great. So that's real simple. And then of course in our home page, if we had anything that had protected routes, me does. We've got JWT auth. So we'll go ahead and import our helpers here as well. And there we go. And so down here, we've got our helpers and auth user required. Great. So one other thing we could consider is maybe our default for our API is, log in either user basically. And here, basically saying auth and helpers dot user or anonymous as our default one. It's kind of up to you on how you want to go about doing that. I actually really like having them directly on the route itself, as in that way I know exactly what I'm doing on that particular route. But that's more of a stylistic choice I recommend doing as well, especially as you're learning more of these API stuff. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and change our model to actually accept our requested user itself. Now we're going to take a look at doing a foreign key for our user in this waitlist entry and how simple it actually is. So the idea being we want to import the user model. The way we do that is using from Django.conf. We're going to go ahead and import settings, and we're going to go ahead and get the string value of the user model, which is user equals to settings.auth user model. This is convention for just the user model. what this ends up doing is just simply auth.user. There is another way to import this user model, but the reason we do this is if you ever need to change the Django user model, this would be updated automatically for that. Every other model that you might use doesn't do that. Okay, so with this in mind, we're going to go ahead and do user equals to models.foreign key of that user model. And I'll go ahead and say default equals to none. We'll say null equals to true and blank equals to true. And then we'll go ahead and do on delete is models.set null. Okay, so what's implicit in a foreign key is also another field in here called user ID. And so we actually can't also set the user ID because that is basically the foreign key, right? So the foreign key has user and user ID. This, of course, is the primary key. And like we said before, every model has an ID in there. And so that's what that's associated to. This is actually fairly important, as you'll see in just a moment. But the idea here is now we have this user that we can associate this data to. So what we want to do is run our migrations. So make migrations, and then run migrate. And there we go. So now we have a user field in here. So how do we actually set this field? Well, it goes back to going into the API itself, which we almost did, which was this user or the object equals to the user. Now, one of the things about this actual endpoint is we have auth user or anonymous user, which means we need to actually check if the request.user.is authenticated, then I can actually set that auth user. Now, there's two ways to set it. We could set it like this, or we could set it with the ID. So we can grab the user ID itself. So we could do something like this, where it's then .id. This is true for all foreign key values in this way. So if you ever see a foreign key like this, you can set it with the user ID in this same way. This is not that conventional, though. It's usually conventional to use the actual object. This is the actual instance of the user itself, where this is the actual ID of that user object as well. So, but having this request user authenticated is really important for this. Otherwise, you'll raise an error, which is something we will see right now. So I'm going to go ahead and set it like that, and then I'll go ahead and save it just directly on there. But the main thing is not being logged in. So not being logged in, I'm going to go ahead and try and set this. I get an error. That error is going to be very straightforward in terms of the Django backend. You cannot set a simple lazy object anonymous user as a user instance. It just does not make sense in the sense of Django's database. We are not doing an anonymous user here. We are doing an actual user. This would be true if you tried to set a different kind of model to that user as well, a different kind of model type. So we'll go ahead and go back and just save it as the requested user. So we'll go ahead and save that. And now, of course, if I'm not logged in, it should go just fine. If I do log in, let's go ahead and see. Oh, it looks like I have another error with my routing. We'll have to go back to that. But the idea is we log in now. I can log in as a user. It says, thank you for joining. I go into the waitlist. The waitlist is now showing me everything. That's not what I want. I want to actually remove that altogether. So I'll get rid of some of these comments here, and then I'll actually update my lookup here to go based off of my logged in user. That user is required. So now I can filter things down to the request.user. And I can do that same idea inside of my get object or 404. This time what I do is I'm going to go ahead and break this down a little bit so we can see it a little easier. This time what I can do is say user equals to request.user. Again, for both of these new endpoints or these updated endpoints, we need to make sure that the auth user is logged in. If they're not logged in, this is going to fail just like we just saw. This would also fail in here as well. It just doesn't work correctly. So now we've got the logged in user required. And now if I refresh on this page, we now see that there's only one item. It does show me the ID, but it doesn't show me anything beyond that. So if I were to add another one and then refresh in here, I see, hey, what do you know? It is now showing me that data. So that's actually pretty cool and certainly forming the basis of what you would do with all of your different application data itself. Make it specific to the user through foreign keys, and we just saw how that happened. Now we're going to go ahead and decouple the Navbar component to just improve the layout a little bit more. So what I want to do here is I'm going to jump into navbar.jsx, and I want to just start decoupling this. The first thing that I want to start with is this brand link. So I'll go ahead and duplicate the navbar and just say brand link. And we will go ahead and export that brand link as the default function now. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of the original navbar here. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of a lot of these imports that the brand link does not need anymore. And here, and now that's a lot more clean in terms of just the brand link. Now we can just really focus on that. If we need to make changes, have a different icon, do all sorts of things in here that you might want to do. So back into our navbar, I'll go ahead and get rid of this function now, and we'll go ahead and import it by just typing it out. So brand link and import it. Great. Next up, we want to do is the sheet here. So this is really the mobile navbar. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this and change it to mobile navbar. And we'll do the same thing, basically, and call this mobile navbar, right? And all I want here is just the sheet. So I'll go ahead and break this down, cut it out, and then I'll go ahead and break down the rest of the return function here, which is header to header. And then I can break down and paste in that sheet. There we go. So now I've got my sheet in here. This will also clean things up quite a bit and allow me to focus on the mobile navbar slightly differently than the regular navbar. So back in here, we can break down that sheet in the regular navbar and just call this our mobile navbar just like that. Save that, and what do you know? It seems to be working still, and it looks like it's doing pretty good. Great. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and add in the user dropdown. So we've got a user dropdown menu here. So once again, I'll go ahead and copy the navbar, and we'll call this our account dropdown.jsx. And I'll go ahead and delete everything except for that dropdown menu. So I'll just do the entire menu, cut that out, and once again, drop down that header, and there we go. Okay, and I will keep useAuth, not just yet, but I will keep it in there, and I'll do account drop down here. Actually, I will just put it in just to make sure we don't accidentally delete it. But there's our account drop down, and let's make sure we close it out. All right, and there we go. And so now back into my navbar, I will go to the drop down menu and delete that once again, and then our account drop down. Great. So once again, that should show up. If I log in here, I should see it. So of course, I actually need that to work. So going back into the account dropdown, this is where it makes sense to start making it work. First off, we'll go ahead and do the router, and this is going to be use router from next navigation. And what we want here is when we click on one of our items, the dropdown items, we want it to actually go somewhere. Right now, all we really want it to go to is logging out. That's the only thing we can really do in our dropdown itself for our user at this point, other than some of the other regular user navigation stuff. So all I'm going to do here is add in onClick, which is going to take an event, which I can call router.push and push it to log out. Save that, and now I can actually navigate to go and log out. I do not need that drop-down menu separator anymore. And there we go. So now I can log out and see all of that. Now, the other thing about our auth is what else could I actually bring in here for the user themselves? Like maybe I put in their username at the very top. That is something that I do get back when I log in. So if I go back into my login, I do get a token for my user data. So my user in here, I believe our username comes back in this. Let's go ahead and actually console log that data again. So go ahead and do that. It might just be our user ID. Either case, we want to just see what it is that that's going to be. And let's go ahead and log out and then log in. And there's our username right there. So naturally what we could do then is say username and unpack that one, and then go ahead and pass this as an argument back into the front end. So we can just at least reference that username. And naturally what that's going to do is going to bring it back to the login page where we can grab that response data. So in this case, I'll go ahead and say data is equal to an empty object, and then we'll do our try catch just to make sure that it is grabbing that data, and it's sort of optional. So now instead of login, what I'll do is I will just pass in data.username if it even exists in there. And that's kind of the idea with that one. So if it does exist, then we go into our auth provider, and in our auth provider, we have that method for login, which will now have a username that is an optional value. And so we can actually do something very similar to what we did with our local storage, the authentication storage. We can come in here and say const username and set username equals to use state and an empty string to start out. And so what we want to do, of course, is grab that same local storage key, same idea. Instead of it being local storage key, we'll call this local username key or something like that. In this case, we'll just go ahead and say username, and we will set the same sort of stuff going on that we did with the login. And so in here, what I want to do is if the username is actually in there, then we'll go ahead and set it, right? Otherwise, we will clear it. So we'll set it to that username, and let's make sure it's a string in here. And so there we go. Otherwise, we will do local storage dot clear. Actually, not clear. That will get everything. We'll remove item of the local username. Okay, and so that will set that username in when we actually log in. We also probably want to say set username as well. So we'll come in here, right below here, and do set username. And so we want to do that same thing with this right here. So I'll go ahead and copy the same stuff out with the useEffect method. Now we're going to call this stored UN, as in stored username, and this is going to be our local username key. Stored. I don't need to parse the integer. I just need to grab the set username to that store value, whatever it might be, and there we go. And so now that username I can bring in to my auth provider, and we'll go ahead and bring that in just like that. Great. So this is why we did it, is to go back into our account dropdown here and bring in some things related to it. So we've got the menu label. Let's go ahead and bring in that menu label here, and I want to put in my username, right? So that's what I want to put in there. Let's go ahead and see. It says username. Great. So of course I want to change that if it exists. So basically I'll go ahead and say auth.username. Then we'll do auth.username. Otherwise we'll go ahead and say your account, or maybe just account. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. If I refresh in here, it says account. Of course it does. I didn't set it yet. I need to log out, and then we'll log back in, and now it shows my user. Fantastic. Okay, great. So now it's a lot better as far as the navbar is concerned. Now, if I were to break it down, maybe there's certain elements that I want to move around as far as where the, the actual buttons are and all that. And also, we could consider refactoring the nav links altogether. So we could have nav links for our non-mobile navbar, and then we can have nav links for our actual mobile navbar. But the point, of course, is using just our mobile navbar when we need to. We can have other navbars if we wanted to, but the navbar itself, the main navbar, the non-mobile one, is now quite a bit more condensed, and I think a lot easier to work with in terms of just changing things altogether. Now, before we go too far down the rabbit hole of building out our Nextjs APIs that map to our Django APIs, I actually want to improve the process of doing that. I actually want to create a HTTP proxy class. So the way we're going to do this is inside of our API here, I'm going to go ahead and create proxy.jsx. And what this is going to do is we're going to export the default class of API proxy, and we'll do some static methods in here. The first one is going to be static async, and it's going to be our post method, which will take in an endpoint, an object, and then a require auth Boolean value. So what is it that we're trying to do here? Well, it's the same thing as in our route. In our route, we've got a post method in here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole thing and bring it into the proxy itself. So we'll go ahead and paste it in here in that sync method of proxy. Now, what is it that I'm actually trying to do? Well, I want to take the argument of object and replace that with request data. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this because that's really grabbing me the object itself. The endpoint is going to be taking place of what the fetch call would end up being. And then require auth is going to be based off of, well, if there is an auth token and require auth, both of those things, then it will go ahead and bring in that authorization header. So that's actually pretty nice. So it actually cleans things up a bit. But the thing is, I probably don't want to handle all of the responses because I might do this differently depending on what endpoint it is. So what I'm going to do is just return back the fetch call and handle the responses directly in line. Now, over time, if I start to see that the responses are basically handled the same way, then I might change what I return here. But for now, I'm going to leave it as is. But of course, the natural thought process then would be to do something similar to this as a get method, because it's basically the same thing. The options are different, right? So we change the method of get. We get rid of the body because we don't need that anymore. Then we also can change the object itself. So now we also see that we're repeating ourselves twice here. We've got our headers and we've got our headers. So yet another one, we'll go ahead and do static async, and we'll call this get headers, and this is going to be require auth again. And this time it's just going to return back those headers. So I'll go ahead and cut this out, paste it, and then return back all of the headers we want to use. And so now our const headers is going to be equal to the API proxy and get headers. And right now it's an async method here, so we'll go ahead and just do await get those headers as well. And so now that's also cleaned up quite a bit. The required auth needs to go in there as well, so we'll go ahead and bring that one in to all places that we need to. And here we go. So that takes this place right here on get. There we go. Very straightforward, but it also now allows for the primary reason we have this API in the backend anyway, which of course is the auth token itself and whether or not it's required. So going back into our waitlist here, I can now use this as our new response. So now instead of fetch, I'll go ahead and do my API proxy, and then we'll do the method that we want, which in this case it's going to be .post, and then the endpoint that we were going to use for that one, which I think is still the same as it was, which is the waitlist. So we'll go ahead and put waitlist there. And then the data we had, which we said was an object, so it's just the request data. And then we want to require auth, which is true because we're going to be posting data itself. And so all of these follow-up things should be based off of that. The other things I don't need are the token and the headers and all the options and all that. Just a way to really shortcut this quite a bit. And we could do the entire route, right? So we could also just proxy the entire route if those requests start to be the same. But in this case, I have a specific API that I'm using, so that's why I'm not going to just proxy every single route. Specific API endpoint. Okay, so then the response up here, the same sort of thing is true. Auth token. Do we need the auth token? Well, if we're getting these waitlist items, yeah, we do want to get the auth token. So now the response is get. We no longer need that data, but we do need to see whether or not they're authenticated. So that's our new response. So I can get rid of that. And then that means I can get rid of options. And I can get rid of, well, I could actually really check if the auth token is not there. I could definitely still do that in terms of actually logging in and requiring login. And I can do that wherever I need to. But in this case, I'll just go ahead and just say, nah, that's okay. Because realistically, the proxy itself, if the auth token is failing, more than likely the proxy is also going to return back a 401 error. So in other words, this get method doesn't need to change a whole lot from here. It'll work. It should just work just fine. Now, the one challenge would be maybe the result here. We saw that being a little bit of an error before. Just like we see up here, we did that in our post method on purpose to make sure that it is actually getting JSON data coming back. So that might be another handler that we do. But the idea being is now I can use this proxy wherever I need to going forward. So one of those things being like sign up or any other sort of asset, I can just copy this route, just change the URL that's here, and then pretty much everything else is going to end up being pretty good. So yeah, in this case then, we are going to go ahead and start the process of using this proxy a little bit more to actually have some more data assets going forward. We're now going to update our waitlist section to be a table. The only reason to do this is to display it a little bit better and so we can see detail views. So then when we have other assets that we might want to add in here, we totally could do that. So the idea, of course, is using shadcn, the table component in here. We can see that we can add in the table just like this. So we'll go ahead and add it in. And then I'll also go ahead and duplicate the code that's in here, and I'm just going to copy it and we'll bring it into our waitlist. And I'm just going to go ahead and call this table.jsx. The forms.jx, I'm not sure why that's there, but we'll go ahead and get rid of that. So table.jsx, I'll go ahead and put that in there now. And so this will handle all of our recent data. So I would go ahead and get rid of all of this here, the actual invoices. We don't need those in there, so that's not the real data that we want. Instead, what we want to do is we'll go ahead and bring in use client, of course. We're going to go ahead and bring in const, and that is really the use swr method. And so what I'm going to do, of course, is basically grab from the page what we had for that data there, all of this stuff. So let's go ahead and grab all of that and bring it into our table here. Paste that in. Okay, so of course I need to import everything. So useAuth needs to be in here, and useEffect needs to be in here, and there we go. Okay, so that should show us all of this stuff, and we'll worry about loading an error later. But for now, we've got our data here. So the data, can we actually map the data as is? And I'll just go into one of the cells. I'll just go ahead and do JSON and stringify. So JSON.stringify of that specific item. We'll change it from being invoice, but to just being item. And we will get rid of the key here and do IDX. And we'll call this item-IDX as the key value for the row. And we'll do a $sign to make sure that that actually gets substituted, just like that. Okay, so the table cells, all of these other ones, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of, because we now have a single row that's going to go through and do all that stuff. All the other table stuff we will definitely improve in just a little bit. I'm going to call this export default function called the waitlist table, or my waitlist table, or something along those lines, because our API URL will definitely grab that original one. Back into our forms, what we've got, or rather back into our page, we need to make sure that we're grabbing the fetcher as well. So let's go ahead and copy that and bring in here. Okay, great. So now with this in mind, I'm going to go back into my page, and I will get rid of a bunch of stuff and just return back basically my table. I'm not going to do any of these anymore, but rather just our waitlist and table. There we go. So all of this doesn't have to happen inside of the page any longer. It totally could, but it doesn't need to. So we'll get rid of all that. The waitlist URL, this probably needs to go into the table as well. Sure enough, it does. And there we go. Back into our page. We can get rid of fetcher in here. We can get rid of the forms. We can get rid of a lot of stuff. Okay, great. So now the page is quite a bit more simple. And so let's go ahead and take a look. Back into our waitlist, we got data.map is not a function. Interesting. So let's go ahead and take a look at the data that's coming back to us. I'm going to go ahead and just console log that data. So console log data. And it should be in the front end console. Let's go ahead and take a look at the data that comes through. What we've got is an object. Okay. So it's not returning back the list like we wanted. In other words, data.map, it will only map if there's actually a list to map with. And of course, if we look at the data itself, we can see that it's not a list, or at least it doesn't appear to be. So what we can do is we can obviously go backwards on how this all works. The first thing is taking a look at the actual API itself, the API endpoint, which of course is inside of our Next.js application. So in API, in waitlists, in route, this is a get lookup, and what we've got here is our result coming through, and we're actually unpacking it right in here. So this is actually a little bit of an issue on how it's currently being unpacked or being responded with. So what I'm going to do is, instead of actually responding it by having it in a dictionary, I'm just going to go ahead and return the result directly. And as soon as I do that, it then loads. It loads exactly the way it should. This, of course, is just basically turning it into the original JSON data. It's taking the original data, unpacking it, and putting it into that JSON. Great. This is why we do these things, so we can actually see the problems in real time. So now what we've got is the data items that are showing up. So what I can show is the ID and the email. This is, of course, my list view now. So the table itself, we can go ahead and change this to being ID and email. The other ones I simply don't need. So let's go ahead and get rid of those. The footer, I probably don't need that either. There's no reason to have total there. Maybe we do a total count or something like that, but I'm going to just leave it in as just those 2 items in there. And so those 2 items are going to be 2 table cells. The first one is going to be item.id. No surprise there. I don't need to stringify it anymore, so I can just put it in directly. The second one is going to be item.email. And once again, no surprise there. There is our now items that are in here. So naturally, what we would want to see is the detail view of these things. So in other words, let's go ahead and bring in the router here. So I'll go ahead and do my const router equals to use router. And that's going to be from the next navigation. And so now if I were to click on one of these table rows, I'll go ahead and just do on click equals to the event. And we want it to go to router.push and then probably waitlists slash then the ID. So item.id. Kind of makes sense, right? So with this in mind, and now if I go back in here, I can refresh and I can see if I click on it, it does take me there. I can go back, click on it, it does take me there. Cool. So that's actually kind of nice. But the other thing is maybe when I hover over this, I can do another class in here. So class name and set it equal to hover and do something like my pointer. So I save that and let's take a look. And it looks like it's not changing the cursor to pointer. So perhaps we need to bring it in a little bit differently. Let's go ahead and see here. I might have to do it on the cell itself. Let's go ahead and do hover pointer. And I had the class name wrong. It should be cursor pointer to actually have that cursor pointer. So let's go ahead and bring it back into being cursor pointer. All right, let's go back to our project and there we go. So now I can actually click on one of these things when I'm looking at it. We want to improve our proxy class just a little bit more than what we currently have. While every API route could potentially handle the data in its own way, what I actually want to do is take it a little bit further and just let the proxy handle some of the data because as it currently stands, what if our Django project is down? We'll get this fail to load here with some server errors and all that. So what we want to do is avoid that fail to load and have a little bit more robust of messages. So back into our proxy, all we're going to do here is we're going to create another static method and we're going to call it async and handle fetch. And it's going to take in the standard fetch arguments here, which was the endpoint and the request options. And then we'll go ahead and handle the fetch data in here. So in other words, I'll go ahead and just use my API proxy. And this is now going to be handle fetch in here instead of the previous fetch. So now, of course, we need to update all of the locations for that. And so the post method and get method haven't really changed. But what we want to do in our handle fetch is we actually want to get the response back itself. So now what we'll do is say const response equals to await fetch of the endpoint and the request options. But of course, this can fail depending on the actual backend, the Django backend that we have. So I'm going to go ahead and do a try catch error here. And now we'll go ahead and use that as part of the response. And so what that means then is I'll go ahead and say let data equaling to an empty dictionary or an empty object. And then we'll do let status equaling to, let's say, for instance, 500, because this is going to basically be a 500 error. But of course, if there actually is an error, I could do two things here. I could go ahead and say something like message being like, data. We'll go ahead and say data equals to message being like Django or cannot reach API server. And then I'll go ahead and do error being the error. Great. So next, of course, the actual data from the response itself is going to be a little bit different. This is going to now be data equals to await response JSON. And then the status is response.status. Okay, so whatever that status ends up being, that's what's going to end up happening here. And then the status code doesn't really need to change for the error, but we'll go ahead and be explicit here and do status being 500. And then we'll go ahead and return back data and status. So those are the two items that we're returning back in this object here. So data and status, so both of them are going to do that. So that means then in our route here, we can go ahead and change this response to just simply data and status. And we'll take a look at that as our response objects coming through to Next.js. And so I'll go ahead and get rid of all of these here now. And we'll take a look at the post method. Let's go ahead and make sure everything's running. npm run dev. And so this should give us our front end, which actually doesn't allow us to see our form on our home page. Let's go to our home page actually. And we'll see that it'll also say fail to load. So in the short term, I'll just go ahead and remove that for the moment. So in here, we've got our use SWR. We'll get rid of that so it can allow for us to see that waitlist form. And now I'm going to go ahead and try and log it in. There was an error with your request, and it gives us these 500 server error, but it's not a bunch of other things related to it. It's the server error from the Django server. So I'll go ahead and bring the Django server back up, and then we'll come back into our project, and then I'll go ahead and run it again. And then there we go. We got thank you for joining. So now it's actually working. And then, of course, going into the get method here, we once again get fail to load. So let's go ahead and see why inside of our waitlist table here. Let's go ahead and look at the error that's coming through. I'll just go ahead and console log it. And there we go. So we refresh in here. It's got unexpected JSON entry. So we'll go ahead and have to look at the other part of this, which of course is going to be our route here. And so we've got, oh yeah, so in here we didn't actually update the get method. So let's go ahead and update the get method now to being data and status. So data, status, and there we go. Now the get method's updated, and what do you know? So a lot easier, I think, as far as the proxy is concerned, because now the proxy is handling a bunch of things related to handling our API altogether. And this is still, I think, fairly straightforward and simple, or at least as simple as it could be. Back into our Django project, we want to improve our validation so that when we actually implement too many emails of the same one, right? So like right now, I've got a lot of the exact same email in here, and I put a bunch of them in there today. So one of the things we want to avoid is that happening. Now, the way we're going to do this is not actually through the schema itself. So the default schema that's coming in from Pydantic, we're going to actually use Django Forms for this. So inside of our waitlist, we're going to go ahead and create forms.py, and we're going to go ahead and use Django Forms, mostly because Django itself already has a lot of built-in mechanisms for validation, and Django Forms are a really good example of this. So we're going to go ahead and do from Django, we're going to import forms, and then we're going to go ahead and say something like class, and we'll call this our waitlist create form, and it's going to be forms.modelForm. And we want to bring in the model then from .models. We're going to import the waitlist entry. Maybe we call it our waitlist entry create form. And then we'll go ahead and do class meta. And then model equals to that model. And then the fields we want, like our actual email. Okay, so the nice thing about creating a form like this too is we can use it in the Django admin. What we're about to do is actually going to work mostly for regular Django forms as well. So if you weren't using model forms, the same sort of validation techniques end up working. So we've got this field here of email. Now you can also declare the field in here as well. So forms.email field. There's definitely different ways on how you can declare forms and how you can modify them. But what we want to do is just clean this email field. We want to validate it against other database entries. So the way we do this is by using clean email, and it takes in self, and then to grab the default email, we do self.cleaned data.get email. Okay, and then we're going to return back the email. At this point, this doesn't do additional validation. It will validate against the email field itself, as in it's going to do the same thing as this email string and just verify, hey, this needs to be a real email. There's additional validations you can do on any Django model field itself, and you can also do it in the models themselves as well, which I do recommend. You can do validators in here and pass in all sorts of Django validation. Those exact same validators can also go into the field declaration on the model itself. Now, I don't want to get into all of the nitty-gritty of every possible thing you can do with Django models and Django model forms and Django forms, because there's a lot. We could talk about it for a long time. The idea here is mostly, hey, we just want to validate just this one field here and do it right in line with this model. So what we can do is we can say if email.ends with @Gmail, for example, then we can go ahead and do raise forms.validation error and say something like cannot use Gmail, right? And that's kind of the idea here, is we want to actually see that you cannot use Gmail in this waitlist entry create. So how do we actually implement this with Django Ninja, or with Django Ninja in mind? Well, the idea here then is to create a schema, and I'm going to go ahead and grab this waitlist entry schema here, and it's going to be the same sort of thing, but now I'm going to go ahead and say error waitlist entry create schema. Just putting error in the front just to make it very obvious as to what's going on. And in this case, it's not going to be an email string. It's going to be something a little bit different. So we're going to go ahead and do from typing. We're going to import list here. And so the list itself is going to be a list of dictionaries that are going to come through, and we'll set it equal. And it's not going to be empty. Mostly not going to be empty. There's also one for non-field errors. So we'll go ahead and do something like non-field errors, which should not ever be a value that you actually have in here. So we'll leave it in as a default of empty list. I'm going to come back to that one and just test it. But for now, we'll just do email field itself. So in other words, I want to create a schema so that I can actually show the error when the error ends up happening, as we'll see in just a moment. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and bring this form now into our API. So we'll go ahead and do from.forms. We'll go ahead and bring in that create entry form here. And we want to use this in our post method where we actually do the create entry. So what we're going to do down here is say form equals to waitlist create entry form. And then we want to actually get the data itself that's coming through the actual dictionary. So we just do the dictionary. We do not need to unpack it. And then we will come in here and say if form.isValid, then we'll do some stuff related to whether or not the form is valid. So as it stands right here, this is almost correct, but we can also do something like cleaned data equals to form.cleaned data. That would actually be now cleaned up data from the Django form itself, in addition to the input data schema. So that original schema that we had before, that is still doing validation. It's validating that data as well. This is another layer of validation by using Django Forms to make sure that it's doing database-related validation also. Now, this isn't the only way you can do this, of course, but I think it's a really nice and logical way, especially if you work with Django in any other capacity. So the idea here is we now are validating the form data. We can get that form data, and then we can create that same object, assuming that this is done. But of course, these two steps are redundant based off of the model form. So since we have a model form, we can do form.save and commit being false. This is now basically the exact same thing, but it's just working off of the model form, where these two right here would work off of just a standard form, a standard Django form itself. Either way works. You can also do database lookups in there as well. We haven't done that yet, of course, but the idea here is now we can actually validate this. But the real question is, if it's not valid, what do we end up doing? So we're going to go ahead and return object if it is valid. In fact, that's going to be sort of my default. So I'm going to go ahead and say if it's not valid, then I'm going to go ahead and run through the return process itself. This is not what I would normally do in my Django views, but the reason I'm doing it here is because now I can say, oh, well, I can actually handle the errors right in line in a way that makes sense for Django Ninja. So in terms of Django Ninja itself, the default would be returning back the object in the response schema that we did from that object, right? And of course, that response schema, if we look back at it, the detail schema or the list schema, either one of those work just fine. Okay, so the idea then is coming back into our API here, and what we can do is we can actually return back the status code that we want, which in our case would be something like 400, and then the error itself. So form errors would be related to the form. It's form.errors. And we've got a lot of options in here on how we could do this. As you can see when you do the drop-down menu itself, and you can also see in the documentation for the Forms API. You could do it as data, which actually gives us a validation error. So this is actually Python data. This is not what we want. Instead, we want JSON data. So we actually want it to be in the JSON format, but I actually want it to also be not just JSON format, but back to being a dictionary, because that's essentially the value we need in here. So what that means is we need to import JSON itself. So we'll go ahead and import JSON here. And we'll start off with form errors as JSON. And then we'll just do JSON loads that data. So it turns it into a dictionary from that data itself. Great. So now that we've got that, this is what I can respond with. Okay. So once again, remember these errors, what should they actually come in with? If I come in here and say form errors, I want to print that out on my database itself or on my Django project, obviously making sure that Next.js is still running. Let's go ahead and test this out within our project itself. So I'll go ahead and do hungrypie@gmail, hit waitlist. There was an error with your request. We're getting a server error. Now, of course, we're getting a server error because if we look back, we get this configuration error related to the status code. It's not in the response itself. So what we can do with our responses is we can actually declare additional ones in here. So let me go ahead and open up the response itself. And so what we can do is we can say something like 200 is equal to that schema itself. And then if it's a 400, which is what we are calling right here, then we do the different schema that we were working off of. So that different schema is that error schema, the error waitlist schema, which will give us the values back. So we'll go ahead and bring that one in now. I'm going to go ahead and put it at the bottom of the default schemas here. Okay. So now I come through in here, and this is now going to be our response schema. And so that's actually pretty nice. So back into Django itself, if you needed to change the responses, you can see in here handling responses, and this is exactly what we just did. So we just changed the response based off of the status code, and we changed that status code just like that. The default will default to 200, so you don't have to declare that. But it is really nice that this is how I'm going to go ahead and do it. One of the things I do want to show you is if I scroll up here on that print statement for the data and why I designed the schema in the way that I did, the error schema. Let's go ahead and scroll up a bit. We can see this is the message. This is the form message that comes through. That's what this is right here. So that actually comes through as quite literally this. That's what's printed out. So that means that the key value is email. Going back into the schema that we did, hey, what do you know? The key value is email, and it returns a list. It will always return a list in Django form validation like this. And so what we've got is now those form errors with this list and with our message in there and an empty string for code. Pretty cool. So now we've got that message specifically for our form data, that validation error that is now coming through. And so what we can do then is now check this on our front end. Once again, I'll refresh in here and do Gmail. I still get that error with the request, so that it looks like there's maybe still something going on. Maybe I didn't save everything. And we got schema for unknown type here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change this a little bit to being a list of anything. And we'll go ahead and say any, and we'll bring that in to typing here. We could probably improve that a bit, but I'll go ahead and refresh that. This is all validation errors and stuff like that. There's a lot of things that we can do in terms of typing. But now when I do it, I get a 400 error. And so what I could see in my page, we can see that error. We should be able to see it. So going into, let's say the table, I think, actually, no, it's the form itself. We should be able to see the error itself. So we'll come in here with the response being okay, or actually the response is not okay because it's a 400 error. We'll go ahead and console log out the data, save that, and we'll run this again. And now we can see that email, and notice that it's an array. That's really important because it's actually giving us back a list of dictionary items. So there we go. And the reason I did any is because the actual dictionary in there isn't defined. We don't have that defined on our server side. And that's one of the ways we can improve it, is defining that schema data that's coming through, which of course you could do. But I want to take this a little bit further and say, oh, in my form, I actually don't want to check if it's email, if the email is Gmail. That's nice that we have that. But instead, I want to say, make sure that they're not doing it every single day, like a bunch of things. So we'll go ahead and do from Django.utils, we'll go ahead and import our time zone here. And then we'll go ahead and say something like, today is equal to timezone.now.day. And then we can actually do query set equals to waitlist entry objects.filter, and then we can filter it through with the email. So at this point, we can also do something where it's like if qs.exists, we can raise forms.validation error cannot enter this email again, something like that, or we already have it. That's a way to do that sort of validation. But if we wanted to say today, we could do timestamp and day equals to today. Then we can go ahead and say the query set count, let's say it's greater than or equal to 4 or 5, then we can say cannot enter this email again today, or something like that, like too many times, or something along the lines of what you might want for that error. And so now if I go ahead and do this with my emails, I can see there's an error with my request, but if I look at the error, it shows me what that is. So we'd want to render that out inside of our front end. But the point here is allowing us to use a lot of the built-in features that Django has in terms of validation in our database, and all sorts of other validations that we could do in here, and then bringing it back into Django Ninja to make sure that our response actually matches with the schemas that Django Ninja needs. And so maybe at some point Django Ninja will do this in line. It doesn't do it right now cleanly, in my opinion. Pydantic can do these kind of advanced schema validation stuff, but then you have to do it the Pydantic way, not necessarily the Django way. What we did just here is the Django way. From my perspective, you just bring in a form data, you ingest that data, you validate it, and then you return back if the validations fail. Otherwise, you can do everything else like you have been doing. Now we're going to go ahead and render those form validation errors from our Django side right inside of Next.js. Now, this is actually fairly straightforward in how we want to approach it. First off, we are going to keep this error message. We'll just keep that one as, hey, there's an error with your request, please try again. We want to keep that because, well, if their data isn't coming back the way we might want, then we want to just ignore it altogether. We'll see what that looks like in just a moment. But the idea being is in this error for this particular form, I want to go ahead and make sure that I am setting the data for it. So I'll go ahead and do this const, and we'll say errors now, and set errors. And this is going to be use state and a empty object, or an empty dictionary basically. So we'll go ahead and put this in as set errors for that data. Now, the nice thing about this, as we saw before, what those errors actually look like is we can do all sorts of things in them. So right around the input itself, I'm going to go ahead and input an email. I'm going to go ahead and put in the div right around this input here. And what we want to do is first and foremost say something like class name, and this is going to be errors and then .email. And if that's the case, we want to go ahead and do border and then border. Well, what actual class are we going to want to use for this? Now, we could do something like red 500 if you're familiar with, Tailwind, of course, or we could use what shadcn gave us by going into Tailwind config. We can see there's a few different classes or colors that we could use. Destructive is the one we want to use. That one's going to be red for us, so I'll go ahead and use border-destructive, and there we go. So it's a little bit more, kind of all over the place in terms of the coloring, but I can change that coloring. It's a variable, all that. Great. So this is actually how I can render out that color. So now if I were to put in an error, I can now see there's a little bit of a border around that field, which is great. So the reason I want it around the field itself has to do with the fact the next part is I'm going to go ahead and create a div here that renders out those errors. So once again, I'll use this same idea here of grabbing the errors and then doing and putting that around this div that we want to render out each one of those errors. So the way we do this is by using maps. So we'll do errors.email and errors.email like that, and then .map, and then the actual error, and then IDX, and we'll go ahead and return back the p tag that's going to do this. First thing on this p tag, I'll go ahead and create a key here, and we'll just go ahead and say error-idx. And in that key, we'll go ahead and put in the message we want it to show. So in this case, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and create another class name. This time, I'm going to go ahead and add a padding all around it of 2. And then we'll do bg-destructive, same color, same variable. And we'll do text center. And maybe we'll do text white. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And now let's go ahead and do our form validation error. Looks like we've got maybe some sort of issue on here. Let's try that again. And there we go. Looks like we've got a object with keys. Yes, of course, the error itself should be error.message. And so really it'd probably be more like, if not error.message, then we'll go ahead and do null. Otherwise, we will go ahead and render out the p tag of that message. Now, I'll show you why we can get that error.message in just a second, but we'll go ahead and log this in. There we go. So cannot enter this email again today. So it's now rendering that out. It's starting to look a little bit better. And so the next thing is, of course, maybe I want to change the class name here to being something more like rounded and MD, or maybe even LG, just have it a little rounded, and maybe even adding in some p tag in here just to bring it in even more, some padding. There we go. So now we've got it in a little bit more. And heck, we might even put in the border destructive in there as well as a BG. Let's see that BG destructive in the entire backend. Cool. So that now is showing us a little bit closer to maybe what we might want. And if we end up doing it that way with the border all around it, I would probably get rid of the padding on the bottom or just play around with things here more and more. But the idea is I'm going to get rid of that border destructive altogether. We probably don't need it. But what I do need is I need a little bit better of spacing altogether. So all of these things are really crunched together. So the first step for that would be to come into our form here and do class name space y. Let's go ahead and do 4. Space y4 will give literally top and bottom spacing between these things. If there's something on top, it'll give spacing on that, like we see here. And if there's something on the bottom, it'll give spacing as well, like we see here. But on the buttons themselves, they actually don't have spacing above it in addition. You could do that, but it's not necessary. Okay, great. So now we've got this little error here showing up. And maybe this border itself is, maybe it's a little too big. And so we'll go ahead and bring that down. And maybe we want to make our, our text size. So we'll go ahead and do text SM, text small. So it's just not so robust as far as the error itself. That looks a little bit better. Next, the actual error, the other error message in here, we also might want to put with the border itself. So back up here, this is going to be a little bit different. I'll actually put the error around this way now, around the entire div itself. And in this case, I'll go ahead and do class name, and we'll go ahead and do our BG destructive again, which is, of course, that. And I'll go ahead and do a P of 3, and also we'll do font semi-bold, and I'll do text small again. And there we go. So there's an error with your request. Now I'll do rounded, and let's do MD. Okay, so now it's a little rounded. Maybe we want it white in here instead, like we did below. And yeah, so granted we have kind of duplicate styling here, so maybe you don't want to even have this message altogether, in which case you could come up here and say if error or data.email, something like that, or rather if not data.email, then you could say there was an error with your request, and so that way only one error ends up showing up. So we go ahead and come in here. There we go. Can't use this email. That looks a lot better. And then if we do one that you can use, let's go ahead and try that out. We should actually clear out those errors and show that message. So going back into our form submit here, we're just going to go ahead and call it right here. We'll do set message being an empty message, and then set errors being empty errors, and then set error also being empty. There we go. So when it's submitted, it just clears those things out. And then, of course, in the message itself, we also might want to put this in here as something a little bit different. in terms of the message being rendered. So we might want a lot of these same sort of classes in here. So I'll go ahead and do that. And maybe it's going to be a different color here. So let's go ahead and look into our colors. Let's do something like in Tailwind CSS. Let's do our accent color maybe. And we'll go ahead and do BG accent. And everything else will be basically that. Okay, so let's go ahead and see BG accent. It looks like it's too dark here. So we're going to go ahead and change this to not text white, but just BG accent like that. And there we go. We got thank you for joining. And if I do that, I still get thank you for joining. So that's actually not great. So let's go back into our message here. And the response is okay, which is fine. But basically, we really don't want to have the errors in here. So it's interesting that we've got thank you for joining still coming through with the errors coming through as well. So what I want to do here is basically just check the status. And I think it should be 201. So this should be creating an entry. So that should be the status that we get. And let's go ahead and just double check that we are getting that status from our fetch call, or that's potential as far as the response is concerned. It should be. So let's go ahead and try this out and refresh in here. Invalid entry. Okay, let's put in a valid one. Okay, let's take a look at that error. It's down here. We're trying to map something that doesn't exist. So I'm going to go ahead and do something like email errors. So we'll do email and email errors, and we'll go ahead and see email errors dot length is greater than 0. Okay, so those are all those conditions to render that. Let's try it again with one that works, and we're getting a map function here. So let's go ahead and see why. Let's console log the data itself. So go ahead and console log data. I think I know why. It's probably related to the status code, but let's go ahead and take a look for one that works. Okay, so in our console log, we will go ahead and scroll back up here. The response is coming back, but it's coming back 200. So really, we would probably come in here and say if response or 200, then we got that response, and then in which case it won't actually go through these errors, or at least it shouldn't. This also means on the API side, what I probably want to have is when I create something, right now I'm doing 200 and this should be 201 on the entry itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out again with an email. There we go. Thank you for joining. And then let's change it to another one. And thank you for joining. Fantastic. Okay, so now we've got a better rendered form and also improved API to ensure that the data that's coming through is being validated. And then if it's not valid data, then it will render out all of those various errors. Now, I did want to show you one more error that could potentially happen in terms of validation. So if you actually change this type to text and implement your email here, if I hit join waitlist, now it just says there's an error with your request. So this is basically one of those non-field entries that are happening here that is just showing up, although it is a field error. The reason I'm actually not showing the field error, if we go into the console log of the error, let's go ahead and bring it back actually. We'll go ahead and console log this error. And here we go. What we will see is this is a schema validation error. This is a coding error. This is something you should fix on your own. And so what we see here is the detail error. There is that coding error here. I don't actually think these are very field-friendly errors here. These are schema errors that are based off of your design of your field itself, and it is giving you a valid error. So we still want to render to the user if we make this sort of validation error. But as the developer, we want to make sure that the data types actually match the schema types that are coming through. But then when we actually render out the field itself, we can obviously see all of that data and it working correctly. So now with the field correct, the browser will now tell me, hey, you're doing the incorrect field here. Go ahead and try that again. But the other part that's really nice about this is the fact that if I were to change that, let's go ahead and change this type to being text again, go into the backend again, and go into our schema for this create, And if we change this to any, or just str, for example, I can change that. And now if I run this again, once again, I get an enter a valid email address. So this is now using the Django form validation to make sure that you are doing this correctly. This would probably be a better message than what we have. So in terms of the Django Ninja schema and the Pydantic schema, you could get to a point where it's a lot more verbose, but it takes some time. So at the very least, our API using these form validations will ensure, yeah, sure, we get the valid schema from Pydantic, which is super nice and it can be improved, but we also make sure that that actual form itself is cleaning out that data, making sure that that's all valid and that's all working as well. But of course, we want to use the email string just to make sure that whatever data is coming through doesn't have to be validated again. It shouldn't necessarily have to be, but there we go. So that's actually pretty neat, and let's go ahead and make sure that everything's back to where it was. A big part of the reason we've been using port 8001 for Django is everything to do with preparing Next.js for different environments and different ports, or even different domains for Django itself. But using different ports is really easy to test to make sure that everything is working as it should. So the idea here is we want to, abstract away the actual Django API URL, the base URL, as well as the API URL itself. So let's go ahead and start this off by creating a new document inside of SRC. We'll go ahead and do config, and it's going to be defaults.jsx. We're going to go ahead and export the constant of Django port. And whatever that port is, we're going to go ahead and set it at, let's do 8000 now. And then we're going to also export the constant of, well, whatever that Django port ends up being, and all of this. So we'll call this our Django, well, we can call it our API URL, or let's say our base URL, and we can set it equal to essentially the port as well. So we'll use the port in here also. So we want to pass that in if there is going to be a port value, which there will be. We want to use the port value based off of how we're going to go into production at some point. But the other idea here is this local host here, maybe we want to change that altogether, or maybe we just want to combine these two things. And so that's kind of something that you can really think about. But the idea here is we use process.env dot whatever value we want to use from environment variables. So in the case of Django port, we could put our Django port here and do something like that, and that will actually change our Django port value inside of our base URL. And so I can also do something like our Django API URL or API endpoint, and I'll go ahead and call it API endpoint. This, of course, is going to take the base URL, so I'll get rid of this part and just put base URL, and then just simply /API. Great. So now I have the ability to easily change the port, easily change the base URL, and the API endpoint is going to be based off of both of those things. And so the base URL, I'm also going to go ahead and just come in here and do something along these lines where it's not necessarily localhost, but rather it's just our Django base URL, which would include the port value, which is important there. So this one doesn't include the port value because it allows us to do some tests locally. Okay, great. So with this in mind, I now want to update my routes to use the Django API endpoint now. So in here, we'll go ahead and do this. I'm going to get rid of this right here and just change it to being my Django API endpoint, which I don't need /API anymore. And I'll just put in the trailing path there, just like that. So that's in Waitlist's route, of course, is on the API side. And then, of course, we can check logout. It does not have it. The actual route itself, there's our login route. We want that there as well. So let's change this with backticks so we can do some inline string substitution here for this whole thing. And $, let's try that again, $Django API endpoint. And there we go. So now we've got a completely different Nextjs application all around. So how we test this is going to be different for Windows users. But for us that are on Mac or Linux or Windows subsystem for Linux, you can actually go ahead and just change the Django port. So you can do Django port being 8000 and then npm run dev. Of course, if we were to do this, we need to then jump into our Django project and make sure that that's running at 8,000. And of course, the way we do that is by just navigating into the root there of the Django project and just running python manage.py run server. That, of course, will give us that port of 8,000. We can always update Rav to doing the default port as well. Either way, it's okay. So then if we go into our project here, we can then attempt to join the waitlist. And it looks like I'm getting a little bit of an issue with the form, so I might have to address that. But let's go ahead and try this again. Join waitlist. And we can't enter this again. So that's a good validation error. Let's go ahead and do it. And there we go. So now we've got that joining coming through. We can try to log in as well. Looks like our login route is not working. Let's go ahead and fix that in a moment. But we can log in there, and there's our waitlist, and there's our entries in here. There's definitely more entries. But the idea here is we now have all of the things related to being able to change our port value for our project here in Next.js. And now that we have these defaults in here that I can put a bunch of constants and variables throughout for my entire project, I can then go ahead and change them into my environment variables. Now, one of the ways you can do this locally is by in the root of your project, you can do a .env file here and set whatever variable you want. This should also work on Windows PowerShell as well as Windows Subsystem for Linux. But here is where I can actually do the HTTP, 127.0.0.1 and then port, 8.1.1.1 or something like that. And then going back into Django and opening that up to being port 8.1.1.1. And there it is. And then we can go in here, save that .env. We open it up. There is all of that .env going through. It's even showing us every time I save it, it will reload things. And so if I go back into my Next.js application, everything should just work just fine. If I change that port again, I should see some things falling apart, fail to load, right? So it's not loading up the server at all. I change it back, and what do you know? Everything comes back for us. Great. So now that we've got this, of course, we want to do something similar inside of Django to really prepare our Django application for multiple environments as well. In this case, the .env file, I do recommend never checking these things into GitHub. So .env is going to go into your git ignore. I'm going to go ahead and put in .env .sample in here, just in case you wanted to review the actual sample env file itself. But overall, we now have a better prepared Next.js project for different environments, which is really important when we want to go into production. Now we need to prepare our Django project for different environments as well. So the way we're going to do this is by creating a .env file in our Django project, which I will actually duplicate and also have our .env.sample, and we'll go ahead and start this process. Now, the first thing that we want to do is go into settings.py. We're going to go ahead and extract the secret key. This should not be in here anymore. I'll put this in. The debug, we'll also get rid of that. We'll put this over here. Allowed hosts, we could put a bunch of different allowed hosts in here. So this is something that we'll probably want to work on at some point, but I'll leave it in as just all for right now, just to get us prepared for what we come with next. Then we've got these core allowed origins. This might be another one we put in, but in this case, I'm not going to put it in as a list because that's not how environment variables work. So instead, what I'll do is I'll put it in as a string here like this, where there's a comma between them. Okay. And so I want to actually make sure that all of this comes through inside of my settings.py. So how do we go about doing that? Well, the package we'll use is Python Decouple, but there are a lot of different packages that can actually load in environment variables, similar to what we've got here. Most of the time, you do not want to have spacing in between these things in the case of your environment variables. That's true with Next.js as well, but the idea is this .env file, this is pretty much the format. A lot of times, the actual quotes around the variables are optional, but if you do use quotes, just use them throughout and then go forward. Next up with the debug mode, I'm going to use it as an integer, but we'll keep it as the same, or we'll keep it treated to be roughly the same. And so what I want to do is inside of my requirements here, I'm going to go ahead and add in python-decouple, and then we'll go ahead and update our requirements in the root of our project, of course. So pip install -r requirements.txt. And now in my settings file, I'll go to the very top and we'll go from decouple. We're going to import config. And what this allows me to do is call all of my environment variables based off of what I have. So config, and then whatever the variable is, you put in like that. Now, a lot of times what you'll see in Python code is os.environ.get or something along those lines. This is doing the same thing. If it's defined in .env, it's going to use that. If it's defined in the environment, it's going to use that. Then we're going to go ahead and cast it as something. In this case, we're going to cast it as str. And in the case of ones that we definitely want to have, we don't put a default in. So if we didn't want a secret key, if it's okay that it was empty, we would not put a default in here. We would just leave it in as casting it like that. So the next one, of course, is going to be our debug here. And I'm going to go ahead and put debug. This one we want to cast as a Boolean value. As you may know, the Boolean values can be 1 or 0. So you can use those, 1 being true, 0 being false. And we can set our default in here being false, right? So in other words, my debug of 1 means that it's true. When it comes to Django and debugging, you always want to have the debug mode off in production. This is why. So you see these 2 security warnings. You don't want those in production. Another reason to have these environment variables. Okay, so I want to go one step further, though, and change this to Django secret key in the environment variable and Django debug, just so it's not generic. And then I'm going to go ahead and do that inside of my environment variables over here as well. Now, you might remember back to when we did this in our Next.js, we actually could put a debug mode in here as well. That would be related to something like this. So that's something that's optional at this point. Okay, so this Django secret key is the incorrect key. We don't want this one. But the idea here is we can change it really straightforward with Python. So we do python-c. We're going to import secrets. And then we're going to print secrets.token URL safe. And then we'll put a certain number in there. Basically, the bigger the better is what we want. And then we close off that parentheses. And there is our new secret for our development mode. And all we want to do is check that this runs. So Python or ravrun server there. Sure enough, it's running. And we can go into the admin here. And there we go. Okay, so it looks like the admin works and all that. Great, so now we've got our decoupling of our environment variables, or at least some of our critical variables we want decoupled. There's the last piece is the cores allowed origins. Back into my settings here, this is going to be one that we will want down here as well. So I'll do cores allowed origins equals to config and cores allowed origin. We're going to cast it as an str still, and the default being just a empty string. So this is actually going to be my env cores origins. So we'll go ahead and say env like that. And then the allowed origins, the actual allowed ones, I'll go ahead and get rid of the hard-coded ones. And then I will go ahead and do for origin in cloud origins split the comma. Then we'll go ahead and allow these origins in here. Make sure we put that, and then we'll append it with the origin itself. And then we'll go ahead and strip out anything that's in there and maybe even lowercase it if for some reason you don't lowercase it. And so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and try everything with run server. Okay, so we get a non-zero error. We got string is not callable in here. So we'll go ahead and see that this should be not the string of a string, but just simply cast it to str, the actual data type itself. Let's try that again. And now going back into my Next.js application, if I did that part incorrectly, Next.js will not be able to submit anything. So we got an error with our request here, and we're still getting 500. Let's go ahead and change this to something different and see if I still get that error. Looks like I do. I think I know why. And I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the .env here. We've got the wrong base URL. So let's change this back to 8001, save it, and refresh on our page here, and we'll go ahead and put something in. There we go. Great. So all of the environments are a lot closer to being fully ready for our Django production environment, as well as our Next.js production environment. But of course, there's still a major thing we need to do on the Django side, and that is having a production database of some kind. That's something we will be implementing. And of course, we're going to be using Neon Postgres. But the idea here is we need a production database. Even before we do that, though, we can test out the deployment process to see how we can get this thing in production and both of them working pretty well. Now we're going to deploy our Django project to Railway. The way we're going to do this is by following along on this blog post on my blog, and then we're also going to be using all of our GitHub code for this project to make sure that it all gets deployed correctly right into the Railway console. So the first thing that we need to do is make sure that we have a GitHub account, and you're going to want to push all of your code to it. So VS Code makes it really easy to track code, and what you want to do is, of course, track it and then push it into GitHub, and then Railway is going to do the rest. The process is fairly straightforward. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to add new env being ABC. I made a change to one of my files. I can see on VS Code there's this source control here, and I can see the changes between the two files themselves. So we got our working sample and then our original one. And then if you wanted to add it to being eventually in GitHub, you stage it, which means that it's ready to go. You can see the stage changes, and you can say updated like env vars or something along those lines. We can commit it, sync those changes. This gets pushed into GitHub, and it's basically that simple. Git starts to get a lot more complicated when you have other people involved in the process of using the code, but when it's just you, it's fairly straightforward. Next up, what we want to do is go into GitHub and just verify that we've got all of the working code up until this point. Most importantly, having our env sample in here, but also that our requirements.txt has all of our installations that we need. Okay, so next up, we go into the blog post here. The reason we're doing this is because we're going to scroll down into this Docker file. So what Railway does is it actually takes your code and builds something called a container. Now, without getting into all the nitty-gritty of containers, the idea is it's another isolated environment, but it's not just on the Python level, it's on the actual operating system level and the Python level. So you do both things. You create a Python virtual environment, and then you do stuff related to the operating system. In fact, this is a Linux-based operating system, and this would be true regardless of what your development environment system is on. And so you come into your local project here, into the root, you're going to go ahead and create Dockerfile, and you're just going to go ahead and paste this in here. There's nothing else you really need to do. What this will do for you is it will run your migrations right in line. Maybe you want to do that, maybe not. You can always comment that out or just remove that file altogether if you wanted to not have your migrations run in there. Then it also runs gunicorn. So that would mean that you have gunicorn installed. If you don't, if it's not in your requirements.txt and you want to be extra safe, you could just add gunicorn as one of the run commands in here as well, just to make sure that that is run. But the idea is it's going to copy your source code, your local SRC folder, into a folder called code in the working production container, and then it's going to go ahead and run things related to it. Your project name, CFE home. Mine is CFE home because that's where settings.py is for mine. You just want to change this to whatever yours is if it's something different. And that's pretty much all you'll have to do with the Docker file itself. It is using Python 3.12. If you need to change that, you totally could. Another key aspect of this is how gunicorn runs. It runs on the port that Railway will provide, or it goes to the default port of 8000 if it's not provided. This, of course, is important to make sure our Django project actually runs. So next up, what we want to do is we want to come down a little bit here, and we want to look for the Railway.toml command here. And this is just to make sure that Railway uses this Docker file, so Railway.toml. And then I'll go ahead and bring all of this in here, and it's going to go use our builder of Dockerfile, and it's going to use that Dockerfile itself, and it's going to watch for changes in your requirements. It's going to watch for changes in your Docker file, and then in your SRC file as well, or folder rather, and that's it. Those are the only changes it'll do to actually trigger a build. Speaking of, let's go ahead and create one. So now I'm going to go into my source control here. I made some changes. I'm going to go ahead and say prepare for Railway prod, and I'm going to go ahead and add these things in here, and then I'll go ahead and commit them, and we'll sync those changes. This should now bring it into GitHub. So if we go on to GitHub here, we should be able to refresh and see all of those files in there. Now, of course, if you have any issues whatsoever, just go ahead and grab my code, fork it, and then use that as your example that you're going to be working off of. And probably by the time you're watching this, this code will be even more mature and have more features to it than what we currently have in the video. Okay, so what I want to do now is jump into Railway. Make sure you sign up for an account already. I'm on a trial plan. I have some free credits because people sign up. But the idea here is you should have some free account to just play around with this on how you see fit. So we're going to go ahead and create a new project. and I want to deploy from a GitHub repo. And of course, I want to configure this. Yours might already prompt you to configure it, but I want to configure it so it actually works with my code. So go to your logged in account. Obviously, I have a few other organizations in there, but I'm in my logged in account here, and I'm going to go ahead and navigate into the repository. Now, yours, when you first do this, you might only see this. You might not see all of this other stuff. Totally fine. I'm going to go ahead and select my repositories in here, and what I want to look for naturally is my Django one. So I'll go ahead and type out Django-Nextjs Backend API. And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the other one as well. So Next.js, that was going to be our Django Nextjs Frontend. So I'll put both of those in there. I probably might want to revisit that at some point. But for now, I'll just do the Backend API. And I want to add in some variables here. And it looks like it might have just deployed it without my variable. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so the variables I want to add in to start are just the main ones that we have. So the Django secret key, I'm going to go ahead and use the same one that I've been using in the video on my environment variables. Obviously, create a new one for yours. You don't want this exposed ever. So the next one is going to be, we'll go ahead and do another variable here. We'll go ahead and do Django debug being 0, but I'll leave it in as 1 for now because we want to be able to debug errors if they come up. And then the allowed origins, I will go ahead and use those exact same ones, mostly as reference, because those probably won't be correct right now, but maybe at some point they will be. Okay, so we've got all of that. Notice that there's also some built-in variables here. And so we've got our environment name, our service name, project ID. You can see all of these things in here if you wanted to. All right, so we've got all sorts of stuff about this particular project. This is going to come into play later. But for now, we're going to go ahead and deploy this and just let it run. And so what's likely going to happen is it's going to build everything. It's going to deploy the first version of it, but it will not be accessible through the internet. And I'm going to leave it as that. I'm going to leave it as not accessible through the internet just yet because we want to deploy the next part of our project for our Next.js application. But of course, what we'll see here is it's going to initialize things. It's going to run through the deployments as much as it can. You can view all the deployment logs. You can see everything that's happening inside of the Docker Compose file. It's going to build out every little step here. And what should look a little bit familiar is the installation process here. This is doing that pip install. It just takes a little bit longer because a few reasons it'll take a little bit longer than your local machine. But one of them is the fact that, well, it's not going to use the caching necessarily, but it's still going to go pretty fast. In my experience, building on Docker within Railway is actually faster than a lot of places where you can build your actual container image. Now, for those of you who are like, oh, this is taking way too long, a minute is way too long to deploy a Django application or any application for that matter, I would argue it's not. It's actually really, really fast because it's doing a whole environment. It's doing the back end, like the actual operating system, all of the requirements for that. It's reinstalling all of the things from Python. It's updating Python. It's doing a lot of things in there every single time. Now, one of the keys I want to point out once it does deploy is that it's running on 6632, as in that is the port that this is running on. And so if we wanted to view this, we would go into settings, and then we would go into our networking here. Notice by default, it does not have anything. There is no networking so far. But we have private networking in here, right here. Interesting. This private networking is definitely going to come into play very soon. So if we generated a domain here, this domain we should be able to open up and actually see our application. It might not happen right away, and there might be errors, but the idea being we should at some point be able to go into the admin. Now, there's a bunch of stuff missing in terms of Django here. There's not going to be static files. Check out my other courses for that. The SaaS Foundations course does a lot of this same stuff, but in more detail specifically for Django. But the idea here is we want to have our application running, and we want to be able to sort of access it and see stuff like not found or the Django admin itself. So right now it's not quite there yet. We might need to disable a proxy it altogether. But this is actually the goal I want to see. It's now fully deployed without styles in my Django admin. Now I can't actually log in. I can't actually do anything with that. There's still some challenges here within the deployed version, the actual production version. Like we've got this CSRF verification failed. Why did this fail? Well, we actually missed a very critical configuration in this blog post, and I missed it on purpose so you could see this, because this is a very common error to happen. You've got the CSRF trusted origins here, so you actually need to implement this. So back into our settings, we can do this very simply. I'm going to do it just for Railway purposes for right now. I'm going to change my allowed host to being .railway.app, and then my trusted origins, I'm going to go ahead and bring in Railway.app as well, but I want to go ahead and add in http:// and then star.railway.app, and then I'll duplicate that again, and then we'll go ahead and put HTTPS. So whatever origins you want, whatever domain names you want on there, that's what you're going to have to do. So in our case, if you actually look at this URL here, we can see that it's railway.app, and I'm going to go ahead and allow all of these subdomains to work in there as well. And then also my allowed host is the same thing. So we want to just duplicate that for my CSRF trusted origins. Now, once again, get status, we want to see what changed. That same thing of get status is just in the sidebar over here, and you can see all of the changes that have happened. And we'll go ahead and say updated, CSRF trusted origins. Once again, another security feature that Django has. We're going to go ahead and commit, sync, and do all of those changes. And here comes another reason to use something like Railway. As soon as I push it into GitHub, a new deployment is triggered. And then once it finishes deploying, the really nice thing is it gives you that Git message. So literally the messages that we were writing inside of our commits here when we make those changes, those show up right here. So if you use better messages here, it will allow you to, roll back changes if you needed to. So you are able to roll back or redeploy things from your previous history, which is super nice and super convenient. So the next part of this is actually trying out to log in. Now that we've made that change, we go into our admin and we try to log in here with some gibberish. It gives me this invalid stuff. If I try to log in with the actual super user I created before, it actually still gives me the invalid stuff. Granted, all the styling's gone and all that, but the reason for this is because, two reasons actually. If we look back at our code, our local environment has been using db.sqlite. That is a database that comes by default with Django, as you may know already. But the idea here is it automatically creates it. It's a really low weight, easy way to just get things up and going. But as soon as you start using containers or going into production, I don't recommend this method whatsoever. Now, there is some debate on whether or not you should use SQLite. I don't think it's powerful enough for production databases. You need something more powerful, and that's where Postgres is going to come into play. But the idea here, in addition to having this automatic database being created within Django, we also have something called a Docker file. So the reason we use Docker and the reason we use containers, or one of them, is the fact that they are ephemeral. In other words, this version of the container that's running right here, that one is going to be deleted and gone forever, including the code. All of the data that might live in there is going to be removed. In other words, the database that gets created automatically in that Docker file, this database through this migrate right here, as soon as that database is created in that Docker file, as soon as that container is recreated, the old one is gone. It's deleted. It's no longer there. And that would be true for any other code that you might have in there. It does not persist. So we need persistence. The only way we can have persistence is by having our database running outside of our container like we have it in here. That is not what we want. So let's go ahead and start the process of having a production database right now by implementing Neon. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a production database for our production Django application. And of course, we're going to be using Neon Postgres for this one. But the idea here is any managed service helps you solve problems faster. In my case, the problem is a production database. Yes, I could deploy my own open source version of Postgres, but then I would have to manage it. I would have to update it when security patches come in. I would have to make sure that it doesn't go down, and if it does go down, to bring it back up, and then also to store and back up all of our data, because at the end of the day, our Django project, our Next.js project, whatever application we're building, whatever web app we're building, we are going to be producing a lot of data and managing that for our users. So managing the actual database itself is not something I want to have anything to do with. I would much rather use a managed service myself. Now, when it comes to managed services, there's a lot of them out there. The reason I was attracted to Neon in the first place is because it's serverless. In other words, you only pay for what you use. That's true for when it's running, when the actual database is running, but also for the data that you take up in that database. Now, I've done it before where I've used managed databases and it gets really expensive, like hundreds of dollars a month for data that's not used that often, but you need your data for your applications readily available and quickly. Neon Postgres is really good at that. There's another feature that I really love that we'll also see. It's called branching, which we'll take a look at. But the idea here is if you go to neon.tech/CFE, you're going to go ahead and just let them know. If you go to the /CFE, it just lets them know that I sent you. You're going to sign up for a new account and just go ahead and log into the dashboard. Notice I'm on the free account here. They hooked me up with a few extra projects, but the idea is with a free account, you should have one project. You should be able to build out a lot of things with your database. The really nice thing about this is the free one's probably not going to go away, mostly because, well, how it actually handles databases. If your database is not in use, you're not going to be charged constantly for it. And just storing raw data is not necessarily that expensive, especially with what would fall into the free tier itself. So we want to go ahead and create a new project. The first question really is, what region do I put it in? Well, the region you're going to put it in is going to be the closest to your production application. Your production application is going to be decided based off of where you deploy it. In our case, we've been deploying it onto Railway. And if you look in the settings here and you scroll down, eventually you'll see where it is deployed in here. As far as the region is concerned, it is in US West Oregon. So this might be true for you depending on where you are in the world. Maybe it changes if you're closer to some of these other regions in Europe or in Asia. Maybe that happens, maybe not, I don't know. But in our case, we're in US West at this point for our Railway app, which means our database is going to need to be there as well. So we'll go ahead and create a new database inside of Oregon here. And I'm going to call this just Django Next.js. And then we'll go ahead and create this project. And really quickly, it's going to be ready for you. Here is the connection string. It's already ready. It's already ready to be used. It's nuts how fast that is. Okay, so what we want to do is just copy this database connection string. And I'm going to bring it into my environment variables in two places. I'll put it into my Django backend environment variables, of course. We'll call this our database and URL. I'll pass that in there. We can put strings around it if we want to. The idea being also jumping into Railway. Right now, we might as well put this database in there as well. We jump into our variables here. We're going to go ahead and add a new variable. And of course, it's going to be our database URL. And we'll paste this in here. And I'll just go ahead and add that and redeploy it. Great. So, of course, at this point inside of the console, it doesn't seem like I've done much yet because I haven't actually connected it into Django. So one of the cool things about Neon is you can click on this connection string here and you can see there's a Django option. This Django option uses a different way of actually having .env files or your environment variables being injected. They use .env, I used Python Decouple. But overall, this actually gives you a lot more configuration options for your database. I like just using the database connection string, so that's what we're going to go off of. So you can actually see this if you look at Postgres SQL, the command line tool. You can actually just use that connection string right now to check that you can actually connect to this database. It's really cool. And so I want to just do that. I just want the connection string. So the way we do that is by using a package called DJ database URL. So inside of Django here, we're going to go ahead and bring it in, and I'll put it at the bottom actually. So we'll do DJ database URL. This is going to allow us to do our connection string. Now, since I'm using Postgres, there's another one that I want, and that's scopg binary. So this one right here, this is the third version of it. So there's another one that's called 2 with binary as well. I think it's actually 2-binary. This is the older one. We don't need that anymore. I just wanted to point it out for those of you who have maybe seen it before. This is the one we'll end up using. Now, the cool thing about what I've already done for you in the Docker file, I actually have the environment set up already for Postgres. That's what's happening right here. These are the Postgres bindings in Docker. There are ones for MySQL and MariaDB, but the idea being that you need to have those bindings in your Docker file. So now we've got the two basic things that we need in order to connect to this. So again, I'll go ahead and do pip install-r requirements.txt, and it's going to install all of those things. So this binary here is the Python client to give bindings to any Python application to make sure that it can connect, so Python can connect. Django can use it as well. That's the default that Django does end up using, which is actually what you will see inside of the Django connection string that Neon has, which is this right here, right? So this database engine itself uses that same exact binary that we just looked at from Postgres. Great. But I want to shortcut it by using DJ database URL. So back into my settings here, I'm going to go ahead and go right below this SQLite database here, and I'll go ahead and do my database URL. And this is going to be equal to config of my database URL here. And we're going to go ahead and cast it as a string. I am going to probably put in a default here. So I'll go ahead and say default equaling to none. Now the reason for that is just so my Django application runs, and then also so my Nextjs application runs. Because what we could do in theory is have another process that's looking for database SQLite 3 files running and then dump that data out at some point. That is very convoluted and complex. Not something I recommend doing at this point if you're new to all of this, but it could be a good fallback if for some reason we can't connect to our database URL. Okay, so now that we've got this, we're going to go ahead and say, if it is in here, we'll go ahead and say if database is not none, then we'll go ahead and import the DJ database URL package, and then we'll go ahead and run our databases equaling, as in overriding this configuration. The default value is going to be DJ database URL.config, and then we can pass in a few items in here. The first item is simply default, and we pass in that default, database URL. The next item is connection max age, and you can give it an age, let's say 300 seconds or something like that. So the longer this age is, the longer the connection would end up working out within Django, so it doesn't time out too quickly. And then we can also do our connection health checks and say true. These two are definitely optional, and some of you might want to put connection max age based off of the environment variable as well. So wherever you end up deploying it, it does make those changes. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and run our git status here. We've made some changes, but before I do that, I'm going to run rav run make migrations, and then we'll run rav run migrate, and that's it. Rav run migrate. Actually, we will do one more thing, and that is creating our super user. Now notice that I run migrate, and well, it's running migrations, the fresh migrations, like as if this was a brand new database, because it is a brand new database. Going back into the Neon console, we can look into our tables here, and we can actually see there's all of our Django tables. I just migrated it. They're now there. Fantastic. Great. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and do one more thing, and that is python manage.py create super user. This is going to be a production user. So we're going to go ahead and put in our username. I don't necessarily need to put an email address in here, but I do want to have a password itself. So you can use OpenSSL in here, rand and base 32 being like 64 characters or something like that. And let's go ahead and do base 64 rather, and then 53 characters or something like that, not 32. Or of course you can also use python-c import secrets and then print secrets.token URL safe and 32. The second one will work on, I think they both work on all systems. I'm pretty sure Windows also has OpenSSL. But now we've got a password we'll use. I'll paste it in and paste it in again. Now we've got our super user. I can always test this stuff out locally, but what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say implement neon db and go ahead and commit that. We will go ahead and stage and commit it directly, sync those changes, and all of this stuff is going to be deployed into our Railway application. So the key things here are the fact that we have, number one, our actual database and our production application are in the same geographic region. We want to have that as much as humanly possible. Number two, the variables are the same. The database URL, this database connection string, of course, is the same one that I've got in the console. And in this case, it's the same one that I have locally as well. So my local environment will match my production environment in this case. And even if you're kind of far away from that location, it'll still be fairly quick, right? Fairly quick as in a few seconds. But once you go into production, it's going to be a lot faster, and we'll see that once it's in production on the Railway side, and you're able to access the internet connection or the website directly. And so once it's actually deployed, then we'll go ahead and take a look at the login portion. It should only take a few more seconds. And there we go. In a minute, it deployed it. So we should be able to check this out. I got my debug mode still on. I'm going to go into the admin. I'm going to type in that user CFE with that production password. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to log in. Woohoo! I actually was able to log in. What do you know? That's fantastic. Now here is where Neon really shines. That really convinced me that this is a tool worth using all of the time in pretty much every one of my projects, if not just every Django project. Yes, I realize they sponsor me and it sounds like I'm just paid to say that. I am not. I definitely use this all of the time. So the idea here is jumping into the dashboard, we can do something called a branch. So I can create a branch of this and I can call this dev at this current point in time, hit create here. This is now the database connection string I can use on my local machine. So I go back into my environment variables here. I can go ahead and paste this in. This is a different one than it was. Let's make sure that I actually am on the correct branch. There we go. So let's go ahead and copy that snippet and let's paste it in here. There, it's different. It's only slightly different, but different nonetheless. The user, same username and password for the database, but the actual database endpoint is different. And so that is already active. It's already ready. And this is the cool part about it. If I run my server locally, let's go ahead and go back and do Python ravrun server, grab that production password, go into my local host, and it's 8001/admin. We don't have that as a allowed host, so let's go ahead and change it to the other one that I was working with. And yes, so we're on our debug mode. I need to put debug mode is still on, and then I also need my allowed hosts in here to include my local hosts. So we'll go ahead and do that if debug, and I'll go ahead and just say allowed hosts is everything. You probably just want to put local hosts. You don't necessarily need to have everything. But there we go. So now I've got my username, and I'll put that password in, and I should be able to log in. There you go. So this is actually showing me a lot of really cool things. So my waitlist entries here is 0. If I go into the production version, let's go ahead and take a look at that again and go into the admin here. I will also see 0 waitlist entries. I realize the styles aren't there, but I got 0 waitlist entries here. And so I'm going to go ahead and test this locally. With my Next.js app still up and running, I'm going to go ahead and implement something. Hey, what do you know? It says, thank you for joining. I go into my local version. I can see there's a waitlist entry in the database itself. If I go into the production version, and let's go ahead and see if we're in here somewhere. There we go. I'll go ahead into the production version. There is no waitlist entry. Now, I showed you creating a new user. That original user is there, but your development environment and your production environment are now completely different. They're completely different, so it allows us to test things out locally before we ever put them into production. And so branching is the reason I think Neon is one of the best, if not the best, offerings out there for Postgres and for us Django developers. It's true for Next.js as well. There's a lot of good stuff that goes on there. But the idea is if you look inside of the console and you need to change the branch, you can actually change the branch that you're looking at for any given table. You can go into the tables here. I'm in that dev branch. I can see my waitlist entries. There we go. If I change it to the main branch again, in that waitlist entry, I've got none, although the user is the same. Super cool. And then it's also really easy to just delete those branches and then create new ones. You can create 10 of them. There's so many. Now we're going to prepare our Next.js project for production. It's been working really well locally, but once we actually run npm run build, we're going to see a couple issues with our code as it currently stands. Now the idea here is a production build in Next.js is a little bit different than Django. When we go into Django into production, using just a Docker file is absolutely okay. And not using a Docker file and just setting up the operating system to run your Django project, also okay. The main key for Django and Python projects in general is to use something like gunicorn to run the application. That's really just it. When it comes to Next.js, what happens is you build the code, which actually compiles everything into a optimized build to run the code a little bit more fast and also to separate the things out for the front end and the back end. It does it actually very, very well, but that's when it works. So let's go ahead and actually give this a shot. First off, I'm going to go ahead and into my Next.js project, we'll go ahead and do npm run build. This is the command that our Railway deployment process will run automatically. And as soon as I do this, I get this, error occurred pre-rendering pages. This is not great. Now, I actually know the problem for this, but if you scroll up a bit, you'll see use search params should be wrapped in a suspense boundary. That's confusing. Not quite sure what that means, but I will show it to you. Okay, so what we got here is on our main layout. Let's go into our app. In our main layout here, we've got a few different providers that are going on. More specifically, I believe it's in our auth provider. If we go into our auth provider, we've got this use search params in here. This one hook means that we actually need to update our params. Now, there's a lot of different ways of how you can approach this. What I'm going to do is put the entire thing in what's called suspense. This is coming from React directly, and I can bring this in here and go ahead and pass that all the way around the different providers. Now, suspense will allow for me to actually use that hook search params in production and do it in a way that makes a little bit of sense. So while that's running, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick search for React suspense, and we want to see what this is. And so what we've got is the ability to have a fallback component while your other components are running. So basically that all of the children can finish loading. So in other words, when we actually use suspense, we actually want to put some sort of fallback in here. I'll leave that up to you on how you go about doing it for yours, but I'll just go ahead and say we'll put in our div here, and you can put in any sort of React component just as long as you're having it pretty minimal. So in the case of this one, it would be something like loading, right? Or it'd show a loading screen altogether. And so once you do that, you can actually build out your project. So again, npm run build, it should now build everything out. But one of the things to point out is this environments.env. So this actually presents another issue that we have. So npm run start. If I go through here, I get a already in use. So let's go ahead and turn that one off. And I'll change it again. npm run start, a local host. Everything's looking good, right? Can I join the waitlist? I think so. Yeah, everything looks good there. So I actually want to change my Django project a little bit, and I want to see what happens when I do. So let's go into the Django root, and I'll do Python and manage.py run server, and I'll just use 8,000, so the default. Now, with my app still running, I go ahead and try to run something. I get an error with my request. Now, of course I do. I actually have the incorrect, port for Django. So I have the wrong one. So I'm going to go ahead and change it to something different. So I'll try it in the .env here, and I'll just go ahead and do 8,000 now. We'll go ahead and run this again, and this should emulate it. And what do you know? There it goes. It says, thank you for joining. So this looks good here, but when we go into production, it doesn't work. So the reason being is that we have these fallbacks in here. So what we want to do is we want to get rid of these fallbacks altogether. And really all I'm going to focus on is the base URL here. And then in my environment variables, that is what I'll work off of. So .env will have that base environment still that works locally and it works in production. But then when I go into production and I inject the base URL, it's going to work correctly. So with this in mind, I actually want to change something a little bit so I can verify this when I do go into production. Let's go into our Waitlist API, into Waitlist, or actually we'll go into our Hello World API call that we have on page.js, which is this right here. So as of now, it's actually going into the Django project on my local host. I want to change this to have an API endpoint. So I'll go ahead and create that. We will copy our waitlist one, and I'll just go ahead and call this simply hello. The route itself is just going to be doing the get function. So I'll go ahead and do that. But realistically, we don't need an API proxy request at all. Instead, what I need is to get the Django API endpoint, which I just removed, but we'll go ahead and put it in here as our data. So const data, and we'll go ahead and say API endpoint, and there's going to be our Django API endpoint. So that we're basically getting what this default value is. So this is now in my hello world here, this hello world route, going back into our hello world, or our original page or home page here. This data now should actually have that. So now I'm going to go ahead and do my div in here, and we'll go data and data dot, and we gave it the name of API endpoint, just like that. Okay, so with this in mind, I'll go ahead and do npm run dev, and we'll take a look at the dev version of it, just to make sure that that API endpoint shows up on our home page. And looks like it is not showing up, so we've got a little bit of an issue with that. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. So we've got API hello. We grab that API endpoint. Here we go, status. Let's change that to just simply 200. And there we go. So now it's showing our API endpoint. So what we can do is we can test this out locally, and then we'll go ahead and push it into production in just a moment. So 8003, we'll run that again, and there we go. So 8003. So great. So now that part is actually working, and it's displaying what we want. Now, a big part of the reason for this is when we go into production, just to make sure that that one piece of value is working correctly because of how Next.js loads in environment variables. It does it when it's built. So it builds things. It can inject things at runtime as well, but it will build things. And in the Railway situation, we can actually inject those environment variables at build time. That's actually how it works, which is super nice. It makes things a little bit easier for us. But now that we've got this, we'll go ahead and do our git status and basically say, prepared for Railway. And then we'll go ahead and commit that, and we will go ahead and push it. This, of course, means that we now need to deploy it on Railway. Let's take a look. Jumping into Railway, we're going to do our first production Next.js application in here. And of course, we're going to select our project. In this case, I have my project named as Django Ninja App, which I actually changed off the video in the settings here. Really easy to change the actual project name. But of course, inside of that project, I can see my Django project in here. And I can go ahead and create a new one. We're going to go ahead and grab our Django Nextjs front end, and we want to just deploy it. I'm just going to run it as is with no changes. So what's going to happen, of course, is it's going to get the code from GitHub. We gave it permissions a while ago to do so, and then it's going to go ahead and build the actual code itself. Now, what you can see is you can actually see what's happening in here. It's using something called nixpacks, which will actually turn this into a container. And you can see all of the things, all of the different commands that it's going to run based off of this project. Now, it's using an older version of Node. I didn't use 18, so there might be issues there. If there is issues there, then you're going to want to use a Docker file in the same way that we did with Django, which is actually pretty straightforward. You would look up the Docker file for Node.js. You would then make it, and then you could also then add in Railway and do something very similar to this, in which case you would then have your new Docker file on your Railway project. But in my test, Node.js 18 actually works just fine for what we're doing, so we should be okay there. Okay, so it's going to build this out, and then it's going to go ahead and do all the things that it should. Now, if I go into variables here, there's a key variable that's actually missing through this build process, which of course is the Django base URL. The cool thing that Railway did is I believe it actually looked into env sample. It actually grabbed the environment variables that are in here to suggest it to me for variables I should put in to this deployment. In this case, I do want the Django base URL. So I'll go ahead and add this in. I'm just going to make a slight change to it though, so I'll go ahead and edit it. And I just want to do like 5111 or something like that. I just want to make it different than what might be in the code already or in the environment variables or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and make it different just like that. Next up, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add in another variable in here called port. So this is the port our Next.js application is going to run on. In this case, I'll call it 8080. That port is very common as a port for containers to run on. So I'll go ahead and add that in as well. Then I'll go into my settings, go down into networking, and you can see that I want public networking, as in to make this publicly accessible through HTTP, in which case I want to generate this domain. And what do you know? I actually have that variable in there for that port already. So I'm going to go ahead and generate that domain for it as well. This domain is where we're going to access our project. But right away, I want to go ahead and deploy this with those new changes, with those new variable changes in there. Because even though it's accessible from the internet, it's not necessarily in the best way because, well, we didn't have that port declared at the very beginning. You definitely need that port. The Django base URL, that probably doesn't matter too much. The port does. The Django base URL is going to matter when we actually want to use the Django project. But for Next.js's purposes, you really just need to make sure that you have that port defined so it's actually running and all that. Now, once again, if you were to go the Docker route, you can declare the port in there, just like I did in my other Docker file. You can actually have it as an argument and do your run port and all that with a fallback that's already in there as well. So certainly another thing that you can consider doing. But in our case, we're going to stick with what we've got here because it is fairly straightforward. And the process of building this takes about a minute. It's actually fairly fast with Next.js as well because there's actually not that much environment stuff that we need to set up. In comparison to Django, we need to set up a few bindings to make sure our Python code all worked and connected to the database correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and let this finish, and then we'll come back. And here it is. It finished deploying, and here's my local host, 8080. Things are looking good in terms of that. So now what I want to do is actually take a look at it in production. So go into our settings here. We'll go back down into networking and open up that URL. And there we go. So the environment variable is correct. It's actually using the one that we injected. But of course, if we go to try and put a email in or actually use the database, there's nothing available running at this Django API URL. That actually doesn't work at all. So we need to make sure that it does work. And how we do that is going to go back into Railway. Now, one of the cool things about the variables in here is what we can do is we can actually use other services variables. So if I come in here, I'm going to go ahead and change it to HTTPS now, and I can do $ curly brackets, and right away you could start seeing other variables that you can reference for your own project, and you can also start talking about the other projects. So if I type out Django dash, I think we called it Backend, or let's go ahead and do, Django Nextjs Backend, there we go. Here's all of that other project's environment variables in here. So we have the ones we added, but then we also have Railway specific ones. And so we're going to go ahead and use the Railway public domain. And now we've got something pretty cool in here. This is quite a bit more, I guess you'd say, flexible to the actual public domain that comes in here. So if you end up using a custom domain, I believe that one would also come in as well. Do keep in mind we're using the public domain here. We're not using the private one just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and update these variables. We'll keep it as is, and then I'm going to go ahead and deploy it. So the thing is, if you remember back to our Django project, notice that they are now connected because they're using those two environment variables. But back into our Django project, we have a few variables we probably want to update in here as well. One is the cores allow origins, right? So there's a bunch of origins in here that we might want to add. We also might want to make our port available. So I'll go ahead and put the port in here as well. This time I will go ahead and do 8080 again. Actually, we'll keep it different just to make sure that there is no overlap in terms of the private network for the different ports. There shouldn't be, but let's just keep it different in this project. Okay, so now we've got a port value in here. This will change Django, of course. Our core's origins, we need to come in here and do a comma, HTTP : $, and then 2 curly brackets. Now it's going to be the Django Nextjs front end. And we probably want to grab a few different values here. We've got our public domain, right? So that's one. And I probably also want to put in HTTPS for that public domain. So we'll go ahead and do that. Then I want to go ahead and put in the private domain. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this, and we'll just do dot. And let's see if we got it in here. So this syntax completion is not necessarily coming in without doing it from the beginning. So we'll go ahead and do that with Django Nextjs front end, and there we go. So let's go ahead and click on 12 more, and there's our private domain and the port that I just set in Next.js itself. So let's go ahead and grab that port value, which is going to be the Django Nextjs front end and port. Okay, so this is the private one. Now, in my testing, the private one did not work correctly. So I'll go ahead and leave it in there, but I probably won't be able to actually end up making it work. But it has to be comma separated values. Now this is actually kind of hard to read, so I'm going to go ahead and say check for now. Then I'll go into the raw editor, so it's a little bit easier to see exactly what's going on. I still have my local host stuff in here. That's probably fine. We definitely want to make sure that we have the public domain that's in there. And then we've got our public domain in HTTP as well as HTTPS. And then I've got my Next.js private domain with that port. I probably don't need HTTPS for that one, but of course you always could put it in there just to be on the safe side of things. Great. So that is the core's origins. We'll go ahead and update these variables. We've got 2 now for Django, and I'm going to go ahead and deploy those changes. At this time, I think our Next.js app should be up and running. Looks like it is, so I can click on the name of it there. And there we go. So now we've got our Django project in here, and it's looking quite a bit better. Now we can actually duplicate this and actually open it up in our web browser. We also see that this is available to us, right? So HTTPS and everything. Cool. So that, of course, means that we just need to wait for our Django project to finish building to allow for this to happen. Notice I didn't change any of the code. I just changed some environment variables to make sure that all of this stuff ends up working just fine. And going back into our core's origins for the Django project, if we do a quick search for it, we can see the settings there. These are all allowed. These are made for allowing for that cross-origin requests, right? And so in the case of allowed hosts here, we didn't necessarily need to change it, and also CSRF tokens. These things should only be for displaying our Django project publicly, whereas the core stuff is about other websites doing requests to our website. Cool. If that wasn't clear already, hopefully it is now. All right, I'm going to let this finish deploying. And before I do, I actually want to just do a quick test on our Next.js application, our production one. Let's go ahead and open it up. And I'm going to go ahead and try to do this. I see that there's an error with your request. If we look in the error in the console, we got a status of 500 for that one. So I'm fairly confident that that status of 500 has everything to do with the fact that I'm not logged in yet. Now, the reason you're seeing the fact that I was logged in has to do with my test. That's it. It was the exact same domain, and so my browser just kept some of the things about it. But the idea here is yours probably looked like this, where it said sign up and log in and all that. So I did get rid of those cookies. That worked fine because Next.js is working fine. So the Next.js backend is working. That was a good example of that. And this is also a good example of it, that it is working, because this is actually the front end calling the backend, that backend API route, as we saw. Okay, so at this point, hopefully our Django project is up. Looks like it is. Okay, so now that the Django project's up, I don't actually need to actually refresh our Next.js front end. I'm going to refresh in here. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit join waitlist. Boom. What do you know? Thank you for joining. Fantastic. Then we can log in, and we would want to log in with, oh, I got a route error here. Let's go ahead. We'll have to change that and update that at some point. But I've got my username and password. These are the production values that we did, and there you go. I can log in now. I can go into the waitlist. I can see all of that stuff's in there, and this is the production deployment. Fantastic. Okay, so one other thing that we want to just test, and that is our Django database URL. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to edit this, and I'm going to call this our main one, because we are going to come back to it most likely. And then I'm going to go ahead and try it out with our other one. So let's go ahead and try it out with our different Django backend. Let's see if the completion's in there. Doesn't look like it is, so I'm going to go ahead and just hit update variables for a moment. We'll create a new one with our Django base URL. And of course, it's going to be http://$, and this is going to be our Django Next.js backend. This is going to be our private domain. So what I'm trying to do here is have private communication between our Next.js front end and our Django backend. So with that private communication, it does have a domain name of itself. It's its own CNAME, which we'll see in a second. But then we also want to declare the port name, or at least I think we need to declare the port name. Like I said, this actually hasn't worked out for me. I've done a bunch of different tests on it. It doesn't work like I thought it would. So maybe there's somebody that knows how to actually make all of this work correctly. I definitely know how to do this in actually using virtual machines, but we're trying to stick with just Railway for now. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll show you how to deploy the same thing using just virtual machines. That is, the Next.js front end being publicly accessible, and then our Django backend being private through what's called a virtual private cloud. Okay, so in the meantime, though, we'll go ahead and try this one out with our new domain here. I'll go ahead and add that one. And it looks like it's saying that it's going to override something, which is fine. I don't know why it's saying that. Let's go ahead and just add it in. Override. Okay. So there's our variables. We look at the raw variables here. Everything's looking fine. Our old one is still in there. Let's go ahead and deploy this now. And so this should take a minute or so. I'll let it finish. Okay, so it finished deploying, and I went to refresh the app. Here is the internal domain with the port and the endpoint of API. So now I'm going to go ahead and give this a try, hit join, and I get an error with my request. Maybe that's something to do with my token. So let's go ahead and get rid of that token here. We'll go into our application again, and then we'll try and do it again, and it fails. So I'm not actually sure why this isn't working correctly. So those of you who are familiar with Railway and know this private communication stuff, please let me know, because this, as far as I know, should work just fine. So this should be the internal domain. It should be mapped and it should work. It just doesn't. That's okay that the private networking doesn't work, because the public networking does. And we can actually implement our email in here and it absolutely works. The really nice benefit of this is how we actually configured our Django project. That has a very specific API that will only work with that front end. So even though it's not communicating through private networking, it still is communicating in a secure way. Django itself has a lot of security features built in, as you can test out yourself. You can remove that CORS and see if it works. It's not going to work. There's a lot of things to it that's also really, really good. So maybe at some point Railway will fix this networking thing, or maybe I just have the wrong variable. Either way, it's a little bit tricky to diagnose because I can't get into the shell environment of either one of these production workflows here, which hopefully at some point also changes a little bit with Railway. But the idea here is we now have our Nextjs application deployed next to our Django application, also deployed using our production database on a production hosting service. It's pretty fantastic. Let's make a few changes just to clean up the project itself. A little housekeeping before we jump into this one. First and foremost, in my Nextjs application under nav links, I actually had a capital L for login. I want to make sure that that's a lowercase, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm also going to open up .env and make sure that it's at the 8001 port for my Django project, which I'll then run at 8001 as well with revrun server like we've seen. And then I also want to update my .env. I actually commented out the database URL, which caused an issue on settings.py, in which case I actually casted a none value as a string. So it actually turned this none into the string of none, which of course I don't want to have. So I'm just going to put the default in as an empty string, in which case my new condition now works and allows me to use SQLite just to test a few more things out. So with this in mind, everything should be running now, and we should be able to go into our local host project and actually take a look at that. Sure enough, we do see it, and I should be able to log in with now that whatever password that I had before and be able to go into the waitlist entries like this. Okay, so what I want to be able to see now is the actual detail view here. I actually already started this process by putting in an ID, but I want to actually show you how to handle these now with dynamic URL routing. So back into our Next.js project, of course, we're going to go ahead and start off in our API. So inside of the API, under waitlists, we're going to go ahead and create a new folder here with brackets, two squared brackets like that, and then just pass in whatever value you want to put in here. You could say ID, you can say my ID, whatever value you end up putting in here is what is going to be named or turned into in the parameters itself. So we're going to go ahead and create a route in here inside of that folder right there. We'll do route and .jsx. And this is going to be export our async function for get, which still takes in request. And then it's going to return our next response. And then it's .json. And then we'll put in some values in here. And we'll just do status of 200. Okay. So where do we actually get this ID from? Well, we can actually get in some parameters in here, as in params. And so now the ID is going to come from those parameters. So we'll do ID, parameters if they exist, and then we'll do just simply .id, just like that. And so that's how we're going to go ahead and grab that ID there. So if we actually take a look at our API, waitlists, and then like 22, and hit enter, there's that ID of 22. I can do the same thing all across the board. So naturally, what I can also do then is actually grab that ID or use my routes, my login API. Let's see, not the hello world one, but rather the route from here. We could use our API proxy route, just like we saw before, based off of that same stuff, using almost the same data. So in here, I'll go ahead and bring it in, and we want our Django API endpoint. So this is still roughly the route we're going to get, but now what we want to do is we'll go ahead and say const detail, or we'll just call this endpoint being equal to that as the starting point, the base URL as the starting point. Notice there's a trailing slash. So in here, we could go ahead and put in our params IDs. So params.id. I'm not going to put a question mark at this point, but then I'll also have a trailing slash in here as well. So basically what I want to do is make sure that if that exists, then we'll go ahead and give it a shot. Otherwise, it will be null. And then we'll go ahead and say something like if not endpoint, then we'll return back a response of something like 400. Or not 500, but 400. Okay, great. With empty response. Okay, so now we've got this endpoint here. So naturally we can do the exact same thing that we've been doing, which was the API proxy here. And of course it's going to be the get version. And once again, we want to make sure that we're logged in. So let's go ahead and make sure we also import this API proxy get. This is now just going to be our endpoint here. And then we can just pass in the data and status. So data and status. Great. So simple enough. Now that we've got this, we can do the same idea on the front end, the server side. So inside of our waitlist here, we can now do a file. I'll just go ahead and do the bracket of ID, then slash page.jsx. That, of course, is going to do a lot of the same things, but now we're going to do export default function, and this is going to just be simply our page. We could call it asynchronous too. So we'll go ahead and do page. And in here, I can go ahead and just do params like that. And then we're going to go ahead and return back our div, and this is going to be params .id. Now, you can also use something called the router. So you can use a router in here as well. That is another option to get those parameters, but it's not necessary on our page routes with these dynamic routes. It will just come in like that. I'm going to go ahead and also declare use client, because within these routes, I'm going to go ahead and grab data, error, and is loading. And I hope you know where I'm going with this, but it's use SWR, and then it's going to be API /waitlists/ well, what do we want to pass in? Our ID here. So I'm going to go ahead and set lookup ID being params. If that exists, then we'll do params.id. Otherwise, we'll do 0. Now, there should be a parameter for ID that should always be params.id, but we'll put 0 in because that will yield no data on the database side, otherwise a 404. So we want to go ahead and pass that actual lookup ID in here. Oh, that was weird. Let's get rid of that. And we'll do some string substitution for that. There we go. And naturally with SWR, we need to grab the fetcher too. So I'll go ahead and grab this default fetcher. In fact, I'll go ahead and put this into my lib, and I'm just going to call this fetcher.js, and we'll paste that in there. And we'll go ahead and do export default for that fetcher. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and come back into my page, and we'll go ahead and grab the fetcher itself. I'll just make sure I import it there. There we go. And let's go ahead and import that on our page as well. We might even want to make our own use SWR function with that fetcher in there just to make sure that that's always in there. But let's go ahead and leave it as is. And I'll go ahead and do console log and data error and is loading. We'll save that. And let's go ahead and navigate now. So in our waitlist here, we'll click on our waitlist item. And what we should get in our console log is that data coming through. And there we go. So it starts off with loading, and then it actually renders out the data itself. Fantastic. So now that we've got that, we can just jump into shadcn. So ui.shadcn. Go into our components. Let's go ahead and jump into a card element here. Maybe we want to have the ability to edit it. But for now, I'll just go ahead and make sure that I can add the card in. Let's go ahead and do that. And that should allow for that. We'll jump into the code. I will actually copy this card here. And we're going to go into our waitlists. And I'll just go ahead and say card.jsx. So in the root of the waitlist, I just want to put that card in here. Mostly so that I can just say, waitlist card. And maybe our detail card or something along those lines. And we'll go ahead and do our waitlist object. Or really, just waitlist is fine. And then we will go ahead and actually get rid of the form for now. Naturally, you could add it in later if you want to. I'll also go ahead and get rid of some of the buttons and maybe the actual footer. And now all I want to show is maybe like the waitlist.email, and I think the waitlist item, or maybe we call this event. Let's call it event, or W event, waitlist event, so it's not confusing. Maybe that's more confusing, I don't know. Let's go ahead and do waitlist.id. There we go. So now we've got this waitlist card, and I'll get rid of a bunch of things that we did bring in with it originally that we no longer need. Back into my ID here, I'll go into the page, and we're going to go ahead and change this to our waitlist card. And it looks like it's not wanting to log in because it's called a whale list. Okay, so let's go ahead and waitlist card. And the waitlist entry or event is going to be related to the data here. There we go. I also might want to update the page a little bit so it looks a little bit more like our table. And so we'll go ahead and do that and paste this in here just like that. So I made some changes off the video. This actually still should be JSX like we had it. Great. So now we've got that. I'll go ahead and say that if it's loading, then we'll go ahead and do a div and just say loading. And then otherwise, we will go ahead and bring in our data like this. Okay. And then the card itself, we'll go ahead and say if there's nothing in here. So basically, we'll check if not event and not email. Then we'll go ahead and return back null. Let's go ahead and take a look into our waitlist item. And there we go. So there's our waitlist item. Great. So if we wanted to edit it, that would be the next step, of course. But now I can see each individual item in here, and I'd be able to adjust it as is. Now, the other thing is we could actually change this table into being all of those cards as well. And so that's why I made the card, is to make it a little bit more flexible to where I render it out. And so the other thing maybe is going to be something like can edit or something like that. And then in there, you might actually have that form come back. So let's take a look at how we do that. Into our Django project, we're going to go ahead and add in a description field to our waitlist entry. So we'll go ahead and give it a text field, and we'll go ahead and say blank equals to true and null equals to true. With this in mind, I'll go ahead and run rav run make migrations, and then rav run migrate. Okay, and so also with that in mind, in my waitlist entry detail schema here, I'll go ahead and add in my description, and we'll go ahead and add it in as an str, and we can set it equal to an empty string by default. So I'm also going to copy this schema as well, and we will just go ahead and call this waitlist entry update schema. And so I'll go ahead and get rid of a few things related to this in terms of update and like all of these things actually. So everything that's coming in is really just going to be our ID and our description. Those are the two things we want to be able to update. That's it. So put data. That's it. Okay. Next up, we're going to go back into our API here. We're going to go ahead and bring in our waitlist entry update schema, which of course is going to be very similar to the router get, but now it's going to be our router, and we'll go ahead and do patch, as in updating it, making slight changes to the data itself. The response is still going to be the same. The data that comes through, the actual payload, is going to be equal to the entry data itself. So the schema that's coming through. Actually, we still need our entry ID in here, so we'll leave that in because that's a argument right here. And then we'll go ahead and add in our payload itself of that data. Okay, so entry ID should be matching. We still want to get that object itself. Now, there is a bunch of different ways on how you can think about updating it. I'm just going to do it in the sense that it's going to be 4kv in payload.dict. And then basically object, we'll go ahead and do set attribute, and it's going to be object of the key value in there, and then we'll go ahead and after all that's done, we'll do object.save. I can use a model form for this. I can do definitely things related to the model form and just pass an instance in as well. That's certainly another option you can do. I'm just going to do this just to save us a little bit of time as far as the updating is concerned. So now we've got this endpoint that we can use. Maybe use put, maybe use patch. Patch is usually about changing Put is also about changing. They're a little confusing. We'll just leave it in as put just to make things a little bit easier for us. But the idea here is now we've got a API endpoint updated to be able to update our waitlist entries. So now we can go back into our card element where we actually render out the card itself. And so in here, I'll go ahead and put in a form for my description itself. So this is going to be a text area, and we'll go ahead and pass in the value here. So I'm going to go ahead and do the waitlist entry event, and we'll go ahead and put in the description. Let's just make sure that this is coming through and see what happens with just that specifically. Back into our API, let's make sure that our actual detail is having that description come through. Looks like it is. And then back into the API itself, let's go ahead and make sure the detail has it. So in Git, we've got the normal responses coming through, and then our entry, that looks good. Our put method, oh, we made a mistake here. This says equals. That should be of the type that's schema. So if I break this down, it's probably a little bit easier to see everything that's going on with the arguments there. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, now with that in mind, let's go ahead and restart the server. I think that solves that. And then we can go back into our Next.js application, and we're getting a cannot read email. Okay, so maybe there's something still going on with our data that's coming through in here for our validation error for our schema. So the put method, I'm going to go ahead and comment out for just a moment because I want to make sure the get method is working with the schema data itself. Still getting the incorrect values here. So the detail schema should be that response. We go back into the detail schema here. Let's go ahead and just get rid of the equals to a empty string for the moment and see if that solves it. That does not solve it. Let me just get rid of that description altogether. There we go. That solved it. So I want to actually turn this description to being optional. So we'll go ahead and just say optional string here. And we'll set that equal to the default of an empty string. Now it's working. Okay, great. Because it definitely should be optional, especially with the data that we already have existing. Okay, so back into here, we now have this text area of description. So this case, it actually does not have one. So let's go ahead and actually go into the Django admin and make one. So going into the admin, we will go ahead and just add that in with our localhost password into our entries. We'll go to the, let's say, I think it was object 22. Let's go back in here. Yeah, so object 22, and there's object 22. Here is my description. Save that. Okay, and here's my description. Great. So that's now in there, and if I type, I can actually make those changes to it. So let's go ahead and actually handle that method. So the way we're going to do this is very similar to our post method. So let's go ahead into our login, and we've got a post method. Actually, our login doesn't have the API fetch, which we should probably change it to make sure that it does, but our actual waitlist route does. So we'll go ahead and just copy that one, and we'll come in here into our other route. This is now going to be a put method here, and we'll go ahead and do API and put. Same sort of data overall, but of course we want to make sure that we have it in there, which means in our proxy, we need to go ahead and add in that option as well. And we'll just change this to put and this to put. Great. Everything else should be basically the same in terms of this put option and operation. So back into our card here, we're going to go ahead and do our handle submit. So const and handle submit. And this is going to be equal to an async function of the event. And of course, I'm not going to rewrite everything. Instead, I'll just go into forms.py, and I'll go ahead and grab the handle submit function here. I'll just use the same one and copy it. In fact, I'll use all of these things in here, just like that. And so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and paste that in, bring in the use state and all of that stuff. There we go. And so I want to just basically update the data, which we could clean this up a little bit more than what we've got here, but I'm going to just kind of try and keep it as straightforward as possible. So once again, we'll do that waitlist URL, and the endpoint is going to take in that waitlist URL as well as the API itself, the actual ID that we've got, which it should have a trailing slash already. The ID is going to be coming from the waitlist ID. So waitlist.id here. Put that trailing slash, and there we go. So this is the incorrect data here. I'll just go ahead and say set message as in data changed. Okay, and there we go. So now I've got all of this, the messages, the errors, and all that. We will just go ahead and say in here something like message and a p tag of that message. All right, and now we'll go ahead and do the submit stuff. So let's go ahead and handle submit, and we'll go do on submit equals to that. The name here is going to be description, and placeholder, go ahead and put a placeholder in your description, and then we'll do a button. So we'll grab the button form over here. We could probably use the input as well. There's probably an input for it that comes in with shad, which of course we can look at. I'll let you do that another time. I just really want to show you a basic example of getting all of this stuff working. So there we go, and we'll go ahead and save description. Okay, so we've got our handle submit, save description, then our data. What is our data exactly? Well, not only is it the form data, but we also need to bring in the ID itself, which I think actually will come with the API endpoint. So the schema itself, I think, should validate here. If it doesn't, we'll see why. Okay, so then I'll go ahead and console log the response from the data. Okay. So overall, basically the same things. We just changed the method a little bit. We added a few other aspects to it, and then now we should be able to update our event data as long as we have the right things imported. So use state needs to be imported, of course, and we'll go ahead and just import it like this. So use state, and this should be a client now. So use client. All right, and we got button is not defined. So let's go ahead and bring that in. Okay, and there we go. So here is my description, new one, save description, and let's go ahead and take a look. It didn't give me the message like it should have, so let's go ahead and see what happened in our object. It says cannot reach API server. Okay, so let's go ahead and scroll down here, and we've got our waitlist put API 22. We got a 500 in there. So inside of our route here, we've got put. There's our data, all of that. So I'm guessing maybe on the back end here, we've got an issue with that same data, and we're getting a 405 here. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this, and we'll just see the description itself. Let's go ahead and save that again. And once again, we get a 405 inside of our API. No wonder we get a 405. We don't have the method rerouted. So let's bring that back in. Let's make sure that we have no errors here. And here's my description. Save it. Still getting cannot reach it. So we've got the method is still not allowed for our put request here. And so I'm going to go ahead and just restart the server and try that again. And the issue goes back into the API. The put request here needs to include the ID. And so we'll go ahead and do params, and then our ID is going to be related to, of course, basically the same thing as this endpoint up here. So I'll go ahead and do that, and now that's going to be our new endpoint. That is a slight oversight because it's trying to put the data on the original endpoint, which is not accurate and it will not end up working. Although we could create a route for it if we wanted to also support that as well. So here's my description, save that. I still get an API error here. So what I probably want to make sure is there's a trailing slash, looks like there is. This time it did do that put request to that endpoint right there, but for some reason the trailing slash is not showing up. Perhaps that's on the other side itself. But here we go, we got too many values to unpack from our payload itself. So let's go ahead and see the payload and see why. Payload. Oh, I know exactly why. This turns it into a dictionary, so I'll go ahead and say payload dict equals to that right there. And then we want to do dot items. Another little oversight there. Okay, so now we've got it, and here's my description. We save that. There we go. So the data changed. We refresh in here, and I'll say updated description, and hit save data. Refresh in there. Updated description shows. Fantastic. So I'm also getting a little bit of an error here, and I've got default or value. We actually want to change our text area a little bit on the front end, so let's go ahead and take a look at it in the card itself. Instead of putting the value directly in here, we can just go ahead and do something like default value and set it in like that. Now we could use the value directly, and if we do that, we need to have a state element that will handle it. Next up, what I want to see is input. Let's go ahead and see if we can bring in that input, and we'll go ahead and give it a type of text area. Let's see if that actually does that for us, and this way maybe it looks a little bit better. Let's refresh in there. And sure enough, it seems to do that. And then let's go ahead and do something like rows. Let's see if that works. Rows being 3. Doesn't look like it has that input. Yeah, it does not. So let's go ahead and see if it has a text area input. And it doesn't seem like it does. Let's go into shad and see if there's one in there. Just do a quick one for text area. There is the component for text area. So we need to just go ahead and add in that text area component so we can use it. And there we go. Now let's go ahead and change this to text area. There we go. Change the type. I think we might even be able to put rows on here. Let's take a look. And yeah, sure enough, we can. Here is my new description, exclamation mark. We can save that, and data changed. Great. So now I should be able to go into any waitlist item and say new data, save it, and what do you know? New data. And of course, that also means that my table can now have that data as well. So going into my table, we've got our data here. I'll go ahead and add in another item for the description. And there we go. And then another row for the description. And just like that. This also means that, of course, on my Django backend, that I would actually have that data coming through. So let's go ahead and go into that schema for my list entry. So list, waitlist, create, list, and we'll go ahead and do our description here, being optional of the str, right? So it's an optional value. I'll set the default to being empty. The timestamp and updated. Perhaps we want those on our list view now too. I don't know. It's going to be up to you on how you go about doing that. But now you can see we can add in some additional data. Off the video, I went ahead and pushed the code, and we can see that they were both recently built. So in these production applications, we can now see that I can log in with my production user, all of that stuff going on. I can go ahead and add in a waitlist item. I can take a look at all the different waitlist items. I can go ahead and add a new description here, and all of this is happening, of course, on the production side, on the actual server itself. And you can see everything that ends up changing. Super cool. So the thing from here to actually do is to build this out a lot more. We've shown you some of the fundamentals of CRUD. But of course, if you go into Django Ninja and you take a look at the API docs, there's a few things that we're still missing. One in particular, which would be deleting something. Deleting something is not a whole lot different. You just change the API method that you're going to end up calling, and then you just run object.delete. Very, very similar to what we've already seen. So in other words, we could just go into our API. I'll just show you really quickly how easy it is. You grab the entry ID itself, you paste it down here, you change this to being the delete method, so it's going to be http delete, right? And then you come in here and you just do object.delete. Boom, that would remove it. And then of course on the front end then, you would want to update your API, go into your waitlists, go into the ID route, and also then add in a delete method, just like this. Now, I said you should probably do it yourself, but let's go ahead and do it right now. And so we've got our API proxy here that we need to update as well to make sure that that actually has a delete method also, which of course is basically the same thing as our put method. And we'll go ahead and hit delete. One thing we don't really need in the delete method is our body data. That doesn't need to come in at all. So we can go ahead and get rid of that altogether and just have our delete method like that. So then, of course, that means our route here, we also don't need to have any data in here either. We can go ahead and get rid of those things, and that should allow us to actually delete our proxy data. And of course, we want to make sure that we change the method to being delete. Otherwise, it probably won't work either. And so that will then go into the API endpoint. As we saw already, it's the same endpoint that we've been doing. The only difference here is the fact is that it has delete in there. Now, if you wanted to change the endpoint, that might be a good idea as well, just to further diagnose what might be going on. You also probably want to change the entry, the functions themselves. So we've got update, get, and delete. Just make sure that all of those things are working. And then you've got CRUD completely there. Of course, you still need to create a form. Maybe there's a danger button here that you click, and then it goes ahead and deletes that entry. Now, of course, the other thing that I left out is the actual sign up page. Now, the reason I left this out is because, well, everything we did for the waitlist, you can also do for sign up. One of the things I do recommend that you take a look at is Django Auth. I actually covered this in a recent series called SaaS Foundations. You can use Django Auth in conjunction with what we've done here. You would just have to use the actual forms. We saw how to do forms. You would have to use their forms here. Now, it's actually not going to be that easy to do, unfortunately, because this assumes that you're using full Django, as in Auth is not designed for Django Ninja just yet. So you'd have to customize this a little bit. You could also use built-in Django-related things, but that's a nice challenge that you could undertake. But overall, this is now a fully functioning, full-stack application that uses Django as your REST API and then Next.js to just render everything out. Now, to me, going forward, the nice thing about this is two things. Number one, we have a Django API that we can change the front end at any time. We don't have to really worry about the front end nearly as much, though it might take a little bit longer to actually get something in the production on the front end because there's a number of steps we need to take, as we saw in the last video. But the idea being that we can actually deploy a new version of our front end at any time. And also, if we decide that we want to use something different for our Django project altogether, we can just use something different. And also, newer versions of Next.js, we can now test all of those things out, or all new versions of our user interface even. We could do all sorts of tests with that as well. So in other words, what I could do if I was hiring somebody to do the front end, for example, I could hire them, give them access to the APIs that I have, or the endpoints for those APIs from our Django backend. I can give them access to that. They could then build out a whole new front end for us with whatever latest technologies out there and just leverage our backend in the way we have been. And that, I think, is very straightforward for those people who would end up using it. It's really just handing them this proxy. Maybe you change the proxy a little bit where it has the base endpoint that you end up using, so it's not necessarily done on every single route. That's another thing that you can use to improve this. But overall, there's a number of challenges that you can undertake now using this ecosystem. Now, the only reason I'm not building all of this stuff out is because there's a lot of different pieces that might be different for all of us. So if there's something in specific that you want to see, please let me know in the description. But at this point, feel free to grab the code from GitHub. Of course, you will still need to get a Neon database table going through in there. And of course, you'd want to run the migrations. You want to do all of that before you actually deploy it somewhere. The other part of this that I am very interested in doing is deploying this somewhere else. So let me know if you want to see that too. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this one. Now, I will say this entire project I am going to be implementing for my own project. I actually am working on it right now, which is why we have all of this stuff and it's available that you can just use some of the insights I've gleaned. Now, the big thing about this is actually having Django as your backend. It's a very powerful backend that we can reuse anywhere else. Obviously, I left you with a few challenges in that last part, but the idea here is using Django for what it does really well. At any time we want to start using Django's templates, we totally can, and we really don't have to change that much stuff other than implementing the views on the Django side, which is definitely possible and definitely ready to go. Now, of course, having that API also means that we can just use React in Django and have React running right inside of the Django project itself, where we don't necessarily have to build the full-in Next.js application. But that being said, Next.js is very popular for good reason. You can build these very powerful user interfaces in a very short amount of time, and there's so much code out there that you can just copy and paste. We saw some of that in this one, but there's so much more, and of course, learning how to do that user interface might give some interactivity to the front end that is just really hard to do in other situations. Now, I did cover something called Reflex before. Reflex is a Python version of Next.js, essentially, and what you can do with Reflex is actually very, very similar to Next.js. And what we did here, you could actually integrate and have both of them working the same way. In fact, you can take this same Django project and try to integrate it with Reflex right now for those of you who are super interested. That I think would be a really cool challenge to do. And that's a big part of the reason I think building out a backend in the Django ecosystem is a really good idea, because it's so flexible as what you can do. And of course, the big reason for that has to do with the fact that Django has a really mature community and an opinion about how to manage and handle very specific things. That Django Ninja package is also really cool and makes it easier to make REST APIs. But of course, we could always use the Django REST framework too if you find things about Django Ninja a little counterintuitive to what you might be used to. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this. I am definitely going to build out that project and I'll let you know about it so you can see and play around with it and see what a modern user interface looks like with me actually building the whole thing. This one, there's just a lot to it, so we actually didn't cover every aspect you probably could in building this full stack application because there is so much to it. Now, this complexity, do I recommend it to most people? No, I don't. I think there's a lot of complexity that's going on here that it's just really for those of you who are a little bit more advanced and are looking for integrating Django into more places. Realistically, I would recommend most people just start with a fundamental Django application using something like HTMX. Unless you want to do a bunch of user interface things, then I would say like something like Reflex would probably be your next step there. Not this. This I think is a really cool proof of concept and something if you do end up building things out with it, I would love to see it. Please let me know. You can either send me an email or let me know in the description. Thanks again. Look forward to seeing you next time.